Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The sound had issues, but I'm happy that it's back. Thank you so much for the reminder. Sorry for everything. Well, back to the show. Thank you so much for your patience. Well, it is that time again when we get down to our open forum political discussion on Mtembei TV. We are looking at the DP and the UK trip and his meetings, questions and answer. Is he the man for the job? How is his performance as far as responding to what Kenyans are asking is concerned? Number two, we'll be looking at Raila Odinga and Aziomio La Umoja in Mount Kenya. How are they faring? Is the mountain warming up and ready for the Raila presidency? Or there is still much to be done, and what should be done? Well, Oka poses a third force equation, a third force tilting the elections by ensuring that there is a runoff. Are they able to make that happen? That is what I would love us to get into and be able to understand and flow with the rest of Kenyans in making informed decision on who is given power and why. Well, and this touches on all levels of elective seats, from the MCA to the MP to the senator to the women rep to the governor and to the president. Remember, every person you vote in has you and your interest for 5 years. So are you trusting them with your life, or you just want to sell your destiny for nothing? Well, let's move on. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. Please, let's make use of the same and get into the studio. Apologies for the starting on the wrong foot. The sound did not come on in good time, and I had difficulty noticing it. All the same, thank you for my vigilant guys online that shouted back. Thank you so much. Well, Salome Mbone, karibu sana. Samuel Olwal, we are glad you're there. Kindu Kosen, asante sana. Harun, we salute you. Jau Thadeo, karibu kwa show. Jeremiah 29:11. Okay. Thank you for the scripture quotation. I believe you intend for me to remember that. Thank you very much. Rajab Abdallah, karibu kwa show. Favor Akisa, asante sana. Mbus Kolo, asante sana. Omari, karibu kwa show. I salute everyone. Thank you, Bono Chieng. Thank you so much. Wekesa, Eric, of course. Wekesa, I'll be expecting you here. Thank you for the reminder. I believe I am now loud and clear. No sound. Oh, God. Thank you, Nicholas Otinda. Uko macho, asante sana. Kuna Francis Emailinge. We appreciate you. Thank you. Tuko pamoja. Solomon Solos, Bees. Is it Bees or Blees? Thank you. Of course, Bakiz Mohamed, tunakushukuru sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Asante kwa kuchukua muda wako kujiunga nasi. Janet Meruka, asante sana. Unasema uko Kiserian. Alafu Baba will win. That is Patricia Mweni. Thank you so much. Mama Selina, how are you today?
Hi, Benata, I am good.
Naona uko kanu kabisa.
Sasa Kenya sasa tutaongea Kenya ama tunaongea ya abroad?
Yote pamoja.
Ya abroad imewaka moto.
Yes.
Na nashukuru wale watu wameweza kutengeneza kwanza hiyo mkutano na wakaruhusu kila mtu Aziomio wa Kenya, na questions imekuwa tough, and that is right for Kenyans kujua. Sasa hiyo ni ile engagement, wase wana kuangalia kama utaenda chunga mtoto yao ama uwezi. lakini kulingana na ile maswali tumeona na kilio ni ngumu sana penalty. I don't know why Deputy President cannot face Kenyans nyumbani. Hiyo mambo yote anasema na imemshinda kujibu, inakuwa ngumu. Mimi nimefuatilia mpaka nikaona I cannot continue because saa zingine uongo ni mbaya. Second, ile kitu iliniokopesha ni Deputy President kusema kama Kenya haitachunga tutaenda Ukraine way. I don't know why, how. Kama kura tunapiga na umesema unaweza kubali ukishindwa na ile group ingine wakishindwa watasema, but kulingana na hii mambo yote tunatolewa maneno, sijui wakikuja airport watasimama wapi, kwa sababu penalty ile kitu tunataka ni wananchi wale wanapenda Kenya. Hii kitu si lazima iwe ya mtu. Baba amesimama mara 5 mara 4 na anarudi na anarudi na ananyang'anywa na anakasirika kidogo na anarudi, anaona Kenya ni kubwa kushinda yeye. Ile kitu imenishangaza. Watu ya UDA, KKA, what is the problem? Usipopata hii kura ni mwisho ya dunia. Because by the way, hiyo watu wanaenda kulilia. Who are these people? They are not okay. Hata kama watapika kura, si kama 40 million Kenyans. Tungetaka, nilikuwa natarajia akiwa ng'ambo anauza sera zake kama ni kutafuta pesa, kwa sababu kila mtu anatafuta pesa. So nafikiri yale yote walitaka imekosekana. Nje hiyo kulia imekuwa mingi and Wakenya wako na maswali. Nataka kushukuru ule mama aliongea, hata jina nimesahau. Kuna mwana Wakenya wameuliza maswali ya ukweli, na ile kitu nataka kuuliza, ile nataka Pena tuniambie. Deputy President amesema si yeye ndiye aliandika CS ministers, na akasema hiyo yote ni Uhuru. So Uhuru alienda kwa Rift Valley na akatoa majina ya Wakalenjin 8 na akakuja upande yake na akatoa group tofauti. Nini? Yes, kama ulipeana majina kwa Uhuru atatangaza, kwa sababu wanakubali serikali ya Jubilee ilikuwa 50-50 na kila mtu aliweza kupeana kulingana na vile alifikiria. Ya mwisho, kwa sababu sitaki kuchukua, nitarudi baadaye nikipata nafasi. Ya mwisho, ukweli saa zingine ni mzuri. Ukisema unakubali 2013 mpaka 2017, alafu unatuambia 2018 mpaka now, alafu ni Raila aliingia serikali, sijui ODM ndio wanaongoza, tunaulizana hiyo swali. Na nashukuru mtu alimuuliza, ile handshake imeleta amani Kenya. Hiyo haikuwa necessary. Kwa hivyo wakati 2013 na 2017 tulikuwa na amani Kenya, mpaka Uhuru na Raila kusalamiana, ilikuwa Kenya iko sawa. Tunataka kujua kwa nini hao watu wawili walikuja wakasalamiana. Kwangu mimi niliona utulivu imekuja, mpaka today tuko na amani Kenya. That is why we are free ku campaign everywhere. Lakini kama group ya UDA wanaona haikuwezekana, I don't know. Hii miezi 5 sijui mahali Kenya tutakuwa. Alafu nikiruti mambo ya baba katika Mount Kenya, nimeona leo mkutano kubwa ilikuwa Murang'a, na nikaona 28 councillors walikuwa wamekutana na baba kusema wamesimama na Jubilee. Niona Kiambu walikuwa na mkutano, Peter Kenneth na group. So Central wanajipanga, of which Jubilee inakuja vizuri sana, na ndio unaona imekuwa tatizo kwa hizo machama iko kidogo kidogo, kwa sababu hawakukuwa najua Uhuru atarudi kusimama. Kitu ingine nataka kusema, baba na Uhuru walikuwa Mudhaika Golf Club na kila mtu anaweza jua hiyo inamaanisha nini. Hiyo ni nyumba ya watu wakubwa, na kama baba alipata nafasi, hiyo ni kumaanisha baba amekubalika at least. So ya mwisho, okoa Kenya, wacha wakue third force. Kuna ule alikuwa anasema punda amechoka, na wakati alijaribu kuanzisha counties hata 3 hata ngapi ilianguka. So nafikiri Kalonzo ako ready ku sijui nitamuuliza nini, siwezi sema third force itakuwa na nini. Third force ya nini? Kitio nako na kura ngapi? Martha Karua my friend ako na kura ngapi? Chirongo ako na package ngapi anamletea? Hii small parties ya Central, Kiunjuri na wengine wamesema wataenda independent. So at least Kalonzo anaweza kuwa na kura yake ya Wakamba aidha nusu ama yote. Hii group wameshikana ya third force. Kalonzo anapasiwa katikati akienda wapi. Ile ya Kibaki ilikuwa tofauti. This time round, Kenyans are not there. So, tusiongee mingi kuhusu Kalonzo, wacha Wakamba wenyewe waamue kama wanataka kukaa serikali ama wanataka kusaidiana na sisi wa Kalenjin, tusikue peke yetu kwa baridi, lakini nina hakika hata sisi hatuwezi kuwa na baridi sana. Tuko na Tolkos, tuko na Salikoskei, tuko na watu wengi watashikilia serikali ya baba huko juu, na mimi najua hawezi kutuacha. Tulimuita Harambee mapema. So nataka kuuliza, nafurahi kwa sababu pia Kinangilu, Kafana Kifuta Kibwana na Mutua, they cannot let their people to be outside. Wacha Kalonzo aende retire mapema, alafu ajua ameseeka na ndiye asaidie kijana yetu hapo nje. Asante sana. Wacha ni
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na wasia wako. Naamini Wakenya wanakusikiliza vizuri na wanakupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Naomba tafadhali ni mwanzo tunafanya utangulizi. Let's restrict ourselves to 3 minutes maximum as we move faster so that we don't keep many people on the queue, as well as understand. Let me get one of the clips from the UK and then to Songe Bele Rom. Where is this? There we go.
My fellow Kenyans.
Hello Bernard.
First I say karibuni to our guests.
Hey Bernard.
And jambo. So,
Mnanipata?
Mr. Deputy President, I've got 2 questions. First of all, let me just say, my name is Rosemary Adigor, and I'm the PR and Marketing Director for Aziomio UK chapter. So I've got 2 questions for you.
Country needs to turn its focus and attention.
Charat.
Sorry, inaonekana I don't know what's up with my browser. When I play video, it has a habit of hanging, but I think let's try it again.
First I say karibuni to our guests and jambo. So, Mr. Deputy President, I've got 2 questions. First of all, let me just say, my name is Rosemary Adigor, and I'm the PR and Marketing Director for Aziomio UK chapter. So I've got 2 questions for you. First, when you formed the government with His Excellency President Kenyatta, he treated you more like a principal. And in that case, you were given some of the most powerful dockets that, as any deputy president, we've never seen that sort of. So that was generosity from his part, but you also played because you also brought the number with you. So it was like this. So what I want to ask is, what are you going to do different, having seen the level of corruption, unprecedented corruption that engulfed our country to an extent whereby people can't even afford to buy milk, people can't even afford to buy even just oil. And yet we have people who they are just rolling in lots of money. They are just, they can have a car from Monday to Sunday. And Kenyans are starving.
Second question, please, because we've got lots and lots of questions, please.
So I just ask you, what are you going to do different to Kenyans? Second question, should you not win the election, are you going to concede defeat and be an advocate for peace in our country? Because we know the story and we are all eyes open. We are watching. So thank you. And lastly, I just
No, two. The lady in the middle here, please. Ahmed, yeah, we'll go for 3 plus 2.
Excellency, Deputy President, thank you for sharing with us your convictions. I am Nashwat Megwar, Head of Political Practice at Concerto Global Public Affairs. I have 2 questions. The first one is a more political one. As we all know, on 9 August, there are many risks for a fair election. So on which tools do you rely to ensure a fair, transparent and inclusive election, and how can the international community support you this way? The second question is more economic. How can the international investors plug to your bottom-up platform vision to create employment and value in Kenya? And how can they become, as you say, true hustlers for Kenya?
Thank you very much. And there was one gentleman there, you, sir. Yeah. One question, please, because I want to try and get a diverse number of questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest, His Excellency, my name is Lashan Lethbridge, and my question for you today actually is just, well, the one. Kenya's shared prosperity, and I'd actually like to hear your thoughts on the internal security of Kenya and its armed forces, and what your thoughts are to have a prosperous Kenya and a safe Kenya.
Right.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have been Deputy President for 9 years. I don't know which dockets were given to me, because when President Uhuru Kenyatta formed government after the election, we've always had one president. We've never had 2. And the responsibility over government has never been shared between Uhuru Kenyatta and myself. Our first term, we ran a coalition government, but I can tell you there was no single opportunity where my party held a PG outside President Uhuru's party. We had one parliamentary group, one government, one program, and it was all clear. There were no dockets that were given to me. I didn't appoint no minister anywhere. Everybody was appointed by the President of Kenya. And the difference, maybe you could ask, is between our first term and our second term. In our first term, granted, I played my role as Deputy President. The President assigned me many responsibilities, which I discharged with distinction from where I sit. And that is why, in our first term, we rolled out our plan to build the standard gauge railway. We have built 700 kilometers. I was part and parcel of the entire delivery plan. We set out to build 10,000 kilometers of tarmac road in Kenya. By June this year, in 3 months or so, we will have actually done 11,000 kilometers. I sat long hours with officials in government to design how that was going to happen. Same case to our TVET program. Same case to all the other programs that we delivered on our first term. And to demonstrate our success, we were re-elected in our second term with twice the margin we had been elected in 2013, clearly demonstrating that the people of Kenya were happy with our delivery. Unfortunately, in our second term, because of the political dynamics that came into play, the president told me that he wanted to do things differently. And he didn't want what had become normal in Kenya, that this was Ruto. He wanted a Uhuru. And I had a discussion, a candid discussion with him. And when he told me that's what he wanted, and he wanted to run this government because he wanted his legacy alone as the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya, I was not fussy about it, because he decided that whatever I did in the first term to coordinate the government programs, work on assignments that would consolidate our plan, he decided that he wanted somebody else to do it. And I didn't complain. So executive order number 1 came into force, establishing a different arrangement in government. And I had no quarrel with it, because that's how the president wanted to deliver on his second term. Unfortunately, the people who the president maybe gave that responsibility failed him, because the whole Big Four plan fell apart. The housing plan never took off. The universal health coverage never took off. The whole space on agricultural transformation faltered. And we didn't see any of that plan. In fact,
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's have Romians. Romians, unmute first. Unmute your mic.
Okay, mnanisikiza? Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, wacha niwashukuru wote kwa kuweza kuwa kwa hii platform. I want to thank Mama Selina there. She's always motivating me. Thank you Mama so much. Nataka niseme first, as one of the young or the youth of Kenya, I'm very embarrassed with what our deputy president actually showing off in outside countries, the diaspora community. What the deputy president is actually doing is taking us for granted. Is taking us to be fools. The deputy president is not realistic. He is that person who forgets easily. He doesn't know that we are those people who keep memories. And we have everything that he says, and we can articulate it very well to him until he understands more than he understands himself. Now, let me say, I want to thank the diasporas, those people, the Kenyans in United Kingdom. I like them, and I've learned something. Perhaps when we go outside there, maybe our mind can open up. I like the way they're asking questions. Those were difficult questions, and is only a person person with sober mind who would answer those questions. I want to say the president has already lost it. The deputy president has already lost the radar. He is not himself. He is just confused. He's not presenting a country. He's presenting personal interest, because a person in his caliber should not answer such questions. Should not be reacting in question with emotions and pain. It is always painful the way he expresses his answers. Then he like running away from answers. I don't know why he like dodging questions. Another thing I want to say, the deputy president is misadvised. The advice of the deputy president, I think they are taking him in the wrong direction. If you want to get the advisors, perhaps he will take somebody like me. I think I'll do better than his advisors. The deputy president should not be talking about how the president appointed people in different dockets, yet he was given the same opportunity. Yes, the president appointed those people, but who gave the names to the president? It was because of 50-50. So he should not lie to us Kenyan, telling us that he did not appoint somebody. It's the president who did that, and yet he's the one who suggested the names. And a very disturbing statement that he said actually a very disturbing statement is about the appointees. He only gave his own community. The larger percentage of, I can say 99% of the percentage of the appointees were from his community. Deputy president is a tribalist. He doesn't have Kenya in his heart. Another thing is talking about taking us in Ukraine way, meaning that he is a warlord person. He like when people are shedding blood, and the deputy president should know that we are watching him. We are not stupid, as he called Atwoli. We are not stupid. We are watching him. We are watching his steps, and going to UK and being asked such question, it should be a blueprint of what he is going to encounter back when he come to Kenya. So he should not take us for granted. Maybe to be very fast for Aziomio, I see Baba is gaining ground. I've been following those activation meetings that are being conducted by Mount Kenya leaders, and I want to thank them because they're trying to bring Kenya together. And Baba is going to gain ground, and it is only just the honorable president has not decided to go to Mount Kenya. But when the president got Mount Kenya only for 2 weeks, I'm telling you, everything is going to change, and Aziomio is going to get a lot of vote from that region. Lastly is about Oka. For me, I don't see whether Oka is anything to worry about. Where I know is that Kalonzo's heart is in Aziomio. It's only that he has not find a platform or a way through which he'll end Aziomio. He's just trying to be difficult. In real sense, Kalonzo is not difficult. But if they want to form a third force, it's also okay, because that is what we want. We are in a democratic country, so we want to test their forces. So Kalonzo, Gideon Moi, together with the other principal, I know whatever they are doing is just for their personal interest. But for Kalonzo, he has some kind of shame. Ameshindwa tu vile atakuja kwa Azimio direct. That's why anatafuta excuses zingine nyingi. Somebody like Gideon Moi kwa Azimio, hiyo si siri. So I think for hello, I think for
conclude, please.
I think for so let me conclude, please. Let me conclude. Allow me to conclude, tafadhali. So for Kalonzo and Gideon Moi, that one is not a worry to us. Otherwise, we know that Azimio is somewhere. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Asante.
thank you, Romians. We appreciate your observation and perspectives. Let's move on, and please restrict yourself to 3 minutes so that you don't keep many people on the queue. After you finish your submission, mute your mic so that there is no feedback when the next person comes in to make their submission. Thank you, those of you in the comment section and keeping us on toes. You're free to air your views. Just make sure you keep decorum and respect one for another. Let's not lose it by beginning to call each other names. Political difference is not enmity. It's just a different way of looking at the same thing. So let's please keep it sane and whatever mature in our interaction. Thank you very much. Tuende sasa kwa John Okila, dakika zako 3 tafadhali.
Habari zenyu nyinyi wote. Okay, today about the deputy president. Okay, I don't want to talk much about his speech and his endeavors in UK and USA, because after listening to him for such a long time, I've realized he's the same person today, tomorrow, and any other day. As in, he doesn't change, kwa sababu he has a sweet tongue and he can really lie to people. It's just those, ukiona how he was explaining some questions that he was being asked, and here you will see that he's a person, his tongue is very sweet, and he knows he's a professional of telling lies, because there's no way how you can go to another country and then you start explaining, as in back here it's like he's talking to us Kenyans. Unajua amesahau that hiyo trip yake, it's a diplomatic trip whereby visit a foreign country, whereby anaongea to people who are Kenyans but who are not staying here in Kenya. But amazingly is that those people have been following our politics. So hata kuenda kwa challenge na kuwadanganya imekuwa tricky because of the questions that he was being asked. Now I find it very, as in, sijui ni how do I put it, because hakuna venye unaweza toka hapa venye una speak kwa rallies ukienda Kakamega, Kisii, the same way as being speaking to us is the same way he's going to talk to the diplomats out there. My friend, there's a difference. Kwa pale hivyo angeenda auze sera zake, pale unikuza sera zake, I explain bottom up, I explain venye atainua youths, I explain venye akiwa president venye atawak kwa hii country. But always enda pale unapiga siasa yenye umezoea kupiga Kisii, siasa yenye umezoea kupiga Rift Valley, siasa yenye umezoea kupiga Nairobi, unalia about kupigiwa kura. How? Na kule umeenda labda uongeleshe watu vizuri, utoke huko na fans. At least uongeleshe watu vizuri, utoke huko na umeungwa mkono. Yani you are selling our country to the outside world. But uwezi enda huko and you start exposing our weaknesses. You start exposing IBC, you start exposing how we behave, as in he knows kura zimekuwa zikiibiwa. So you go out there and start complaining, unaanza kusema oh, you know vitu zitaibiwa nini. Okay, and then hata ukimsikia, our deputy president is a bitter man, and a true leader kuna zile characters you have to portray. Lazima ukue mtu mwenye, as in you are inclusive, no matter how people wata hold different views about you, but you have to be inclusive. How can you stand on a podium whereby unajua the whole world is watching you, then unasema somebody like Atwoli is stupid? How? Surely hiyo ni cheap politics kuja upige Kenya, whereby you can abuse the president and it's okay, but you cannot go to an international stage and then you start abusing watu kutoka kwa nchi yako because they are not even there to reply about what you are saying. So mimi totally hiyo nini just blown off, kwa sababu it's not something that I expected. In fact, me expected, since amekuwa akisema yeye ana represent mama mboga, mtu wa bodaboda, kwa hiyo delegation yake ingekuwa vizuri sana kama angetubebea mama mboga mmoja na bodaboda mmoja. It's not that anaenda kwa parade anasema this is an example of mama mboga. No, you just go with them, then unaambia watu as in wakienda huko they will experience. Au mama mboga na bodaboda wakikuja hapa Kenya, they will tell us.
Sorry John, it seems you have technical hitch, but ujumbe umefika. Asante sana. Naomba tuende kwa Mr. Wangira, sorry.
How are you? How is everybody?
We are good, thank you so much.
My, These are very interesting times in the Republic of Kenya, Bernard. You
Yeah.
remember there were times, and there were times when William Ruto was eating nyama as the rest of us were measuring mate. He was not seeing anything wrong in this country. You remember how he was castigating anybody who tried to criticize the government. But today, because now the nyama is no longer there for him and is measuring mate, he's now becoming the political Peter of Kenya. If you remember the story of Peter in the Bible, Peter who denied Jesus Christ. So William Ruto to me is becoming the Kenyan political Peter, and he's now denying Uhuru Kenyatta. For example, he is now saying that he was not a party to the appointments in government, especially those appointments for CSS and other senior public servants. And he also purports that there's no docket that was given to him. To we who are here, to some of us, we were not born yesterday. 2013, we were here and we saw what happened in this country. We remember in 2013, William Ruto was almost a principal to President Uhuru Kenyatta. You remember how they were putting on matching ties. You remember how long it took for them to negotiate to form the first cabinet. You remember even how tough he was talking and telling Kenyans that they are not going to appoint politicians into their cabinet, and that the only two politicians in their cabinet are going to be President Uhuru Kenyatta and himself. So, for any person who was here like me, who was there in 2013, and listening to William Ruto today, I just say it's laughable. It's laughable to listen to him now purporting to deny that he had nothing to do with the appointment in government. And again, assuming that he had nothing to do with the appointment in government, how come that around 7 members of his ethnic community were largely appointed into this cabinet, namely Rotich, Chirchir, Phyllis, Chepkosgei, Willie Bett, Farida Kerone, Keter, Chelugut? These were all members of his community. If he had no hand in the appointment, how did they end up in government? So you see, this is another political Peter in this country. We will now deny anything that seems to work against him today. William Ruto will deny it. Even if yesterday William Ruto ate chicken, even if yesterday William Ruto ate chicken and chapati, and you ask him what did you eat, and he said he thinks that by saying that he ate chicken and chapati is going to disadvantage him. He'll tell you, no, I did not eat chicken and chapati. What I ate yesterday was rice and maharagwe. So, that is the type of a person who is telling Kenyans that he wants to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. Very, very unfortunate for this republic. And again, as he goes on denying that he had nothing with the appointments, President Uhuru Kenyatta has been very clear that, especially for the docket of agriculture failed squarely in Ruto's docket, in Ruto's hand, as the person that was appointed as Minister, as CS for Agriculture, failed Kenya. President Uhuru Kenyatta categorically said that during the Sagana meeting, that until he decided to appoint Munya, that docket was going down. So listening to William Ruto, you end up not knowing where exactly to place him. And again, here he claims that the handshake crippled every program in government. That's what he claims, that the handshake crippled every program in government. Surely, the president himself, and there were illustrations for those guys who watched Sagana 3 on what Uhuru Kenyatta's government achieved in the first term of between 2013 and 2017, and what they achieved after 2017 to now. And President Uhuru Kenyatta was categorical that in the second term, he has achieved more because of the handshake. And here is the guy called William Ruto in London telling people that, the handshake crippled the operations of government. Now, who should we believe? Should we believe him, or should we believe President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is head of government and who knows how well he has functioned in the first and second term? Then he claims that the BBI has killed the government, the BBI has killed the opposition, the BBI has killed the big four agenda, the BBI has killed everything. First of all, our own constitution, we adopted a constitution that everybody must be privy to. Our constitution does not create any position for opposition. There's no opposition as far as the current constitution of 2010 is concerned. What we have is a constitution that has the executive, then has the legislature to check the executive. So in the legislature, you have the majority and the minorities. So there's nothing like the opposition. And here is William Ruto busy in London telling people how BBI has killed the opposition. When you listen to him, then you say that must be very, 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 very laughable. Then here he is. Then here he is castigating the unity that the handshake has brought between President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. And I'm happy there are two people who questioned him on why he was against the unity in this country, and especially that unity that was brought up by the handshake. And he did not have clear answers to it. So he's ending up as a person who's just after opposing anything that he was not part and parcel to, that he was not part and parcel to. What really makes me laugh again is his claim that the post-election violence in this country have been brought about by those people who refuse to accept political results. My own father's farm in Eldoret was touched in 1992, and I've said the same severally, even on my Facebook page. I wonder whether Raila Odinga in 1992 did not accept results, and whether by him not accepting results in 1992, that was the reason why my father's farm in Eldoret was touched down. In 1997, we know that there was post-election violence in this country. I wonder where Raila was in 1997. So by him telling us that the reason why there's post-election violence in this country is because there are people who don't accept results, that's playing with the minds of Kenya. That is seriously playing with the minds of Kenya. Finally, I'm finishing. I'm finalizing. Then today there was the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. They had their rallies around the country, and still they are claiming that the government of Kenya wants to rig elections, and they are claiming that the Ministry of Interior has sent circulars to county commissioners and Nyumba Kumi officials. I don't know who Nyumba Kumi officials are, because where I live, I've never encountered any, to form what they are calling electoral teams that will oversee the elections. So you see, they are still in that same boat of crying and saying that, these elections are going to be stolen. So what do they know happened? We are asking, like Kiraitu Burungi asked, he said in a quotation that I read yesterday, that if you are sure that elections in 2013 were fair and elections in 2017 were fair, then you are sure that the elections in 2022 will be fair. But if you are not certain whether they were fair or not, then you need to worry. My brother Bernard, because you are hard on me, let me stop at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Angira. I'm not hard on you, but time management is a serious issue in Africa, and I know you are an African indeed. So I should appreciate that you being a Pan-Africanist, you will enhance that tradition. All the same, you will have another opportunity to proceed from where you dropped out. I want to appreciate all of you in the comment section and continuing to support Mtembei TV. Please, let's keep the decorum and the respect for one another. It is important. And let's also hold our politicians to account, because when one begins to take you for a ride for too long, it reaches a place when he gains mastery over you and he can take you anywhere, even where you don't want to go. The DP is on record to have said there is nothing that the government has undertaken without him. That is, he has sat on every committee, he has been on every decision, and there is nothing the Jubilee government has undertaken without him. So for him to come back and say he's not the appointing authority, he doesn't know who he was appointed, I think this man needs to be held to account, not to be taken that way. Let's get this video before Jared comes in. I pray that it plays without problem.
Can stop any determined leader from delivering on or transforming this country.
Harabe! Harabe!
Resist the devil, and he will flee from you.
Sorry, I think I'll have to find a permanent solution to my problems. Jared, just come in, I will do the video later.
Hey Bernard, I'm finishing something. Can you give Guru to go? Then I will go after that.
Yeah. Sorry, Jared, what did you say?
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I was finishing something. Can you give Guru and then I will go after that?
Okay, let's Guru go then. Thank you.
Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine too. Yes.
Tuambie mlima kunaendaje? Mbona nyinyi mnaanza kututia wasiwasi?
Mlima unajua hata wewe unajua mzuri wakati unaanza kutongoza sio ati inakuwa rahisi kwanza, lakini wacha tuseme the first steps have already been done. Kusikizwa mnasikizwa, conversion ndio inachukua muda na inakuja polepole pole. Kama sasa huwezi jua kwamba kumekuwa na very many what I would call meetings, town hall meetings, na hizo town hall meetings wakati zitalipuka kwa sababu ni za Jubilee, ndio utaona ile msisimuko itakuwa katika hii mlima. Leo umeona MCAs 28 kutoka Murang'a wameenda Azimio. Hiyo out of 53. Hiyo si namba kidogo na si hawa peke yao. Kuna njia ambayo Jubilee inatumia sana imetarget youth. Youths are the main target in this new revival of Jubilee. Na itakuja kustua watu kwamba vile walikuwa wanafikiria si hivyo. Pia usidhani kwamba hao watu wajui vile wanafanya, kwa sababu kunajulikana kwamba kila chama kubwa it's anchored on a certain region or community. Kwa hivyo kumeanza hii kwamba hii ni chama ya mlima, na ni mzuri kwa sababu itawezesha watu wa mlima kuwa na space katika politics za nchi hii, wataenda wakiwa na nyumba yao, kama vile Kalonzo sasa ametukasia, na si ati ana kura nyingi kuliko zile ziko hapa kwa mlima. Kwa hivyo watu wanasoma tu siasa polepole, na wakati inadhaniwa wakati mwenye mboma ataingia hapa anje akusane hizo vikundi zote hizo nimekuambia za town hall, watu watashtuka ni nini kimefanyika pale. Ukienda Kirinyaga kule ilikuwa inaonekana kama ni ngome kuu. Sasa imetingika kiasi kwamba huwezi sema itakuwa namna gani, kwa sababu walifanya makosa ya ile mama anaitwa Ngirishi na kwingineo, si huko peke yake. Kwa hivyo hata hapa Kiambu huku bali inaitwa Kiambaa, wamekuwa na mkutano huko, na yule alishindwa na kura 500 ndiye amesisimuka huko na Jubilee, na ni mtu ambaye anaheshimika kivyake, na hata na kuhakikishia kwamba hiyo kiti atachukua, kwa sababu ile ilifanyika ile wakati ya nini ya by elections ni kwamba watu walitokea tu 20%, na hiyo jamaa is a joker. The guy who got him is a big joker. Nadhani watampeleka nyumbani asubuhi na mapema. Kwa hivyo msitie kiwewe ama shaka, angarau 30 to 40%, hiyo haiwezi kosa, na hiyo inatosha, hiyo inatosha. Kwa hivyo nikija kwa mada ya leo it is very interesting that a person who aspires to be a president of this republic is behaving in a manner that is not presidential. You cannot go to the international capitals to talk ill of the country in which you want to become a leader, and then you go there later to plead for your country. It doesn't work like that. In fact, the other day, Mukisha Kitui said that an American will not go to another country and start talking ill of his country. And if you go there and talk ill of your country, wanakuona wewe ni mjinga. Those are the exact ones that he used. So this is an international figure. Mukisha Kitui knows international diplomacy. So he knows even the behavior and the culture of other people in relation to other nations. And I think I took that statement of his very seriously. Now, this is a personality who has gone to perpetuate the rise that he has been trumpeting here in Kenya. One of them that all the government projects collapsed the moment there was handshake. Of course, that's a lie. And even figures bear out that that is not true. But then again, you can also imagine he's contradicting the president directly, because it was just the other day that the president demonstrated that he's really achieved a lot in the last 4 years. I think it is now time that Kenyans started interrogating these matters a bit more deeply, because you can now start imagining the reasons why the president cannot put up with this man. It's that what he says is not what there is. He's a liar. He's somebody you cannot rely on. He'll twist matters to suit himself. Right now, he said he did not take part in the appointments. Yet we know in 2013 he was actually involved directly in the appointments of the cabinet. And in fact, it was half-half, 11 ministers or cabinet secretaries, and on the side of Uhuru, 11. And therefore, we even know who was appointed by whom. So I think with those who support this man must now start looking at this man in a more deeper way, because when you have a pathological liar for a president, then you have that country is in trouble. That's not a personality that can be trusted with leadership. Now, when he says that he did not take part in appointments, yet we know how skewed he was. What he's doing here is trying to escape the responsibility of having favored his community in the appointments, and he knows it is hurting his campaigns in other communities. He knows for a fact that that is one of the things that makes him not look trustworthy when he goes to campaign in other communities, that he will be fair to them, that he will give them a fair hearing and a fair share of resources and a fair share of power in his government. So I think he's trying to wash his sins of the first government. Then, unfortunately, you also noted that he actually insulted an elder. Where I come from, I don't know where this man was cultured, because where I come from,
time, huh?
Yes.
Summarize.
Yes, I've not gone even for 1 minute. Come on, Bernard. Even 1 minute. Why are you fearing me? Why are you fearing me? Let me talk. Come on. So what I'm saying here is that
no, you're coming back to talk. You're coming back to talk. I want
when you insult an elder, a person of the age of Atwari, despite how irritating he might be, and you are a young man, then that's a very serious matter, and it shows how disrespectful you can be when you are given power over people who are of lesser, even socio-economic class. If you can treat such a man with such contempt and insult, then what can you do to people who are of lesser, the lesser mortals in our country? So I don't know why today, Bernard, you don't want me to talk, but let me stop there. I don't know what you are fearing. Thank you.
Guru, we have this platform together. Thank you very much for your submission. There's nothing I'm fearing. I just want us to flow so that we will have another round when we go deeper into the discussion. We are already 1 hour through and we are yet to get to the fifth person. That means we are spending much time than is allocated, and we want to move faster. John Adams, dakika zako tatu tafadhali, tusonge mbio mbio. After that, John Bundi, tukiendelea na huo mkulu.
Niko tayari.
Uko tayari? Haya, utasubiri John Adams alafu ukam.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
It's a pleasure to be here again. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll keep this quick and short. I was listening today to the DP in his first meeting. I don't know which meeting that was, but hakuwa amevaa hiyo suti nimeona baadaye. The one where he called Atwoli stupid or something. I don't know where that was. First of all, I must put a disclaimer minimum to Aziomio. But I think in the initial stages of his meeting, he had some very good points concerning expansion of the Social Protection Fund in Kenya. I thought that was a really interesting point. But as usual, delivery matters. And when he insulted Atwoli, that became what the majority of people in the country will hear. So it works for us. For me, another interesting point was when he was asked about his opposition to the handshake. I don't know if that video has been played. And his response was that we do not need unity between leaders, we need unity between Kenyans. And I found that really interesting, considering the fact that in this country, leaders have sway. And anywhere in the world, by the way, leaders have quite a sway in how united the people are. If that was not true, then what was the essence of his partnership with Uhuru in 2013? And how then did it have the impact that it had if unity between leaders was not necessary? So I found that a bit contradictory on his part. With regards to his trip so far, it's been interesting. I think what comes to mind is at times you see a man that you do not know, very different from the man we see on our screens here in Kenya, very composed, calm, very respectful. And then at other times you see him upset and he says things such as the opposition is a mongrel and Uhuru is a refugee in the opposition. And then today he says that all is a very stupid man. So for me, I think what is coming clearly is, no offense to the UDA supporters, a person who says one thing but means means a totally different one. For me, what is worrying about this in terms of character is, the hardest person to trust is the person whose word means nothing. And I think what Kenyans, I hope, can take from the DP over the last 10, 15 years is this is a man whose word means absolutely nothing. He has no problems calling Mudavadi Mwizi wa Makaburi today, and tomorrow, they're buddies. He has no issue with 207 saying how, he opposed very vehemently the coalition government for quite some time. And then 5 years later, acting as though there was absolutely no problem with a coalition. So for me, this constant flip-flopping, saying things based on the audience that you have is a revelation of character. And I keep saying this, it doesn't matter how good a person's ideas are. If their character is not consistent with the ideas that they propose, then obviously whatever they're saying will not work. So I just wanted to urge my fellow Kenyans, for us in this particular election, to observe character. I would take Uhuru any day, who I did not vote for, who says, I called Raila Kimundu, but I have come to a place where I feel like we need to reconcile and do things differently, than a person who says we are okay the way we are, when clearly everybody knows this country was on the brink of destruction. So for me, the thing is not really about the ideas that are being proposed. Anybody can say good things. I mean, the ladies on the show, and I think it's Mama Selina only today, will tell you, when a man is chasing after a woman, he will say anything. When you're chasing after something, you will say anything. So it's not enough to just consider what somebody says, what somebody says, but also what have they done while they were in power. The last thing I'm going to say with regards to the DP, if you allow me, Bernard, I hope all of you can take time to read the Muteshi land case. And I have been hearing about this in podiums, but I've taken some time to dig through. And one of the key things that was found was, this is law, so I can quote it authoritatively. It is a judgment that can be verified. That particular case, the DP stated that he had bought land from one Dorothy Ator. And she goes to court and says, look, I have never owned this land. My signature was forged. And I'm not the person who sold this land. I heard Bwana Wangira say how his land was taken in 1992 during the Turbo land clashes. For me, there's enough evidence about the character of the two leaders in question. None of them is perfect, but we know in whose hands we are safer. We know who's willing to make compromises. We know who's willing to do greater for the good of the country. and we know who is driven more by personal ambition. So I hope that as Kenyans, not for the first time, but once again, we'll make a decision that is in the interest of our children and our children's children, that will leave this country in a better place. For Oka, the last thing I'll say, I think Oka is a done deal. As an Azimio supporter, personally, I feel like that train has sailed. They would be, in my opinion, a drag to the kind of system we're trying to build. And if anybody not willing to put aside personal ambitions, for me, is not a good partner in Azimio. Uhuru is doing it, Raila is doing it. We cannot campaign criticizing like Ruto is. That is a compromise. Uhuru as well promised. His ground has been quite hostile, but he's doing it. So if Kalonzo is not willing to make the compromise, then I'm sorry, let's move forward with those who want to move forward. Asante.
Okay, thank you, John Adams. We appreciate your perspectives and observations. Let's keep the conversation going. Jared, you can come in now before Honorable Bundi.
Thanks, the panelists. Guru, John Adams, Honorable Bunda, I see you there. Mr. Kamau, Selina, Simon, Martin, and Captain. I've listened to what the Deputy President has been saying throughout his the US tour and now in the UK. I'm not surprised because of who he is. The only issue I have is the people who are his advisors. Whether these people just flew from Kikuyu constituency and other places directly to the US for the first time or to the UK, because they didn't seem to understand what the diaspora needs. You know, the diaspora, as you heard, the lady was asking questions. We want a president who will assure that, who will give us assurance that all these investments we're trying to put across the country will be safe, where when we put our money, it will withdraw. Instead, I hear they are talking about having a parliamentary committee for diaspora. What will that do? So I don't know. We already have a foreign affairs which should do this work. So this tells you that they are out of touch. It was unfortunate with the president playing with words. I know that he said he did not appoint any minister. Theoretically, yes, he was right. He didn't appoint any minister. But practically, many times I've had DP Ruto more these people saying how they appointed Matiang'i and now he has turned back on them. This is what they have said themselves, and a couple of other things which they have said themselves that they did. But it was very unfortunate that the deputy president, of course, I did not expect him to know, like I think he already left Mr. Wangera was saying, he was not even aware of what is a 2010 constitution. The 2010 constitution did not have an opposition leader. So I seem to not understand if he ever read even that constitution. You know, I could have wished that he could have appreciated that, hey, we could formed the government as a first term, as a coalition government, and I proposed my ministers, but these ministers report to the president, or they don't report. I don't know if they report to the presidency or they report to the president. At least he could have said that. But it's known that what he was saying, he was actually dodging the question, which he has done many, many times. When he's asked something, he would always create his own question and answer the way he wants. The deputy president has seen the light, and I hope my friends captain will see also the light. The deputy president has seen the light. He sees that there's no doubt it's going to go. Now that's why he's going in abusing people. You know, I wonder when politicians abuse the same electorate who they need to persuade, you know, to vote for them. These people have a following. He might have no love between himself and Atuoli, but the followers of Atuoli might be convinced to vote for him. So I'm not a fan of where you go and go around abusing leaders, because it is not that individual. There are people who are following him. But I know that from this other party of the deputy president, they believe that any other person is an individual, but for them is a group. So maybe they need to change that strategy. So coming to, I don't want to labor so much on the deputy president, and I'm hoping and I'm really seriously praying that in due course that the courts will put a stop into PPI and give a ratification of the process to follow, so that we will come to start PPI after August 8th, August 9th. My reasoning is this. PPI was going to give a little life to the deputy president by giving him an opportunity to be an opposition leader. But I believe that he need to be in the call so that they will understand what it means to be in the call. So when we will start PPI, he should stay in the call. The same thing as these guys, we need to retire Kina Kalonzo Musyoka. If they don't want to play the game, let them learn by themselves. Then they will realize how cold it will be out there, because Aziomio will be represented everywhere. So we do not need any handshake with these people. You know, I said many times here in this panel that when Raila says something, just take it. You know, take it to the bank. If you cannot take it to the bank, just go buy a plot of land, because it might be even safer for that. If you add in NDC for ODM, Raila never mentioned Aziomio Oka, because he doesn't miss his words. He said Aziomio La Umoja. That means jump up and down, you will come and join Aziomio if you want. The president, as obvious, is very diplomatic as he is. That's why he was trying to please Kalonzo by saying that there might be an Oka. But you know that that was not meant to. He was trying to abuse him a little bit. But I do think that it's high time either Kalonzo to decide to come, or he can move by himself. I don't think we will lose that much. Seeing what happened in Machakos, I'm very convinced that he should decide on what he needs to do. As Oka becoming a third force, I don't think so. There will be no third force. Kenya election, since I don't know when, if you follow, always is a two-horse race. We are always divided middle way. Whether you win a little bit, but it will always in the middle. It's only that this time it will be a landslide, so there will be no even a second trial of William Samoei Ruto. Other than that, I think Bernarda will stop there, so that I will say there's one thing which Laida said. He wanted to remove the, he wanted, when he was in Mount Kenya, about Peter Kennedy. I know that people were questioning more about that. There's nothing wrong for Peter Kennedy to be the deputy, to be a running mate. Personally, I would love for Raila to consider a woman for that post. I hope she can check on who they can. I know we don't have many who have stood out to be national leaders, but I think you can always build anybody. You know, a running mate is just a person. You know, I was talking to somebody who was saying, "Can you be my running mate?" And I was saying, "I don't have money to pay for party nominations," and they said, "No, you don't pay. It's only the candidate." Then I said, "Where is Ruto saying that they had a government?" So as a running mate, you are just an appendix. You are just attached to the candidate. You are nobody. Thank you. I will come back again. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Jared for that one. It's a good one. And we appreciate your continued submissions that are adding value to our discussion and helping us shape the opinion of Kenyans in terms of making rightful decision come 2022 August 9th for the general elections. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Honorable Bundi tukisonga hivyo hivyo, alafu Simon nimekuona, lakini iko nini? Una swali?
Niko na swali kwa Chera, please.
Kwa sababu shaanza ongea kuuliza swali.
Selina Sego, I think ni Simon amepatiwa hiyo chance, but we'll give the ladies first to continue.
Subiri kwanza Simon. Simon, hold on. Thank you. Mama Selina, ask your question, then Simon will ask the question.
Thank you so much.
Make it brief.
Yes. I wanted to say, ndio nashukuru vile anasema baba angekuwa na running mate mama, lakini kulingana na vile mambo iko sahi moto kwa Kenya na vile tuko na adui wengi, ningeomba tu baba apatiwe nafasi akuwe na running mate kama anatoka Central, lakini iwe ni mwanaume, kwa sababu hii vita wa mama tunaweza, but wacha kwa leo tupatie mwanaume, alafu baadaye baba akitutengenezea barabara na imekuwa nywe, sisi kina mama tunaingia. But hiyo viti singine ya karibu na baba at least ipatiwe wa mama, kwa sababu mkienda vita lazima baba akuwe na mtu strong. Sisemi wa mama si strong, lakini hii vita unaona vile iko. Ningeomba tu Gerald, ndio nafasi ya kina mama iko, lakini kwa sasa wacha tupatie baba mtu mwenye atasaidia zaidi. Asante.
Simon.
Thank you Mr. Bennett and kila mtu ambaye yuko hapa kwa panel, Jared, Gurua, John Adams, Bundi, Captain, Madam Sego, Mr. Kamau. It's my first time here na nimeshukuru sana because of the decorum that we have here when we are discussing. As I introduce myself, I'm not in Aziomio. I've been following Tembei TV for a long time, and I get the feeling that the whole panel here is Aziomio. And with all due respect, nakubaliana na nyinyi, but I'll be joining you guys from time to time to counter everything that you're saying in a very respectful manner, because nimeona mna respect. I like the way John Adams has put up his case. It was very, very nice and I like it, but I want to tell him that everyone has a scandal. Sisi sio wajuzi pia, tumeanza hii siasa kitambo sana. So we had the Triton scandal, which Baba was there, they respect her. So if we dig into all this, even Peter Kenneth, the one you guys are trying to front as a very good, angel-like deputy president for Baba, he has scandal for Mary. So when we point fingers about scandals and all this, everyone has a scandal, all right? But nimependa sana discussion yenyu. It's a long time since I saw a discussion so calm, so well presented. Personally, I come from Kenya Kwanza, but I've listened to some reasons that you have, and I would like to be participating now and then. So I'd like to contribute in two issues about the DP today only and about Baba.
Simon, hold on, Simon. Thank you for joining us for the discussion, and you're welcome to the platform. Now there is a way we do things here. One of it is that we speak in order, and then when you lift your hand, we assume that you have a question about the submission that has been concluded. That's why we gave you an opportunity to ask a question. But if you want to make submission, now you will be coming after Honorable Bundi, okay? It will be
Much obliged. I hope
you and Kamal. Sawa. So
much obliged.
Unless we break the standing orders, we will have you to hold your horses there, and you're free to counter anything that is said as long as unatoa exhibit, okay? And then also that aspect of sharing scandals. Sharing scandals does not remove the consequences of the scandals, does not remove the losses of the country, and does not justify the scandals. We need a
very well,
solution.
Bernard, but I was countering.
Just hold on,
John Adams.
Hold on, Simon. We are coming to you. You will have enough time to make your submission and counter whatever that needs to be countered. Thank you. Honorable, it was Jared to respond. Quickly, please, in half a minute.
Okay, I will say, Mama Selina, I appreciate coming from you, but I would like to tell you that, in fact, if you look at those who are being proposed, actually, if today, and I saw that she was out like campaigning for the position. If Martha Karua is appointed to that position, it's more than a man. And I do believe he can clear anybody who comes on the way. It's only that sometimes our fear is she might sometimes not be accommodative on how things might land. Thank you.
Jared.
Yes, for that. But Martha Karua, 1 minute. But Martha Karua say, I don't know, she's my friend, and I will talk to her. She was saying she cannot work with Baba, but if that is what the mountain want, and she did that one time to step out of Kibaki, I think she has learned a lesson. So I hope she will listen to Central people. If they want her, we have no problem. She's more than strong. Actually, she was the one who put Kibaki. Wakati alitembea kutoka Grand Regency, Grand Regency mkuu mpaka Parliament, kama kila mtu ametoroka, I know she will make it, and she was facing off with Deputy Ruto, because Ruto was acting for Raila and Mother was doing for Kibaki. Yes, if she will, that is good. Thank you.
Thank you. That is let that rest there. Although I have my own reservation on the same, I will give that later on. Adams, relax please. Tukianza maswali hatutasonga mbele. Yes, Adams. What is it?
Just a small one for Simon. Simon Minde ukuwa msewa marisiti hapa Azimio. In the chat box on the YouTube page, I've pasted for you the details of the molasses plant ya Kisumu. So I know it's been used as propaganda, but take some time and read through, and then let's have that discussion.
Thank you, John Adams.
Check on the Triton too. Check on the Triton stand also.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you.
Yeah.
Uko Nyamira ama uko Nairobi wewe?
Niko Nairobi lakini nimekuwa basi Ukambani, sikukuwa siasa leo. Nimetoka Ukambani. Leo niko na two major announcements I want to make. One, nawaambia mbalimbali na tunakufia hii siasa, naomba tuokoke. Watu muokoke, kwa sababu after this iko dunia nyingine ambao tulienda kuundiwa. Whichever the church you are going, please just angalia barabara zako, kwa sababu moto inakuja. Ile vitu inafanyika Ukraine and wherever, inamaanisha yuko karibu. Hata tunaweza imba baba Mungu akuje tarehe 10 kabla tajasua hii. So tutakuwa kaile parapara panda ya yeah. Another announcement is I'm on a certain platform whereby my friend has been conned to pay 3.5 million Kenya shillings. I want to urge you, my friends here, because watu wanachuana kwa platform, they go into business. Kindly be very careful. Be very careful. Hata mimi nikikupea biashara tuchuane vizuri, don't usiingie haraka hivyo. People are so funny. People can make themselves friendly here. But my friend was about to kill himself today, and niko kwa hiyo platform. Mine was just to warn you, if you have to do that business, go through the host, for example, Mr. Bernard, muulize kuhusu hiyo mtu, take your time. I don't really lapish that you can't do business, but take your time, investigate before you go into business. Otherwise, you will get yourself into a very awkward situation. 3, I'm happy today that I went to Kambani. Kambani nimeenda tu kazi ile mimi nafanya. It is only I don't have authority of sending pictures and videos because I don't have a license of doing that to put up somebody's image. I will be going alongside the road. But I talked to around 49 people. I was shocked that out of 49 people, 39 people were supporting Papa. I was shocked that the ground is Raila Odinga. That hii story tunasema, nikapata jibu nikasema, even if Kalonzo will not come, we are doing very well. Where I had lunch at a certain hotel, I'm not going to name it, mahali wase wanakaa kabisa wanakunywa chai na ile kikombe ya samani ile inachoma mdomo ile, na ile glasi iko na kona. Kuna glasi zingine zinakuwa na kona, zinakuwa na mistari hapa kando kando, na inachanga sana because kuna mtu alikuwa anaongelea anything Ruto or what. Walisema ile mambo nilikuwa nasikia, bwana, mtu asijaribu kuleta uchinga. Hii msee ameteseka sana, wacha ingie hata kama ni siku mbili. So I was happy about that. Another thing, I don't know, is it the child you saying that a woman should be a deputy president? I want to remind my brother that we have 3 arms of government, and these 3 arms of government, one is being held by a woman, judiciary. If we put another woman now deputy president, now hapo sasa tutakuwa tumeenda 2-1. For that one, I think it's not going to work. Secondly, today for the first time, I'm not going to agree with Serena. I've been agreeing with you almost everything by giving us Karua. I can assure you, Karua did a lot of bad things by making sure that the president was swearing in at night. And when some of the manner of things were going on, and that's kind of a person you can praise today. We have better women who has a track record, and somebody ukiuliza mtu mdogo nini Martha Karua alifanya, you can be told. So please go back and get the history and get even clips what that woman did. He is not even supposed to be near that state house. And again, I want you to go back and get a record from Makadara Road where that woman was working. No, you react your time and ask questions. Let me finish.
Honorable Bundi, don't go personal, please. Don't.
It's not personal. I'm making my submission. It's not personal. I'm making my submission. You can challenge me if you want.
You are specifying a specific person and making allegations. But that person is not on this platform to defend herself.
It's not on the public domain. Now I want to continue. If you go back, Martha Karua was once a magistrate at Makadara Law Court. I can assure you, out of 50 people who were convicted, 48 people appealed and won the case. It is on public domain. If you want me to send the letter, I can send so that you confirm. So when such a thing happen, so that person cannot be suitable to run an office. He was put on task with one, I think it's Uguncha MP, when there was an interview for the for the ministerial he had last time. He was not able to answer. So wherever we're praising that matter, yes, he's a reader. I'm not denying that, but he's not suitable to learn. We have better women in Central who can do that job. Another thing, I just want to go straight to the Historia UK. I think you guys, you have spoken almost everything. It is a shame. I don't know whether Ruto will come back in the country at night because mchana sijui kama atapita namna gani. I believe mbele yake
Sorry, Honorable Budi, ni kama umetupa nje na internet. Mama Selina basi. Ni nini? Mama Selina.
Kapundi. Yes, nimesema Honorable Kapundi ameongea kuhusu Martha Karua. Ndio. Gerard alisema kama tungepatia mama akuwe running mate. Na mimi nikasema kwa sababu mambo ya Kenya iko moto, tungeomba baba akuwe na running mate mwanaume. Gerard akasema kuna Martha Karua. Yes, na mimi nikasema Martha Karua ni mama ako strong, ali work out wakati ya Moi uko Kirinyaga, amekuja akasaidia Kibaki in any way. Kama aliapisha Kibaki usiku, kama najua Central walikuwa wamekaa, nilisema Grand Regency, sorry, ni Intercontinental. Wote walikuwa wamesanyana, walikuwa ready kusurrender. Martha Karua alitoka Kirinyaga, akakuja kufika Intercontinental. She walked that way mpaka KICC. Hapo ndiye alikutana na Ruto na wakang'ang'ana, na mimi najua Orengo alikuwa agent ya baba na Martha Karua alikuwa agent ya Kibaki. Nikasema ingawa aliweka Kibaki kwa kiti, pia alikuwa anaitwa Njamba, hata alikuwa kama Raila vile aliitwa baada ya kuweka Kibaki kwa kiti. Alafu akakuwa Minister of Justice. Yeye ndiye ameleta hii katiba. So nikasema Martha Karua kwa msimamo ninakubaliana na yeye. Martha Karua hawezi ongwa. Nataka niambie Kapondo, na kama alifanya, hakuna kesi ya Martha Karua vile alikuwa Martha Karua na Martha Koome ndio wamekuwa churches ama wamekuwa watu walikuwa waaminifu. Nataka kusema vile mambo ya Martha Karua inasemwa ya Madaraka High Court ni kama ile mambo ya Raila tuliambiwa ya molasses, miaka nenda miaka rudi. Ukisikia corruption ya Raila ni molasses. Na nina hakika kuna siku watu ya Luo Nyanza walisema tulipatia Raila hiyo molasses na akaandika watu yetu. Hakuna kitu ingine imesemwa kwa Raila tangu 97 ya kwamba ako na corruption. Istis molasses inasaa na kusaa, lakini nisiende nje. Nataka kusimama na ya Martha Karua. Nataka kusimama na ya Martha Karua.
Okay, Mama Selina. Thank you. Your point is made.
Responsible person.
Yes.
Nataka kusema tu hiyo ya Martha Karua. Kama Central Kenya watasema tunapatia Martha Karua, she cannot let down. Hawezi let down Central Kenya. Atasimama.
Okay.
Na mimi najua baba hata yeye anajua Martha Karua akiambiwa leo running mate yako ni Martha Karua, baba atakubali na atakuwa anachichunga kwa sababu Martha Karua si rahisi. Ni mama lakini pia ni baba. Asante.
Asante Selina, asante. Honorable Bundi si ngoja Jared. Honorable Bundi, dakika yako ya mwisho tafadhali.
Yes, let me finish by closing. As I say, I was saying that Ruto will come at night because he has lied for us. Anadanganya ile kitu alikuwa anadanganya mchana, kila mtu anajua. That's very wrong. Kumarishia kabisa before nianza kurushwa mawe. I don't say that a single woman should not make leadership, but when you are married, you can be a full leader. So if Martha Karua should have been packed with a man somewhere, like I wish that one should be more complete. For me, it is a zero.
Honorable Bundi, that is not the way to go.
Don't go there.
Order, everybody. Order, everybody. Thank you, everyone. Mute your mics. No, Mama Selina. Goja, Selina. Hold on. Hapana, Mama. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. I'm giving a ruling on it. Mute your mic, please. Thank you. Mute your mic. Thank you. I already gave a direction on the same. Let it rest there. Honorable Bundi, is not right to prejudice against somebody because of their marital status or otherwise. It is not in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I was going to respond to my brother, Honorable Bundi, and actually it was a personal suggestion. I was saying I would prefer a woman. And when we were going back with Serena, I brought it up that we have some women who are men, more than men themselves. But on the side of Martha Karua, on the allegations which you have put against her on Kibaki, I stand with Martha Karua because this is what I stand with. You cannot have a lawyer to represent you on your case, and he wins your case, and you say that on the other side, you say that this is a bad person. What I know, Martha Karua, when she decides to do something, she does with passion. At that time, she was representing Mwai Kibaki, and out of all the men who were there, she stood firm, she fought for it, and that was her right to represent the clients here. I don't see any fault on the part of Martha Karua because she didn't steal election herself. She defended that action, which we had also other guys on the other side. So I want somebody, a soldier, who I can sleep knowing that she will fight for me, and I think she can do that. And I'm not suggesting for her, but I'm saying I was giving an example as people who can actually fight for your for your cause. So, Mama Selina, I think the constitution was put by Tura Kronzo, not Martha Karua. I believe so. I stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Martha Karua was the Minister of Justice.
Sawa, thank you. You people are very very heated with the history of Kenya and what happened when. We are glad for the same. I have nothing wrong with Martha Karua as a running mate for Baba, but I would support another person in the interest of ensuring that we get nationwide support. Nationwide support means from the history of the voting of women, especially in Kenya, okay? When they have a choice between a woman and a man, majority of women will vote for a man against a woman. Just historically of our voting pattern. So if the balancing is not done carefully at the top, we may bring in a woman and lose the women vote or win the women vote. It's a huge gamble. My English teacher in high school was called Mrs. Sakwa. She told us when you're writing an official letter, we asked her, should we write dear sir stroke madam? She told us, don't write that. He said, anytime you write dear sir stroke madam, if the person receiving the letter is a man and there is stroke madam, he feels insulted. So he said, just write dear sir. And when a woman reads that, she feels honored by being referred to as sir. And so you will enjoy a good treatment from your official letter. Whether that is valid or not, but I believe that line of thought. So, and also the aspect of Magufuli and Suluhu, okay? Magufuli and Suluhu factor. Right now, the country is in the hands of Suluhu, okay? How much revolt have we received in Tanzania with the Suluhu coming in as a president? And at once, I'm not very much close monitoring what is happening, but I think the stability is there. There is the reaching out to the opposition. Things are working out well with Suluhu's experience in leadership and having grown in leadership from the wherever NGOs and social worker and all that. So she has a people skills that she's able to move even among men and be able to convince them over. And so her leadership is not as strong as that of Magufuli, but her influence is strong in the sense that she's able to navigate the country without much troubles. And so if we are looking for a running mate, we should also put that in consideration. Somebody can come in and in the coming in, there is too much of fight. In leadership, there is time for fight, there is time for collaboration, there is time for listening. Inasemekana Yesu anaitwa Lion of Judah and Lamb of God, okay? So there is a time for the face of the lion and the face of the lamb. You can't be the lion throughout and succeed in leadership, and you can't be a lamb throughout and succeed in leadership. So the person who knows how to interchange these things successfully with different people and yet not compromise on the principles, that's the best person that we need to front as a running mate as well as a leader for Kenya. That's enough from my desk. Naomba tusonge mbele. Captain, alafu tuende kwa Simon.
Thank you so much, Bernard. All protocol observed. What I like just to say is politics is always a game of numbers. And I'll wish Ruto to the deputy president to remain in the UK for the next 2 weeks because he's doing us a favor. On a scale of 1 to 10, deputy was ranked 4 over 10. But the more he continues to be in the UK, I can scale him 3 to 10. Because all that matters is character. We are seeing the true deputy president. We are seeing an enemy of the people. And when he comes back, he's going to find it so messy and slippery in the mountain. You cannot go outside the mountain and abuse the son of the soil from the mountain. So he needs to watch his ways. He needs to watch how he talks. He needs to keep his word because media has a record and media doesn't forget. So whatever you say, today he says this, tomorrow he says this. Today he says this, tomorrow he disputed this. You know, Kenyans, we are not a fool. I've been able to attend all the rallies for the Aziomio and for the Kenya Kwanza. And I can tell the Aziomio guys, let us not be worried. The ground has spoken. We are not worried. We don't even fear the third force. Let the third force come. Let's talk fact. Let me tell you, if you want to know a loser, you'll always see how they complain. They will always speak about defeat. They'll always speak about rigging. They've been telling us about numbers. We've won them in the parliament. They've been saying wako na wananchi. Let us go to the ballot. We are not talking about rigging. We know we have the numbers. And we are going to win them come 9th August. And Bernard will meet here as we celebrate. I am not contradicting myself, I'm sure, because I've been on the ground and I know how the ground is. So let's not as fear. We as on the Aziomio side, we are on a good track. So about the third force, you know, the people that are bringing us, they just want to confuse us. We are not confused. We are not even going to talk things about Kalonzo and talk things about Deputy Ruto. We don't want confusion. Let him continue being in the US and let us continue talking to the people in the ground. We are doing our rallies. We are doing our Aziomio. Him is talking with the international community. Let him do that. We even wish him all the best. We can even add him another tax money for him to remain there for another 1 week. About the Oka, the third force. Let us not count the chicks before they hatch. I'm even surprised you people are discussing about Martha Karua becoming a deputy. Who has said Oka has joined Aziomio? Bernard, it's all about game of numbers. Tell me, is Kalonzo very sure that he's going to get 100% votes of Ukambani? How many votes do you have in Ukambani? How many votes will he deliver? Look at Gideon Moi. How many votes will he deliver from Baringo? You know, it's all not about political leaders. Show me your numbers. Look at Martha Karua, look at Moses Kuria, who is saying he's going to Kenya Kwanza. You know, Aziomio, we are looking for a certain percentage in Mount Kenya region that has never ever supported Baba. Even if 30% support Baba, that's what we are looking at. You know, they're forgetting. We are looking at the vote that has never supported us. But the blocks that have always supported Baba, they're intact. Tell me the blocks that are not intact. Because every region that supported Baba 100%, we've ensured we have leaders in the society, we have people that back there, we have people on the ground that we are sure even if we can lose, we cannot lose more than 10%. So the issue of Oka, I was very happy when Baba said today, the train has moved. We are going to have the Aziomio NDC. We are not forcing anyone. Aziomio is not about Kalonzo has to come. Even Alex said here, let us stop talking about this guy. It's confusion. Let us talk about the agendas that are going to make the country, the agendas that are going to convince Simon to come and vote for Baba. The agendas that will make people think in whose hands are we safe. Because whenever we just sit there, you know, when I look at Oka team, ladies and gentlemen, let them try themselves. They will fail terribly. The ground has spoken and they will fail terribly. And we don't need them. We don't need them because we are just tired of politics here and then. We are coming, we are not coming. Who said Baba is so disparate of Oka? Who said that? We have principals who are qualified to give us numbers. We are looking numbers. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give my submission just to tell you guys not to be worried. I've been on the ground, minimum ground. I've been on the ground. Aziomio is well connected. And when you see people saying that election is going to be rigged, where? They've realized they don't have numbers. They don't have numbers. Yeah? Us on the ground, we've convinced people are taking votes. People are registering votes. And if you look at our strongholds, look at the ABC. ABC should remove the register of voters registration. You'd be surprised. As they continue saying we are rigging, we are planning to rig, as we are convincing our people. We are telling guys, listen, chukueni kura, tushinde hawa watu pamoja. That's my submission for today.
Okay. Asante bwana Captain, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Sasa ni wakati wa Simon alafu Mr. Kamau. Simon, karibu.
Much obliged, Mr. Chairman, Bernard, all protocols observed. I would like to start with my friend who has just invited me to the Aziomio, Mr. Captain, asante sana. Well, Mr. Captain, I agree with you that politics is a game of numbers, but I tend to disagree with you about Oka. I'll just dwell in Aziomio politics kidogo and then I finish. Na hizi zingine kidogo nimekuja nitafanya haraka. So Oka is all about Kalonzo, let me tell you guys. Gideon Moi doesn't have any votes. What is this name of this guy who used to be with Ruto? What is his name?
Jirongo.
Jirongo is just a figure there. Martha Karua has her own strengths, but the main figure, the main star of the movie in Oka is Kalonzo. And Oka was designed by Uhuru Kenyatta to contain Kalonzo Musyoka. I have a home in Machakos, and I can tell you the truth. Yes, Baba is very strong, as Bundi said, but if Kalonzo buckles out of Azimio, he will have an effect on the Kamba vote. He will divide it, and in which you, as you say, all your blocks are intact. You don't need any divisions of your blocks at this time. So the reason why Gideon is in Oka is not because he loves Kalonzo, it's because he's working for Uhuru, funding Kalonzo and trying to tame Kalonzo away from Kenya Kwanza. So you can never say that you don't need Kalonzo. Kalonzo is very much needed in Azimio if we are going to talk about numbers come August 9th. About the mountain, I come from the mountain, as my name suggests. I'll tell you the truth here. Baba has no numbers. Baba has always had about 20%, even without people loving him, because there are those people in the mountain who have never loved the Kenyatta regime, because they were oppressed because of land issues, oppression. There are many historical injustices that also Kikuyus have gone through from Kiambu to central Kenya. If you look at the voting, even in Meru, there are people who have always been staunch for Baba, even during the very bad times. So these are the people who are still with Baba. And Baba right now needs the mountain more than anything else. Because if Baba can get 40 or 50% of Mount Kenya, then I think Baba has a chance at the presidency that is very high. But if he still stays at 10, 15, 20%, he's still where he's been all this time. Now, who can give him part of the mountain? By the way, I'm sorry to tell you, Captain, and Bernard and Mr. Bundi, Madam Selina was very right when she said that Martha Karua is a right choice. Can I tell you one thing? PK is just a figure, a polished guy, well refined, a dynasty, never in touch with the crowd. I mean, Kikuyus are not all rich. We have very poor communities burning in jigas. All right? And these people have related with the hustler tone, the hustler narrative has come and swept them off their feet because they feel that oppression has been for very long. So PK will be a proxy, a puppet for Kenyatta. He will not help Baba in any way. So if you're looking for someone to help Baba cut into Mount Kenya votes, a person who, even when she's the deputy of Baba, she'll stand with Baba. If Baba is sick, you are guaranteed that Marakaro will not buckle from Azimio's, cultures and everything and the laws and what you run for. It is Mother Karua. Mother Karua is the person who is loyal. And that's the right deputy for Baba. If Baba makes a mistake of choosing PK, it's all over. Because Baba needs a very big chunk of Mount Kenya to go for first round and finish this thing. If Mother Karua is not available, I would second Kanini Kega. Kanini Kega will not be chosen. He has done a very good job in Kieni. He's a very good MP, but the hustler narrative is very strong in our area. Unfortunately, he will not get into office. So the next one after Martha Karua, in my individual opinion, would be Kanini Kega. He's not a national figure, but he'll bring in a chunk of votes because he's a mobilizer and I know him. And he'll make those stauncher and get some in. And that's all you need from the mountain. But if you bring PK, PK, we call him a Mzungu. We don't even see him as a Kikuyu, for your information. I'll then go back to Ruto and his speech today in the UK. In the States, I believe Ruto is a little bit naive when it comes to diplomacy. I was not happy with his performance yesterday and the day before yesterday in the States. He's very emotional delivering his speech. He should be more calm because you notice a lot of anger and emotion in him because of the betrayal that Uhuru brought in. By the way, you guys, I've listened to John Adams, and I saw him trying to talk about Uhuru as someone who speaks the gospel truth. I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta is our president, with all due respect, but he cannot be the constant of gospel truth. Uhuru is the same man who said, "Kumi yangu, kumi ya Ruto," and now he's backward from that. These are politicians, all of them. And we should have that stand to know that we are Kenyan citizens. We might have a difference in opinion, but these are politicians. Whatever they tell us is not gospel truth. Simply because Uhuru now is on your side, supporting you guys financially, ideologically, and running with Baba, I'm happy for him. And I have no problem if Baba wins, although I'm on this side because of reasons that I will explain. I mean, in the sequence shows coming. Today, I'm only countering a little bit and just giving you an idea of what I think. So Ruto today, in comparison to America, Ruto performed very well today. One statement that Ruto talked about, and it really touched me, is about the independence of our institutions when we are fighting corruption. This is one thing that Uhuru has failed dearly, because when the BBI fell at the High Court, going for an appeal would have been the last thing that he would have done. Now, going to the High Court, that was a smear of the justice system. And we need to respect the courts. I have followed Baba all my life. I lived in Kibera, like Isaba, for a very long time. And I know Baba personally from my youngster. Right now, I'm 40 years. So Baba has always ran on human rights. He's a Democrat, although I'll also counter about him being a Democrat. But Baba, talked a lot about freedom of speech. He fought for us to get the freedom of speech. That is why we are all here speaking freely. Baba also fought for the independence of our judiciary because of all the injustices he himself as an individual has gone through. From when the coup was there, he was not given a chance to present his case in court. Moi just took him into the dungeons and all the torture he has gone through. So Ruto was very adamant about financing these institutions and making sure they're independent, to make sure that they deliver justice and reduce corruption in this country. Ruto also spoke about the economy and making the economy stronger, because we can talk about you being Luo, Luya, Kamba, and Kikuyu, but we all speak one language when it comes to money. So if we all have money in our pockets, there is no day we will have disputes between us. We will have difference in opinions, but we will have a refined touch to it. People go to the streets and they fight because of poverty. So there I also agree with Ruto. I don't agree with Ruto when it comes to insulting Atwoli. When you answer a fool, you also become a fool. So I'm also not supporting Atwoli because his utterances has not been good. I will not go into the politics or the cultures, the African cultures where we talk about elders. But Ruto was not right in that tone that he used against using the word nonsense in front of an audience like the one he had in Chatham. That is not right. So Ruto needs to polish his diplomatic kind of, what do we call it? Diplomatic. He should know how to sow his diplomatic oats in another way that is more refined. If you see Uhuru, if you see Baba, the way they interact with the people, he is definitely not to the level. But that does not make him a lesser contender in the coming election. There's someone who asked Ruto a question about democracy, being a Democrat or being a Republican. Now, that will be one of the last things I'm just saying, Bernard. And now we know Baba to be a Democrat, a human rights activist. Baba in his history has done his best. And I think personally, in my own individual opinion, Uhuru is tainting the name of Baba in this coming election. And that is why Baba is going to have an uphill task when he comes to the mountain because of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Everything that Baba told us that we will regret as Kikuyus if we vote for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has come to pass. Our businesses have closed down. We are businessmen. We are people who want a better economy. Uhuru has killed our economy. Yes, we have good roads, but these roads are not giving us anything. These roads are a sign of debt. When I see them, I see my future grandchildren indebted. All right. So Baba told us, you will regret it. And so if Baba ran alone, I imagine it's very hard for me as a Kikuyu to convince you this, because there's a narrative that a Kikuyu would always vote for a Kikuyu. We are tricksters. But this is the thing. If Baba ran alone this time, I think I would have owed him my vote personally as Simon Degwa, because he warned me that I would regret voting for Uhuru Ruto, and I regret it today. The reason why Ruto stands a chance right now is because his powers were delegated to various ministers who are allied to Uhuru Kenyatta, and that's why he has all the audacity and the excuse he has. Just let me finish. Murunga, I beg just to finish. I just beg to finish. Naomba tu kidogo nimalize, please.
Okay.
Please guys.
Hold on,
Naweza kakusinya lakini naomba tu dakika
Subiri
mbili tatu.
tafadhali, Simon, you don't talk to the floor directly. I am here to facilitate your communication.
Sorry, Chair.
But let's not change this one into an exchange match. Simon, conclude in half a minute, please, so that we interrogate what you have said in another minute, then move to the next person.
Chair, I beg for 1 minute only, because there is one thing I want to talk about: democracy and Baba. And this has to sink into the people of Aziomio. Please. It's in regard to Baba and his democracy, tact, and dictatorship. When Orengo ran for office in 2002, Orengo ran for president, all right? And in 2002, the current constitution that time was that you had to be an MP for you to also be president. You had to win your constituent for you to be president. So Baba was very infuriated by Orengo for Orengo to go against the NAC Rainbow Coalition and go it alone. And Orengo paid for his mistakes. He had to come and say sorry in front of the whole crowd in Uhuru Park for Baba to take him back in. So Orengo stayed in the cold, and the Rarienda MP then was Raphael Tuju. And when Tuju decided to join hands with Kibaki, he has also suffered the same cold till the other day when Uhuru Kenyatta proposed to Baba to hold his hand again so that he can come back to the political warmth. This case goes to Miguna, who swore in Baba, and he is now in Canada as a deportee, while Baba is enjoying the spoils of this country. And lastly, Jimmy Wanjigi the other day was not given his right to present himself as a candidate in ODM. I was very offended by Mbadi and Sifuna to insinuate that Jimmy Wanjigi is a normal member, let alone a life member, who really financed you guys. You guys are here talking right now partly because of Jimmy Wanjigi's, he made NASA raw, all right? Lastly, now finishing completely. I'm done with Baba. I believe both candidates have a chance. Both Ruto and Baba have a chance. Captain, I don't want you to think that you have sealed this game. The mountain has so many votes. From Meru to Nyandarua, which is now going into Rift Valley. Ruto also has a lot of votes, and I believe the mountain right now belongs to Ruto as it stands. I believe people have already made their minds up. Saying that you're going to change people's minds with the meetings that are coming in, people have already made up their mind. And maybe radical things that would happen between now and August would change people's minds. But at this time as we speak, most of the electorate have made their mind on who they are voting for. Is the election going to be stolen? You guys of Aziomio are the ones who tell us that we are just going to vote as a formality. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Much obliged to have joined the Mutembei team as a Kenya Kwanza UDA member.
Thank you, Simon. Simon, thank you. Now stay there. There are questions for you.
Mungu awabariki.
Subiri hapo. Niko na maswali kadhaa kwako.
Asante.
Subiri hapo. Naomba Guru aulize kwanza, alafu Murunga, alafu mimi ndakuja.
Asante sana.
Mr. Ndegwa.
Asante Guru. Go ahead.
Nimekusikiza mzuri na nakuelewa sana, lakini swali ningetaka kukuuliza, kwani hii uchumi wa Kikuyu sisi tunaongea, kwani ni uchumi ya Kikuyu peke yake na wale wa Kenya wengine hawaishi Kenya? Sababu inaonekana ni kama imekuwa localized. Lakini mimi nataka kukuambia hivi, hata sisi tunajua kile kimeuma vijana wengi katika hii region yetu. Serikali ilifunga zile mianya ilikuwa inatumika na watu walikuwa wanaenda kuchukua bidhaa China, wanakuja wanaingiza bila njia za mkato, na ndio hao watu wamekunja wakaweka sumu kwa community mzima, na wakisaidiwa na wale watu walisaidiwa na deputy president kwa njia ambazo hazikuwa halali za Jubilee, kuweka sumu zaidi, na ikawa ni kama sasa wewe unaongea ni kama uchumi it only belongs to the Kikuyu. Why is it, do you think other communities don't also trade in this country? So lazima tuwe focused also kwamba hii nchi ni ya kila mtu, si kabila moja tu peke yake, na serikali ikifunga mianya ya ku streamline systems, huwezi kusema kwamba sasa ni Uhuru ameharibu biashara. Wale wanafanya genuine business, they are continuing with that business. Kwa hivyo tunaelewa, kwa sababu nataka I want also to add this, it is not true what you are saying that mlima imefungwa kwa mtu mmoja. That is a lie, na itakuja kudhihirika hivi karibuni kwamba ile kuongea sana kwa miaka mingi sio pale tu watu wamesimama. Hii kura ni kugawanywa, itagawanywa na itakuwa wakati it will be like 1992 wakati ulikuta kuna MPs wa Fonda City, Fonda whatever, and all those kind of parties.
Land, please.
So,
swali direct tafadhali.
No, swali ile namuuliza saa hii directly ni hii, sababu tumemsikiza hiyo mambo yote ameongea. Nataka kumuuliza kama Ndegwa, wewe umesema umetoka Ukambani, lakini kwa sababu utaki baba aonekane anakura, unaweka mambo ingine pale. Kweli nyinyi kama watu ya UNDA unafikiri mtashinda kura na kujidanganya vile mnaendelea kujidanganya?
Okay, Murunga, uko na swali?
Niko na swali Ben.
Make it brief, please, quickly.
Yes, I'm going to be very brief. My first question is about Jimmy Wanjigi. I'll start with Jimmy Wanjigi because that is what he captured last. Jimmy Wanjigi, like any other party or any other institution, kila nyumba iko na uongozi wake. Jimmy Wanjigi is just a member like I do. I'm equally an ODM. I'm fully paid up member of ODM. And if you want to confirm the numbers, I am able to share with you. But what I'm saying is this: I'm a life member of ODM. I am not a delegate of ODM. That's the reason why you did not see me in a Kasarani, but I remain to be the member. I've also, whenever there are fundraisings, ODM fundraisings, I participate. I'll give my donation. Does that make me or give me now a chance to go and actually force myself into the NDC or wherever the party is organizing their internal meetings? That's a question to you, the first question to you. Number two, Miguna is a Kenyan. Miguna was deported when Deputy President William Ruto was holding the same position he's holding today. And Miguna was actually forced out of the country. Tell me where Raila Odinga was involved in his deportation, because I see every Tangatanga there and thinks that Miguna was deported by Raila Odinga, and that it's William Ruto who is able to bring him in the country. Tell us where Raila Odinga was involved in his deportation. Now,
okay, thank you, Murunga. That's enough.
Third and final one. Now it's about the issue of Uchumi. That one Saturday, Baba told us that we were going to suffer the consequences of voting for Uhuru Ruto. That is fine. You woke up in the morning, voted for Uhuru Ruto, despite having been warned, isn't it? Both of us have suffered the consequences. Uhuru Ruto, and I'm very happy, and I will tell you boldly that I'm very happy to continue with Uhuru Kenyatta. And if he would be accorded another chance to serve another 5 years, I will vote for him to have him punish you for the third time, because you're telling us that you are warned and you didn't listen. So for us to bear the same punishment, I would rather have him serve us again and again and again. Now my question is this: does this economy thing only affect the people of Central Kenya? Because I'm equally a businessman. I also do importation. I do a number of things that will also affect each and every Kenyan daily life. Does the economy of this country only affect one section of a country? That is what I want you to answer.
Okay, thank you, Murunga. Baz, is it a question?
Yes, Bernard.
Please make it quick. Make it quick.
First of all, it is to compliment my brother Simon for a very elaborative presentation. That is the truth as regards the mountain. Now, my question is, Simon, we know why handshake was formed. It was formed because first, Raila Odinga wanted to get away from the pre-election, the agreement they had with Kalonzo, and the president also wanted to get away from the agreement he had with Ruto. Do you think if, for instance, Raila Odinga was to become the president, he would also betray the president? He would also betray Uhuru Kenyatta from whichever agreement they are going to have currently?
Hey,
Mr. Bernard, would I answer the three questions? I beg to answer the three questions.
Please make it as precise as possible, Pana Simon, quickly.
Asante sana, Mr. Chairman. I'd start with Mr. Guru and the businesses about Kikuyus and Central Kenya. Bwana Guru, I'm not here to give a hypothesis or kufanya siasa na numbers. It is a fact. Even Raila knows that numbers do not lie. Raila knows that his main target this time is the mountain. And that is why there's been a lot of fuss in the press, mainstream media, about Raila climbing the mountain. Because the mountain is where the question mark is. Raila doesn't have a question mark in Ukambani. He needs Kalonzo to make sure that his votes are intact. But Raila doesn't have a question mark anywhere else. It is in the mountain where the elephant in the room is for Raila Odinga. About the businesses, the whole country has been affected. Kikuyus are mainly businessmen. I did not say Mr. Murunga is not a businessman. I know you're a businessman. But we talk from a business point of view. In fact, we never voted Raila Odinga because we feared for our businesses at that time. There was all this fear mongering by our leaders, the ones you're supporting now, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, Mother Karwa, Let Mishuki, that if you choose Raila, you'll never cross barriers. They demonized devolution and called it Majimbo. Look, our own Kikuyus are our own enemies, and they're the ones who demonized us for good things like devolution that we have right now that Raila proposed. I repeat again, the biggest enemy to Raila in this election is not Ruto, it is Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta ndio mzigo kwa Raila. In fact, the people in Ruto's camp are lying that Uhuru has a big luggage to carry. I mean, Uhuru has done his term. He's just looking for a way to continue, you know, having power as he continues. But Raila mzigo yake ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Maraga talked about the democratic process and Miguna. The case of Miguna goes without talking. If Miguna was deported, why is Raila here? Raila is the one who was sworn in. Guys, I mean, Raila, you remember the Men in Black after Babu Namamba tried to present himself as a candidate for ODM. Jimmy Wanjigi, whether he's a life member, normal member, delegate, whatever,
Order, Simon, you're not
Miguna
answering the questions
had
as been asked.
no.
Let's do this, please.
I've been asked.
If you can't answer, Ngoja kwanza, listen. If you can't answer the question, you avoid, you keep away from it. You are asked what role did Raila play in deporting Miguna? Pinpoint that. And by that time,
Yes.
where was William Ruto?
Thank you, Chair, for bringing back to the point. When Mr. Miguna was deported, the deputy president was still the deputy president, but he had no powers to deport Miguna. And Raila Odinga, as a friend and as a brother of Uhuru Kenyatta, would have facilitated the return of Miguna. But because Miguna had started posing resistance against him, just like Raphael Tuju, just like Orengo in 2002, that is why Miguna has suffered. And today, if Miguna decides to apologize to Raila Odinga, I'm telling you, he will be chosen as the next MP for anywhere he wants, provided it's an ODM zone. So for me, anyone who
Simon, you are telling Kenyans,
yes,
telling Kenyans that the deputy president did not have powers to stop Miguna from being deportation, but Raila has powers, okay, to bring back Miguna.
Can I correct that?
This Raila, hold on, where does this Raila get these powers? By him not having a state office, he is not in government, yet he has powers to exonerate people from corruption. He has powers to stop people from being vying for parliamentary. He has powers to. What do you people make of Raila?
Chair, I have no problem with I mean, Mr. Raila Odinga is one of the greatest personalities I know in this country, by the way. I have no problem with him. My problem here is that the handshake has happened. The candidate, Mr. Ruto, the deputy, has been demonized as a thief. He has been locked out. His security has been stripped off. His budget has been cut off by a whopping 34%.
Stop it there.
So,
thank you very much. You are trying, but you are taking us back where we have been before, and we've been on that journey before. Okay.
Thank you.
I want
Thank
us
you,
to
Mr.
have.
Chairman, for that.
Hold on.
Much
I
obliged.
want us to have a debate that is credible, not based on hearsay and propaganda. The deputy president is in the UK right now as the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes, sir.
He still occupies office. He's still on salary. Okay.
Yes.
And he's still a signatory if there is anything that he needs to sign on behalf of Kenya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That warrants the office of the deputy president.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But he is a lame duck.
Hold on. If that is the case, which of his powers have been withdrawn?
He is a lame duck deputy president.
Apana, they are no lame duck deputy president. Deputy just means deputy, the assistant of the president.
That was not the case between. That was not the case between 2013
hold on,
and 2017.
Simon, we don't create the constitution. We follow the constitution. Okay? And like Jared noted here earlier, to be a running mate, you don't even pay for nomination fee. Okay? You are just tagged along by the person who appoints you as a running mate, and you become a running mate, and you end up being deputy governor or deputy president. On the issue of betrayal, back to you. Between Kibaki and Kibaki Raila 2002, okay? When Kibaki had that unfortunate accident in the middle of an election, and Raila led the campaign to the finish, okay? Made Kibaki president when Kibaki could not run around the country, could not campaign. Okay?
Absolutely.
And halfway in the government, who was betrayed?
Raila Odinga was betrayed, and the character.
I want you to compare the betrayal between the involvement of Raila Odinga making Kibaki president and the involvement of William Ruto making Uhuru president, as he claims. Between these two people was much aggrieved. Who should be more angry until today?
No, Raila has all the right to be. I mean, I'm angry for him. The MOU was signed, and Raila was supposed to be made an executive prime minister.
So now, when you want to talk about kumi yangu, kumi yako, okay, because that is what you're saying. That is where the mountain is. That's what the mountain doesn't want to be seen as a trickster. Is it justifiable? Is it justifiable for the mountain to betray Raila Odinga and face no consequences, but you can't stand a betrayal of William Ruto?
Mr. Raila Odinga, His Eminence Raila Odinga, Right Honorable, made a big mistake in 2007, and that is where the Kikuyus and the mountain fell apart with him. You know, you talk about the MOU of 2002, all right, which was a right mistake that was made by Martha Karua, Michuki, and other advisors who advised Kibaki and stood their guns hard on against Raila Odinga. Look, that was wrong. But then Raila had to react as a human being, and he formed the Orange Movement. All right. During the Orange Movement, there is a slang that came about, and it started. They started by saying it is 42 against 1. It came to it is madoadoa. As we go on,
Simon, sikiliza.
Yes.
Mimi nataka unijibu swali langu. Okay?
Ndio nakujibu, umeniuliza Bwana Chair.
Both these people were betrayed, okay?
Bwana Chair.
One is being supported because he's been betrayed. The other one is being punished because he was betrayed.
There are many factors that are making
what justifies the two scenarios.
There are many factors that makes Ruto a better candidate and a preferred candidate to the mountain as opposed to Raila. One of the issues, apart from kumi yako kumi yangu, is about religion. My people are very religious people. They are church goers. The church in the Kikuyu community is a very fundamental factor when it comes to politics. A day before election, every church has a kesha. A day before election. And these keshas decide what the voters
Simon, you're not listening.
So the utterances, Chair, I beg to finish only that statement.
I'm going to send you to the quarantine if you're not listening to me. I told you we need to have a conversation, not for you to talk and not listen to what I am saying. There's a question you need to respond to. It was asked by Wekesa, my colleague. Okay, what is unconstitutional about making an appeal in the court case? You specifically talked about the BBI, and your advice for the president and the BBI team was they would be better off not making an appeal. What is unconstitutional about making the appeal? Unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this, and apologies for continuing to talk. I have a passion for politics. Forgive me. The president has no mistake in appealing, but in the spirit of our current constitution, the BBI brings in something called the ombudsman. The ombudsman stands between the independence of the judicial system. The reason why we are against going into the Supreme Court is because the courts were very clear between High Court and the Appellate Court. And Isaac Ochielo or something, the law guy, Isaac Ochielo, was very clear to why the BBI was dead on arrival. It is a cancerous amendment to the whole BBI. Right now, we are all supreme. That is what we are talking. But if we put on the BBI, it has a cancerous nature of denying us our supremacy.
Please, Simon, tell us what is unconstitutional about appeal, because it is constitutional for me to appeal in the High Court, Court of Appeal, and the last court is Supreme Court. All those things are provided for in the Constitution. Where did the president go unconstitutional on sanctioning an appeal?
I was talking, in this regard, I was talking about Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga, as a human rights activist, would not have continued with this dead on arrival appeal, according to his history and what he has fought for.
Let's do this. It is simple, Mr. Degwa, that
yes.
You have a particular conception about whatever action that is taken, and you don't want to consider the Constitution because the Constitution goes against what you believe. Now, if that is the case, then you're not helping Kenyans, because our country can only go forward to the degree they are governed according to the Constitution. You said very well it was unconstitutional for the president and the proprietors of BBI to appeal. That is not right by all standards. And now looking for how to shift around it and begin to look for the spirit and the activists and all that, it is trying to take us for a ride, and I don't think that's healthy.
I beg for the last response to you. The unconstitutionality of the BBI, by the way, has been said now and then even in the courts. It is how it was proposed by the handshake.
It is the same thing that is appealed. It's the same thing that is appealed.
The BBI were not any constitutional amendments to be proposed by the people, not our leader.
The unconstitutionality of the BBI is what is being appealed against in the court, isn't it? Now, if that's the case, and then you say the appeal is unconstitutional, that means what?
Well, if I say the appeal is unconstitutional,
the question whether BBI is constitutional or unconstitutional is the question before the judges. Okay?
Yes.
And that is why it went to the High Court, it went to the Court of Appeal, now it's in the Supreme Court. Now, when you say it is unconstitutional to make the 3 appeals that are provided for within the Constitution framework, are you not taking us for a ride and you want us to buy into the propaganda?
I will not also come into your bandwagon and accept. I mean, I will withdraw that if I say that it is unconstitutional for the parties to appeal. That was wrong. What I meant is that in the spirit of democracy and the individual that we know Raila to be, he would have stopped these shenanigans of continuing with the appeal and going all the way to the High Court.
What is wrong with the appeal, Mr. Simon?
On a constitutional amendment that is an illegality.
How? How is it illegal to make an appeal? Please, get your facts right.
I've said a constitutional amendment that is an illegality. BBI has 78 illegalities.
Nimekuambia, what you are taking, where you are taking us is not anywhere in terms of constitutional provision.
No, I'm okay, but I do not.
What is illegal about making an appeal?
BBI, you cannot amend the current constitution with 8 clauses, 78 clauses.
Does he want us, those who support?
No, order, everybody.
Does he want us to go to the streets? Those who support BBI.
Guru, hold on. Order. Thank you. Mr. Kamau, come in, please.
Hey, Bwana Bernard, I think sometimes you give these people latitude to speak so many things that are more, they are causing more of what we call disharmony. But I don't really think you should give them a lot of latitude. In any case, when somebody asks a question, it should be a straightforward question, not explanations. Because what he's trying to do is explaining through so many words that are not making sense. When you ask whether it's illegal, you just say it is illegal or it's not illegal. Constitutional or unconstitutional. I think that will be easy for us as we want to understand more, because we also need to also see the way they are thinking. But I want to disabuse some of the things he says. One of the things is that the mountain has decided. I've said here not even once that the mountain has not decided. There is no wave for William Ruto. And the person who needs the mountain more is not Raila, it is Ruto. He needs the Kumera people to Kumera so that he can make to be the president. He has a problem because he has gone there for over 1,000, to me, the ones that I know are facts, over 4,000 rallies in central Kenya, trying to convince or keep inciting people on the same message. That tells you that many people have not decided and many people will not vote, and we are going to play this thing goal. He has the people he has convinced like him, which is given. But coming here to say that Mount Kenya has decided, that is a lie, a white lie. But I don't want to deal with him so much because this kind of debates don't go anywhere. I want to deal with the issues that are of importance. What we saw in UK today when the deputy president was speaking, when you get to a point as a leader and the topmost powerful person in Kenya government, and you call another Kenyan who is not even your level stupid and nonsense and all, I think that shows that this lack of composure in you. I think you should grow beyond that because God has given you an opportunity to be on that level. So you should not call a person who is a leader on his own light, representing the workers stupid. I think now, even if Atwari calls him so many names, we can excuse Atwari because he's not in the level of responsibility. But a deputy president, I think that was very wrong. It was his trip in the international countries has been a great embarrassment to the people of Kenya. He has not attained. They have fabricated so many things. They are meeting who and who. But to me, I think that was not actually it didn't work for him. It didn't work for him, and I think he has lost it. And people have realized that he's an emotional person. He gets angry, and I think that will also cost him the presidency. This presidency is for Raila to lose. He has no competition. It's for Raila to lose, and many of us who believe in democracy and progress, I think we have already made our choice. He said, the guy who was there, Simon, said that he cannot vote for Baba, what. But even us, we didn't vote for Baba. That we are voting for Baba because the president has told us to vote for Baba. And he also made a mistake to say that Uhuru Kenyatta is the biggest disadvantage Baba has. It is not. When Moi supported Uhuru Kenyatta, the Kalenjin supported him 90%. We're not saying that Kikuyu will support Baba 90%, but they will support him with a big number because he remains the most influential person in this country. And even as Kikuyus, we are tired of a Kikuyu president. And we are tired of a Kalenjin president. And I'm not saying, I'm not going against those tribes, but we have tested them. I've seen what they can do. Now we want other people so that they also feel included. It is time for this thing to rotate. It is not volleyball. This is not ping pong. Ati sasa tukitoka kwa Uhuru tunaenda kwa Ruto, tukitoka kwa Ruto turudi kwa mtoto wa Uhuru, tukitoka mtoto wa Uhuru tuende mtoto wa Gideon Moi. What are we doing? Who are we encouraging this? This country has other communities and leadership is not a patent for Kikuyus and Kalenjins. It is time for other tribes, the Kisis, the Luyas, the Luos, the Digos. It is time for them to lead. Hii mambo ya kuambiwa ati sasa tunapatia Ruto ati is the best candidate. No, there is always a better candidate, even in the Turkana. So for me, I think that thing should be disabused with the strongest terms possible. Let us move this discussion and argument to other people. Let us see what they can do with this country, rather than saying that now we rotate between Rift Valley and Central Kenya. That is not Kenya. Kenya is bigger than Rift Valley and Central and Mount Kenya for that matter. As we are going to vote for another person, I think we have seen the leadership of Moi for 24 years, what it has done for this country. We've messed up. We have also seen the leadership of Uhuru and Kibaki. We have seen all this. Now I think it's time for other people. The other thing we talk about is also the subject of the matter today about Oka. Oka, I think we are saying that if the only thing Oka can bring, you see right now, Baba has actually held over 10 meetings. In fact, over almost 15 rallies, when Oka is still waiting to be endorsed. So for me, I'll say, come on, Baba. I think it's important everybody who wants to become president, and asimame president, I convince Kenyans that I want to become president, so that after everything is said and done, then we can know who is actually the president of this. Even if we go for a runoff, which is not a problem because it is provided for in the constitution. Wacha Kalonzo ende president, na hata nani acha kuogopa aende Mr. nani Mudavidi aende akuwe president, acha kupewa kazi ya kubeba bahasha, akuwe president, hata yeye atake aende akuwe president. Sababu amekimbia sasa siku hizi, and you know, as Atoli says, Mr. Mudavadi is older. I think he has been more senior than Ruto for many years. When the Ruto was in the university, he was already a minister. Now he has been reduced to becoming a folder. Yeah, and therefore, for me, I would say let everybody go for that seat if they think they can convince Kenyans, and then we can decide from there. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. I appreciate that. Let's save time and move on. And now we're going to have Seth and then
Joe.
Urunga, Baz, ndio tuende kwa Joe. Joe, na kujua wewe. Subiri hapo narudi kwako. Seth, come in please.
Asante sana Pastor Bernard kwa kuniruhusu nizungumze. Nimekuwa mbali for a long, nimekuwa away for a long, na ni kama mambo mengi imenipita, lakini kuna jambo moja tu ambayo haingeweza kunipita, the trip to William Ruto to United States and also in England. Just want to say hiyo trip yake hiyo imemexpose baya sana.
Hey, Bwana Seth, are you okay? Sorry, he fell off. I hope he's safe. Murunga, karibu.
Yes, good evening, everybody, including once again our brother Simon Ndegwa. Yes, it's good to see you in this forum. We've had a bit of objective discussion, but let me get to the point. This evening, I want us to talk about the deputy president, and especially, more specifically, the speech he made today at the forum where he was attending today. I have a very big issue, and especially being a taxpayer in this country, that I don't know how we ended up having such a character as the deputy president of a country, a respected country like Kenya, a country that is hosting a number of UN charters in this country, UN bodies in this country. And we are demeaning ourselves to the extent of a deputy president going to outside the country and actually, and what is actually referring to out there is treasonable. People are saying it's not treason, but it's treasonable because you cannot, as the second in command, go on and on attacking the president and attacking the country, attacking the institutions of a country, attacking the person who has actually built your political career in the name of Raila Odinga, and thinking that you're doing the right thing. I don't know who advises the deputy president. The deputy president was agitated, was a bitter man today. Looking at his face, you would see somebody who was lifeless. I'm telling you, looking at the man looked like he had been boxed. And I think basing also on the audience and the questions that were being directed to him, the deputy president was actually deflated. He was actually, somebody looked like lifeless. I had a very big issue. In fact, even looking at him, the face was gloomy. He was actually disturbed, responding to questions. In fact, he was not even answering the questions as per the correct, giving the correct answers based on what he was being asked. So we have a deputy president who is actually collecting our taxes, who is actually being financed by the same government is actually serving, going out there behaving like a headless chicken, speaking from both sides of his mouth, forgetting that he's actually a serving deputy president of a country. It's an embarrassment, big embarrassment to the country, Kenya. And the only thing that raised my spirit yesterday was the two athletes who won the races yesterday. But the international trip by the deputy president is an embarrassment. And of course, we wait for him, and it's only that the constitution does not allow the president to dismiss him. It would be in order to have that guy actually sent packing. Second issue is this about what Simon had raised earlier regarding the issues of the support Raila actually is seeking in the mountain. We all know that Raila has won elections in this country without the mountain. And these are the facts. What Raila Odinga needs today is a credible and verifiable election. A credible and verifiable election. Because if you want us to go back to 2017, as some would put it, let IEBC open the servers, and then we will be vindicated. This is what it is. We are not saying that there are people who come to this forum yapping that Raila Odinga needs these numbers, needs this and this. Yes, it's a fact that we need Kalonzo Musyoka, but not that we should die going for Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka can stay with his few numbers he's left with, because the times are changing. Times are changing. And we are not saying that we don't need the votes. Yes, we need every other vote. Even Simon Ndegwa's vote. We need that vote. Tunataka kura yako. And we are not the reason why you are punished economically. But what we are saying is that it's now you've been given another chance to choose the best among the rest. And I can assure you, the best among the rest is Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga cannot be a project of an individual. No. Raila Odinga remains to be a project of this nation, Kenya, and the people of Kenya. Is a project of the Kenyans. Let's not be made to believe that, yes, people have said so many things about Raila Odinga. You mentioned something, my brother Ndegwa mentioned something about the oath, Raila alichukua kiapo. Raila never took the oath. What people forget is that the oath that is prescribed in the constitution, Raila is very smart. He never saw himself in by the prescribed oath. And even Miguna, the reason why Miguna is out there crying and actually shouting on top of his voice is because of his character. Miguna is indecent. Miguna is somebody, even you, Ndegwa, if you're given to stay with Miguna in a room in a day, I'm sure you'll run away because you'll not even be wanting to be associated with him.
Bwana Murunga, tamatisha tafadhali.
Wacha nitamatishe nikisema hivi, huyu mtu anaitwa deputy president akirudi nchini anafaa kwanza kitengo cha ujasusi kimtie mbaroni, aweze kueleza kwa kinagaubaga mbona anaenda kuhujumu na kuharibu na kutumia bendera ambayo anawakilisha huko nje kwa ubaya. Manake ile mambo amenena kule nje ni mambo ambayo, in fact, we should even be recalling the ambassadors of these countries for allowing him to even hold small meetings in those countries. It is wrong. It is wrong. It is treasonable. And the guy should actually be made to answer to the accusations that he's actually raising out there. Bernard, thank you. Good evening.
Okay, asante Bwana Murunga, and I would say this. Joe, what is it? Mute your mic. Nitakutuma quarantine saa hii tu.
Wewe ndio unatuma. Very soon tutakutuma nje.
Mimi ndio nachagua wale watu wanaenda quarantine na unakaa kama mmoja. Relax. Thank you.
Mimi nafuata
I will say this before I bring in Baz to make his submission. Seth amerudi lakini akaanguka tena, but I hope he will find time to get back and make his submission in the line that he was trying to. It appears to me that the Kenya Kwanza Alliance are experts of arranging other formations on behalf of those formations when they are distancing themselves from that formation. I don't know why, okay? They are so sure that if Raila is going to win, he has to have Kalonzo, and he has lost Western because he has lost Mudavadi and Weta and all that. Leave the Aziomio to arrange themselves on their numbers and how they're going to make it in the elections. If you beat them, that is the purpose of these general elections. The reason we are going to the ballot is so that one person can win and the other one can lose based on how much clout he has around the country, how much support he has. So let's not make it an issue of who is with who where. From the history, and I'm a history student, the history of these elections, one person stands out to be a self-person in the sense that he banks on his political capacity to run for the seat that he runs for. And that is one, Raila Odinga, that he can go it alone, he can go along with others, and all the same, he still stands out among the people that he runs with. As much as it is Aziomio La Umoja, and we want everybody on board, that is no license for anybody to enslave the already taken off train that we are called back to the negotiation table and changing of name to Aziomio, Okasji, what and what. Let Kalonzo organize himself. He ran 2007. How much did he bring in his basket? He can get that again, no problem. Musalia is free to run again. Let him run how many he can gather this time round. That's the whole essence. And we don't have to win first round. A rerun is part and parcel of our constitution provision. So mtu asijizuie kwenda kwa kiti. Akijisikia yeye ni rais tosha, lipe ile hela IBC nataka, kuwe scrutinized na anti-corruption, apewe certificate, tukutane kwa ballot. History ya kusema lazima upate Kalonzo ndio upate hii, lazima upate hii ndio upate hii, that is part and parcel of the UDA propaganda, which I don't want to spend time on. Let everybody sharpen their feet, get their shoes ready. The race is on, and let the best man win. Let's hear from Baz.
Thank you very much, Bernard. And let the best man win. That's where I can also begin. I think today the DP has given a very good presentation in Chatterham. He has not shied away to say that he has been a DP for 9 years. And he has given chronological analysis of what has transpired in the 9 years he has been in power. Today, there is a demon that he has been given. He now carries the tag of corruption. He has given an elaborate answer on how we can tackle corruption. We will never tackle corruption by keeping it on one person. Corruption is systemic in Kenya and will only be addressed if we address the gaps in the systems. Having said that, I want to go back a little bit and thank my brother Simon for a very good presentation that he has made. I think it was very truthful. That is how Mount Kenya is currently. Those who are saying that Baba doesn't need Mount Kenya, they are actually saying Baba doesn't need votes. Leave the mountain alone. The mountain will not vote. They are saying that Baba does not need votes from the people of that region. That's kind of an arrogance. That's arrogance. And arrogance can never win an election. William Ruto, Bernard, you're laughing. That topic of today is about the third Oka and the third force factor. It is my opinion that I feel that force will be very beneficial in this election. And I hope and pray that Kalonzo mans up and goes on as a third force. He will spice up this election. As I said yesterday, I think the DP will stand a very good chance in winning this election in the rerun. It is my own opinion, by the way. And I want to correct a mistake I did yesterday. I think he would win it because with Uhuru's power limited, the DP will be in a very good position. And with Kalonzo now swinging the vote, this time there will be no the past. It will just be about where his interests will be met and the best position and the best candidate who can win it with his support. And I think by that time, Kalonzo will definitely work with DP Ruto and they will both clinch the presidency. Thank you very much, Bernard. And I think I will be very short today and end at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Baz, for being brief. Hands are up. Huh? Joe, let me give you priority if it's a question.
Bernard, thank you very much. It's not only a question. I want to put some things into perspective. You had given me...
Joe, if it is a submission, you are the one next to make submission.
Yeah,
right
but you
now,
see,
I'm giving an opportunity for you to ask a question to Mr. Baz.
I can even ask, who is it? Simon, Simon. I had something for Simon, yeah? I wanted to put some things into perspective. I'm not giving a submission.
I don't want us to lose the Baz or go back to Simon before we respond to Baz. So Subiri Yapa, I will give you an opportunity when you begin your submission. You will tackle Simon as we proceed. Let Themba ask Baz a question.
Thank you, Bernard, but umeniruka mara mbili nimeona.
Okay, good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are. How are you, Baz? Yeah, it's interesting that you think that Simon gave a very good submission. I think, yeah, he had probably the eloquence, which is also the same thing that the deputy has, but in it, there's a lot of misleading arguments. Now, I want to, first of all, allow me, Bernard, to ask, because Baz was anchoring his submission on what Simon said. So my questions will be three to Simon, and probably Baz will join in. One, Simon, you suggest that the judiciary and independent institutions can be made stronger by the executive. And in the same vein, you are saying that you need independence of the institutions. Wouldn't it be amounting to interference by the executive? Institutions should be operating within the constitution, not necessarily be made to be independent. The constitution already makes them independent. So when you suggest that he's going to make those institutions independent, I think there's a contradiction there, and probably at some point, I know John Adams, as is a lawyer, he will probably give a clarification to that. Another point that I noticed that you are also having something like you're trying to twist, that you acknowledge the contribution of Raila Odinga to the democratic development in the country. Then you also highlight the confusion within the deputy in terms of whether he's a Democrat or a Republican. So that kind of set of questions that came and you're not able to clarify becomes an issue. Then finally, you have highlighted that Raila has not stood with Miguna. He has not stood with what was his name? The Fagia water guy.
Jimmy Wanjigi.
Yeah, you have suggested that. Yet it is in the public domain on what has happened between those two, right? I mean, don't you find it also a bit disingenuous for you to come and suggest that it's Raila has let them down in a free political participation environment? That is, you're free to participate, whichever side you belong to. What, in your view, would be Raila's trajectory? Jimmy Wanjigi stood with Uhuru 2013. That was his political right then. He stood with Raila 2017. What denies him an opportunity to stand on his own in 2022? All right. So that is for me what I'm thinking. Why would it be a must that he has to stand with Raila in this 2022? Doesn't he have that political freedom to pursue his dream in whichever other vehicle that he thinks is fit? So maybe at some point, I don't know now, or whatever time Bernard will give you, you can respond to this.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Joe first.
Thank you, Bwana Bernard. Hata kama umeniruka mara mingi, and I think Themba was just saying the same things that I wanted to say. I'd like to congratulate Simon Mbogwa. He actually gave a very candid submission until emotions got into him and he got confused. But most of the things he said, I really agree with him. He was balanced, very much balanced. He called a spade where a spade was supposed to be called a spade. But when it came to questions he got emotional. Like most of us, I don't know why we Africans, we never agree when something is right. We stand to stick by just what we believe in. I've seen it here several times, that even Bernard, what he stands for is what he stands for, and he cannot change. I think this is not right. I think there's a time where we should come to an agreement and agree on what is true and what is not true. But here it's funny that even some things that are true, we try to deny it's not true. That being said, I'd like to tell Simon that Raila stood by Miguna up to the airport. And I think it's in the public domain that Raila followed him and tried even to pull some askaris from Miguna. So he stood by him up to the airport. And by then, Ruto was in the government, fully fledged in the government. He had powers. He could have stopped it if he saw it was not right. I can remember very well Kina Murkomen saying that it's better to remove a threat other than to keep him and poison many others. Those are Ruto's right-hand men. I saw Sudi talking very passionate about it. They were in Jubilee by then. So don't tell me that Ruto all of a sudden has become an angel to Miguna. No. And one thing again about Miguna is, like you rightly say that Orengo was in the cold, he apologized in public and he was let in by Raila. Miguna has not apologized at all. What he writes and what he tweets about Raila, some of them are unprintable. We can't do it. We can't even talk about it here. How do you expect Raila to come to his aid when that's what he's doing? Character assassination on things that is in his imagination. If you want forgiveness and if you want help, unakuwa mpole. Raila has decided not to answer him at all. He has never answered him. He's never talked about anything about Miguna. So that's how the situation is. I think Ruto, the one who was there when Miguna was being thrown out, has become Miguna's friend, and Miguna talks kindly about Ruto. So things have changed, and things change in politics, just like that. Raila was not seeing eye to Uhuru. They apologized and they forgave each other. And that's how people come united. You forgive and you unite for the better of the country. On Ruto's trip to the diaspora, that is US and UK, I think Ruto has lost it all. Ruto has lost it all, both sides. I have seen, I've been into a forum in diaspora, and they have talked very negatively. Wanasema Ruto urongo zake na ameleta huku. And I know the people who have lived in diaspora. If diaspora, you just have to go maybe 2-3 years, and you'll adapt that system because it's so perfect, it's so correct. You have your rights. So most of the people in diaspora, they know their rights. They know the truth. So whatever Ruto was talking to them, I think Ruto was talking to himself. He did not persuade anybody at all. If he did, maybe 5%. And if they are 5%, maybe they're from Rift Valley somewhere. Those people know they know what is right and what is wrong. So Ruto have lost it both US and England, and he's also lost it in the country locally here, because even while he's away, I think Omingo went. While he's away, Gachagua also withdrew his ambition to become a vice president. And while he's away, most of the Kenyans have seen this is a liar and he's embarrassed the country. I don't think it's right to embarrass your country and you put the flag is just 2 meters away from you and you're a vice president. It's very, very, very wrong. It's reasonable, actually. If he was a soldier, he'll go for a court martial. It's not in order to do such a thing. At least you can, it's like Mamako Moi once said, we Africans, how stupid are we that tukiona mzungu tu tunasema hata mamaka vange surari. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. especially when you're a deputy president. So that's what I want to say. And Baza, congratulations today, hujaongea sana. Najua, I've seen you are also deflated, Bile Ruto alikuwa deflated huko wakitoa speech. But this is right. I know how you are feeling. And all the UDA supporters are feeling the same way, even inside the country here. Kwa hivyo poleni sana, but you have a right to change track where you want to support the winning team. That is Aziomio. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante. Tuende kwa Simon ajibu, alafu Simon and Baz, you will share your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all protocols observed. Asante sana, Mr. Masai Moja. Thank you for giving me this chance to talk before you come in. Baz, I really want to thank you for being a staunch supporter of Kenya Kwanza in the midst of all this resistance in this channel. It's amazing, but they are amazing gentlemen because their arguments are offensive in a way, but in a diplomatic way. I think diplomacy belongs to Aziomio. It's not our thing. You know, we are hustlers. Our deputy president, just to answer that, our deputy president was a chicken seller in Sotik. How do you expect him to go to America and all of a sudden start presenting like the way Uhuru presents? Uhuru was brought up with a kingly or princely manner. We are different. Tumekaa kwa matope, tumekaa Kibira. So before we start getting these diplomatic techniques, it will take time. Give time to our deputy president. Don't castigate him. He answered the questions that we asked.
Simon, kama nyinyi hasla, si mtosheke tu na kazi ya hasla. Mbona mnataka kazi ambayo inahitaji diplomacy na nyinyi hamtaki diplomacy?
Because we want to break the norm that this country can only be ruled by people who come from old money. We believe that our children are all going to school so that one day they can even present themselves as presidents of this country. And that's the reason why personally I support the presidency of, Ruto, because he's a sign of hope for the hopeless. Now, I'd like to answer these questions very fast. I had answered Guru. I want to talk about Mr. Maraga when he was the CJ of this country. Mr. Maraga said democracy is a process. And that is why the elections in 2017 were repeated on the basis that the process was not done in a proper manner. Simply because of some signatures as opposed to numbers, the elections in 2017 were repeated. So democracy is a process. It's not about numbers only. It's a big process. Maraga is not a Kikuyu, by the way. So when we come to talk about Jimmy Wanjigi deserved the right to present himself as an ODM candidate. He started vouching for it from last year. He has the funds. He has been with these people, ground up. So if Raila really believes in himself as a Democrat, this is where I was coming from. Raila would have given Jimmy Wanjigi that chance, just present yourself, but I will win. But chasing him out of Kasarani like a dog, that was not right for Mr. Raila. I really respect him. I don't insult. I respect Raila because I know I'm talking right now like this. Mtembe, you have this TV right now because of Raila, not because of Uhuru or Ruto. Raila, we wouldn't be talking like this. That guy fought tooth and nail. So with all due respect, he has gone against his virtues. His virtues were to fight.
Simon, before you go to another point, I want you to explain to me.
Yes.
You belong to which political party?
I belong to UDA.
In UDA, are there rules that govern how candidates are decided?
We are yet to see how our NDC will be run.
Simon, so your NDC in UDA will be attended by all hustlers and mama bogas.
Definitely not.
just kuja hapo kwa Waiguru and Wangui Ngirishi walitengana juu hakukuwa na democracy, but wewe utaangalia demokrasia Jimmy Wanjigi ya man who is hellbent kuharibu ODM, anakuja na tu youth Kasarani ati anakuja kuvamia yani hata he is very lucky. Unawezaje tengeza tu youth 10 hapo, unaingia Kasarani ukipiga honi ni kama unaenda kutishia baba. Hata baba didn't care, hata hakuwa huko. Everything that happened ilikuwa imepangwa tu na vijana kidogo hapo nje. Raila was not there, so sielewi unamblame Raila kwa nini hapo.
Mr. Mtembei, I would like us, Mr. Mtembei, I would like all of us to give a chance to democracy.
I defend my candidate.
Bernard, let me finish answering these questions.
Ngoja kwanza, let him prosecute, let him respond, and then you will come in. Thank you.
Let me finish in a very big note, and then I just give you guys. Mr. Mtembei, I would just like us to respect democracy. Even if I'm a puppet, even if I'm this small, I should be given that chance just to present myself, humiliate myself, in the spirit of democracy where we tolerate each other.
Present yourself.
Simon, ulisikia vizuri, Jimmy Wanjigi is not even a delegate. So unajipeleka huko kama nani? This is a national delegate conference. Unaenda huko kama nani?
Okay, let me finish this answering these questions. We'll come back to Jimmy Wanjigi. About Miguna going to the airport and Raila following him, that was Joe's presentation. That is very right. But I believe that that was a very ironical scene. Can you imagine Raila is the one who was swearing in, even if the oath he took was not the right oath. In that spirit, Miguna wouldn't have been the victim. It would have been Raila going into that flight. All right, about Republican and Democrats, that was Mr. Themba.
Blame that one on Jubilee. Blame that one on Jubilee.
Joe, you're out of order. Joe, you're out of order.
So, Mr. Themba, you talked about Republican and Democrat. That was a question that arose today in Chatham, where our deputy president was answering questions. There is one of the people there questioned him about URP and what it stands for and what it means to be a Democrat. So, and you talked about independence of the judiciary and whether the executive should be tied to, okay, I understand what you're saying. I mean, what Ruto meant that he will strengthen the independence of institutions by adding their budget, financing them more to make them more independent, including the DCI, the EACC, the courts, the judiciary, so that they can be fully independent, that they will not need any influence from the executive.
Simon, hold on. Who finances the judiciary?
No, what I mean is that the
who finances it? How does the judiciary get its finances?
It comes from the budget. It comes from the budget.
Does it come from the president or the executive?
It comes from the executive.
What do you mean? Financing to the
judiciary? I mean that the
executive
has to pass a law on how much budget should go to the judiciary.
Who passes? Who gives the judiciary finances?
It's the president who decides.
The president doesn't give the judiciary.
It's the last person who signs on that.
No, wait. Who? You need to be honest with people, Simon. Hold on, Bernard. You need to be honest with people. You need to know how does financing happen to the different arms of government. Why do they present their request to Parliament? It is you guys who have 160 MPs going around, and you're not coming to even pass those laws that give the judiciary the finances. So here you're coming to executive. Just when the judiciary needs a budget, where does it present it? Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you. Let's do this, Simon. Simon,
Mr. Themba,
you either have an answer for Themba or we move to the next person.
Mr. Themba, would you enlighten me on what you mean that our deputy president is tying himself to the judiciary, and therefore there will be no independence. What do you mean? What was your question?
Simon, we are simply
Yes, Mr.
saying
Bernard,
that
Mr.
the
Bernard,
deputy
I'm just
president,
seeking
hold
clarity
on,
here.
order, Simon. The deputy president is part of the presidency. He's
Yes.
been in the executive for 10 years now. This is the 10th year, okay? How does he discover last night that the judiciary is not having enough funding when he's been bragging around the country that he has 150 members of parliament? Every budgetary allocation is done in parliament by the legislature on how it is allocated to different departments in the government. It is not the president's decision.
I beg to differ with you. Even when I beg to differ with you about the number of the members of parliament our deputy president had, because there's been a lot of blackmail and manipulation within this administration. During, for example, I'll give one example. When Sonko was being removed from office, most of the members of parliament in UDA had said they will vote for Sonko. But it went against Sonko because of the blackmail. I mean, there's been a lot of blackmail, and that's why I'm saying our deputy president. I beg, Bernard,
Mambo yote ya finance inatoka kwa parliament.
It's
Kuna
true.
finance committee inapokeanga proposal from all different government departments on the request. Even IEBC iliitisha pesa ya conduct general elections.
Chair.
It's not a single person's decision. So the DP should stop lying to the world that the president is the one controlling the judiciary and the other whatever security department by denying them finances. If that is what he has been doing, then let him confess so that we can look for how to forgive him. If he has been stifling the function of the whatever, the DPP and the other security people, the anti-corruption, atuambie sahi. Lakini story ya kwenda kudanganya kwamba pesa inakataliwa na rais, hiyo ni game ambayo lazima ikome na mkomeshe sasa hivi.
Chair, I beg to differ on that. I want to finish now because I can't even answer these questions. No. I'm under a lot of pressure. Let me just summarize.
Simon, you are under pressure. Relax for now.
Bernard, I beg just to finish.
Come to your help.
I feel.
Bernard. Baz, come and help your brother.
Bernard, this is what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you for giving me a brother.
Order. Thank you. Wekesa, add your question so that Baz can respond.
Yeah, I want to say that, Simon, it's good to acknowledge when you don't have facts. We don't know everything. Even me, I support Raila, but there are things I don't know. So I don't have to answer everything just to appear I'm answering. What I know, I will answer. What I don't know, I will actually say I don't know. So don't try to defend something and you exactly know that that's not a fact. One thing I wanted to say on Jimmy Wanjiki, you can play even their clips from the start. Jimmy Wanjiki had a false start.
Wekesa, simpatie huyu Masai moja time.
Nani?
Huyu Masai moja anasema amekaa hapa for an hour.
I haven't even misspoken. This is my first opening of the mouth.
It's true, hajaongea. Amekaa sana.
Let's do this.
Amekaa sana. Let's be fair.
You are heckling.
Let's do this. Joe and team, tutawapeleka quarantine tu sahi.
Nyinyi watu wa Gonio TV leo mmejaa hapa.
Joe, you came here and started to demand to talk. We gave you opportunity to talk. You know that the debate is done systematically. We cannot be jumping. This question is not settled. We go and open another chapter for another issue. We'll be creating confusion. So as much as we may not move as fast, but we'll get to you, just a little more patient. Let's sort what has been brought up so that we move on in the interest of our viewers. Because if somebody comes, we are yet to settle this issue of of wherever, the judiciary and the remuneration, then we switch into something else, we will not be helping the debate. So, Baz, please make your response as fast as possible.
I wanted to make a little observation, and I think I have.
You have left me hanging.
Somebody said John Adams is a lawyer.
Now you people are confusing
Yes, Bernard.
me.
Yes, Bernard. Can I continue?
Hold on. Wekesa, what is it? Ulikuwa hujamaliza swali lako? Basi maliza.
I had not even presented.
No, it's not submission. I thought it's a follow-up question.
Yeah, it's a follow-up on issue of Jimmy Wanjiki. I was saying it's good to put facts straight because
make it brief and please, so that we move on.
Go away, so we will not be doing justice to that. One, when you see something growing on your body, don't think that you're growing fat. Sometimes it can be a tumor. So you have to understand. So what I'm saying in terms of Jimmy Wanjiki, he started on a false note. In fact, if you listen to the CJ of ODM, ask and called him several times, why can't you come in a meeting we discuss? What is it going on? He began by opening parallel offices to ODM. So they were asking, this person that is opening parallel offices is like he's creating his own delegates and opening parallel offices. What is the agenda? So such like a person, you cannot tell me it's democracy. You don't come in someone's house and you build a room here and then you say it's democracy. I just wanted to set the facts straight that from the start, Jimmy had a completely different agenda that had not, the leadership were wondering what is happening. So that's why they started suspecting him and put him aside. They wanted to know the agenda, but at the end of the day, we have known his agenda. He was a mole. He was on a different mission. Let me just stop there, but in my own submission, I will expand it.
Okay, Baz, make your response as fast as possible.
Yes, thank you very much, Bernard. And I start guided by John Adams, who I have had is a legal mind. There's this issue you keep on repeating that members of parliament can pass any kind of bill, including bill involving money. There is something known as money bill. And putting into the judiciary fund, for it to go live or for it to be activated, it is kind of a money bill, which must be passed with the concurrence with the Cabinet Secretary for Finance. And the Cabinet Secretary for Finance works directly to the president. So the president has a hand in unlocking the judiciary fund, which is kind of a money bill. So stop putting every heap on the MPs. They cannot pass that bill without the advisory of the Treasury. So the president has a hand to unlock the judiciary fund so that judiciary can be free of funds to be able to function. I stand guided by John Adams.
John Adams, you have something to say on that?
Yes, I think part of the problem with the establishment of this fund has not really been, it has largely been reluctance on the part of the executive. This is something that was supposed to have been done quite a long time ago. It did not start in 2017, 18, or 19. It has been there from 2013. It's good that the DP is talking about it now, but it is unfair to blame this entirely on the president. I think Parliament has absconded its role. I think the executive, which involves the president and his deputy, have also not performed very well on that. So yes, we need to move the discussion forward, but putting the blame on any specific person, to me, that is not right. It is not entirely the president's fault that this bill the fund has not been established. It's the same issues we've seen with the equalization fund. These are things that are there in law, but the actual allocation does not happen from Parliament. It's the same problem with the consolidation fund for matters disaster. So you cannot entirely say the president has a problem. I would ask where the 150 MPs from UDA are, but I would not absolve the president from blame either.
Okay, thank you on that. Joe, what is it?
Yeah, I want to say both sides are right. Simon is right, and also Adams is right. This thing has not started yesterday, so the DP cannot say that it started yesterday. Some of us have lived here long enough. During Kenyatta's time, when he came, he became the president. He denied the AP's funds because hao ndio walikuwa home guards, and if we could see the askaris are AP, they were actually literally working half naked. They didn't have the uniforms. So we saw that. So the president has got some powers to some extent to deny a department some money. That is very true. It's been happening since 1960s. We saw when Moi came in and the police were holding roadblocks. So he started funding the APs, and that's when you show those APs with robots, with modern arms. That means Moi stopped the police from getting their funds, and he built up the APs. So the president has some say on these funds. That is absolutely right. I've seen it a lot of times. Even the judiciary, when they went wrong with the executive, they were denied some funds. And the progress that they were making within the counties literally stopped, including the court buildings that they were building, literally stopped. Their training literally stopped, just because they went the wrong side with the executive. So to some extent, this is true. It's just like the same, like Raila is saying, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. He has a say. He has a big say. Let's agree, like I said, let's agree what is right and what is happening, what is factual, what is real. Tusikatae tu ati tumekataa because now we are on this side, or because we are on this side, wanasema this is possible. No, iko vitu facts that we know. The history can bear us that these things has been happening in this country since 1963. We know it. So tusikatae tu just for the sake of kukata. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Joe. You have made your point. Thank you. My question is, why raise it now when you're about to leave office?
Exactly.
What have you done since 2013 to 2022? Were you not part and parcel of the cabinet and all the budgetary process? What did you do, or what did you suggest about improving the fund for the judiciary or for other departments?
Exactly, Bernard. You are very correct, 150%. Very, very correct. Because hizi vitu zimefanyika amekuwa pale tu. You are very correct. The problem with Ruto, he can talk a lot of good things, but integrity yake stands mbaya sana. He can talk the best things, lakini kufanya ndi hakuna.
Let's listen to Martin Hubbard, sorry. Martin Hubbard, and you're behind the curtain. Martin Hubbard, one. Okay, it seems it's not there. Simon, what is it?
Bwana Joy is very correct. This is politics. Politics is a game of, it's like the Game of Thrones. It's like a chess game. When you have that chance to place your case, you do it. So the DP is not innocent, but he has taken this chance and tried to fight back against the system, not because he's not part of these mistakes, but he will try as much as possible and paint the system or mudsling it as much as possible, because now he's on the other side. But it's not that he has not been part of these mistakes that have happened in this regime. But after the handshake, the DP has been a lame duck deputy president. Let's call it like it is, and we cannot say that he's not been part of it. But right now, he has to take advantage of the position he has been as an underdog and come and try and mudslinging the system to try and bring out some innocence out of. He has also been branded a thief. I mean, Raila Odinga, Junet, all these people from Azimio, they ride on the train of calling my deputy president, my fifth choice of the president, that he's a thief, you know. When we go into detail about all these politicians, everyone has a hidden skeleton in their closet. So, I mean, what Joe has said is very true and right, but the DP is just trying to fight his case at this moment in time because he wants to be the next president of this country. Raila is not innocent in any way.
Simon, I already did that. We already went through that. There is no equalization fund for being called a thief, and a thief is not called a thief just for the sake of being called a thief. There are cases that are ending up at the DP's desk, not from imagination, like the other imagined scandals. Really cases of which any Kenyan who knows what is right cannot pretend not to see them. A case when it has gone through the court of law and has been ruled and somebody has been fined and he paid the fine, you can't dismiss that just because every other person is a thief. Every other person is a sinner, but we still have saints.
We will also be tabling the other cases of the people in Azimio, just like you've tabled the cases of the deputy president. We will be here to receive those cases also. So be waiting for that in the coming episodes. Wait for our tabling of these cases. We will be doing it. We will be doing it, Mr.
Quarantine. Temba, please come in. Bwana Femba. Temba, are you stuck or something?
What did you say?
You have to make your submission before we bring in Bantu.
No, it's okay. Just bring Bantu Warrior. Me, I'll be here. Just bring Bantu Warrior.
Sawa. Bantu Warrior, please. Ngoja. Okay, Adams, your hand is up.
Just to put it in context on the judiciary front before we move on, the main issue that Treasury had said was existing was that hakuna regulations to support establishment of the fund. So in law, normally a fund needs to be accompanied by regulations stipulating use, etc. Another thing that happened in 2020, the Treasury cut the judiciary's budget by 20 billion and then increased, it cut the judiciary's budget, which was a total of 16 billion. But at the same time, it increased the Ministry of Transport's allocation by 20 billion, which is more than the 16 billion the entire judiciary had. So that's why I keep saying these issues are not as simple as pointing fingers to one body. There has been a problem in the executive. It did not start in 2021. It has been there for quite some time. And Ruto has been silent with his 155 MPs all through.
You say Ruto has been sidelined?
I said he keeps telling us he has 150 plus MPs in parliament. They did not support pushing these regulations. They did not voice their concerns in parliament. So they went to the states to complain to the diaspora, but they have not done anything here that is tangible.
Okay, thank you. Before we bring in Bantu Warrior, let's try to play this video.
9 years. I don't know which dockets were given to me because when President Uhuru Kenyatta formed government after the election, we've always had one president. We've never had two. And the responsibility over government has never been shared between Uhuru Kenyatta and myself. There were no dockets that were given to me. I didn't appoint no minister anywhere. Everybody was appointed by the President of Kenya.
My friend, the fact that I am elected deputy president means the people of Kenya, if things go wrong in this government, President Uhuru Kenyatta and I will be the ones to be asked. Forget even about MD of, I don't know, some organization, cabinet secretary this and cabinet secretary that.
Umefanya vizuri sana. That was very good.
Bantu Warrior, karibu.
Credibility, that's what I was saying, credibility.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Habari zenu nyote, Bwana Timba, John Adams, asante sana Joe, Nyoa, Salina na Simon. Nimefurahi sana Bwana Bernard kumpatia hii nafasi kidogo, kwa sina mengi ya kusema kama wenzangu, lakini nimeona hii pati ndogo za huyu Ruto akiwa anadanganya wale watu ambao ni diaspora wako kule. Ameuliza swali mzuri sana na yule mama, lakini kujibu kwake hakukuwa sawa kabisa. Na kama hiyo siku ambayo kuna tena atasema kama ametuwekea hapo, ameeleza, anasema yeye hakuhusika katika kugawanya, ilikuwa yote ni kwa Uhuru. Sasa kama ilikuwa ni kwa Uhuru, ile nusu ambayo ya ile cabinet alikuwa na yeye, ina maana kuwa Uhuru aliwachagua watu wa community ya Kalenjin peke yake, na hiyo it is impossible. Yeye alihusika na alikuwa na mkono wake hapo, na inajulikana na watu wote kuwa yeye aliweka watu wake. Mimi nashindwa sana kwa mtu kama Simon anakuja hapa anaongea uongo, na yule anayemfuatia kiongozi wake pia ni muongo, na wana guts za kuongea uongo kama kwenye hii panel yetu hapa, na wengine wanakwenda kuongea huko UK. Kuna panel mwenzangu amesema hawa diaspora, sisi tuko huku tunajua sheria, tumeishi miaka mingi, tunajua sheria huku, tunafuata sheria. Huwezi kuja kuongea uongo na ukafikiria utaweza kupasa wewe hivi tu. These people here, they're clever. No. Sio ile tu mambo ya ile tunakubaliana. Hakuna kitu tunakubaliana. Huku watu wanafuata vile wewe unaongea, na they follow it very carefully. Anadanganya sana, na Simon anakuja anadanganya hapa, na anajificha huko nyuma ya curtain huko, na analeta propaganda hapa. Sisi hatutaki mtu akuja kutudanganya. Unachukulia wakati wetu mwingi sana hapa, mpaka watu wengine wameondoka, wametuharibia hii panel yetu na propaganda zako. Kwenda huko. Asante sana. Alex, habari yako bwana? Asante sana bwana Bena. Ni hayo tu.
Bantu Warrior. Kuja polepole tafadhali. Naomba tusikilize kabla tulete Alex.
Tumesha resolve, tumepanga. Raila ndio candidate wetu, alisema tena yeye anataka awe ndio candidate wetu.
when we have resolution imepitishwa na NDC ya ODM, NDC ya Jubilee yetu ilipitisha 14th December, kabla hata Jubilee na ODM, tukasema Raila ndio candidate wetu. Huyu Kalonzo anataka kuturudisha nyuma kwa nini? Tena turudi kwa NDC ingine to cancel resolution zetu. We can't. So either akubali aingie ndani, vile tulivyo, ama arudi aendelee. We know we're going to win. Bila yeye akuje asikuje tunaenda kushinda. But you must also note kama wa Kenya 2007, I must tell you this, 2007 when Raila was running against Kibaki, Kalonzo Musyoka, munaona vile alikaa, ndiye akaitwa watermelon, akasema anapita katikati. Si alisema hivyo? Kweli alipita katikati. But mnakumbuka Kenya vile ilienda? Kenya iliharibika because of the slim, ile ungesema hata ule commission chairman Kivuitu alisema ilikuwa ni ngumu sana yeye kusema ni nani alikuwa ameshinda, because it was so close to call, na mwenye alisababisha iwe that close ni Kalonzo Musyoka. Akapata kura sijui 800, pata kura about 800,000, 700,000. Hiyo kura kama ingeenda kwa Kibaki angekuwa outright winner, ama ingeenda kwa Raila angekuwa outright winner. But because of hiyo indecisiveness, because of hiyo watermelon wake, akasababisha Wakenya wakapigana, akasababisha Wakenya wakawawa wengi. Ile mnaambiwanga walikuwa watu 1,200 ni uongo. Watu walikufa zaidi ya 10,000. Wale walikufa, wale waliwawa huko, wengine walizigangwa tu hawatangazwi. Many people died. Wengi wakachomwa kwa makanisa, wengine wakapigwa na mshale huku na kule. We don't want to go into that. Na ndio tunamwambia Kalonzo Musyoka, please, kama umekuja ingia na tuende mbele, tuweke Raila wa president. Wewe utapata kiti kingine yote. Hata mimi nataka kiti, lakini siwezi kusimama mbele kuzuia Wakenya wasiattain malengo yao ya kupata serikali ya Raila, serikali ambayo italeta usawa, serikali ambayo itaendeleza Wakenya wote, italetea kini mama baba care. Mnasikia hiyo baba care? Many of you guys ukienda hospitali, mimi upigiwa simu nyingi sana hapa hospitali.
Thank you. That is Wafula Munyinyi. Where is Alex? Alex has run away. Okay, Mama Selina, karibu.
Asante Penat. Asante. Niko naona Temba ama hata yeye ameenda.
Anakuja yuko tu area.
Sawa. Okay, naona watu wanatusungusha na nashukuru unawapatia nafasi wakiexpose vile mkubwa yao anafanya. Penat, kama we mama ni mwizi ama baba ni mwizi na mtoto yako akiiba kwa jirani, badala ya kumwambia mtoto rudisha, unaficha kwa nyumba. Hao watu wamesoea, na sasa imefika wakati watu wamejua ati kwa mama fulani ama kwa baba fulani kitu yako ikipotea, enda tafuta huko. Kitambo mob justice wakuje sasa wasack house ndio wapata vita sao, ndio wakati ni huu, kwa sababu kiongozi akumbuki ile alisema mara ya kwanza. Alisema chochote ikifanyika kwa serikali ya Jubilee, mimi na Uhuru Kenyatta tunashare. Kama ni mzuri ni hawa wawili, kama ni bibaya ni hawa wawili. Kama ni kuchukua ministry, alipatiwa yake nusu na Uhuru akakuwa na yake nusu, na ya Uhuru akaweka wa Kenya, na ya ndugu yetu akaweka wa Kalenjin. Sasa ni aibu sana, hakuna kitu moja amesema ikasimama. Hii tumeonyeshwa saa hii clip ni ya 20 maybe 2012 maybe 2013 hivi 14, alafu leo akiwa London Kwa nini watu wanaona kama Wakenya ni wajinga? Anyway, nafikiri watu ni wagonjwa kichwa ama ni wagonjwa, I don't know. Kwa sababu hii mambo na ndiye hawa walituambia Wakenya wamerefuka. Na hawa ndio walituambia hakuna wajinga Kenya. Sasa hapo sijui hii mambo yote wanasema, wanafikiria Wakenya ni wajinga kweli ama walierefuka vile walisema. Ya tatu, mimi nilisema na watu walisema, Mama Selina, uwezi tusi baba yako, uwezi tusi mtu rika ya baba yako, uwezi tusi mtu hata ndugu yako mkubwa. Hii maneno ya kwenda kutusi Atuoli, kuita sijui wanasema stupid, sijui wanasema hata sijui kutamka hizo mimi. Wewe mwenyewe unatarajia kuongoza nchi. Wewe kesho utakuwa baba ya Kenya. Uhuru sahii ni baba ya Kenya. Kwa hiyo miaka ako naye, wacha Raila tunamuita baba. Raila ni baba kwa age na haki yake. Uhuru Kenyatta ni baba ya Kenya today. Running mate yake deputy president atakuwa baba ya Kenya. Baba ya Kenya ni kutulia. Baba ya Kenya ni ule hawezi tipu watu. Inasemekana kiongozi anameza mambo, anaweka kwa mbavu. Ukipatiwa nchi leo, wewe ukiitwa baba, na utusiwe, uitwe mwenda simu, uitwe kitendawili, uitwe hiyo majina yote umezoea kuita Raila, utatoa hadi kuua watu, utaresign, utafanya nini? Kwa sababu kama ukiwa na kiti kidogo uwezi vumilia, unajibu mzee anaitwa Atoli. Mimi pangu kama Otwali ni stupid, ile watu yote wafanyikazi ya dunia wameheshimu Otwali. Nataka niwaambie leo, kama mkubwa wenu ametusiwa, nyinyi yote mnatusiwa. Kwa sababu uwezi enda tusi mtu hata kama ako na kiti ile ya tip, ile ya kuchunga ng'ombe, cattle tip. Tunaitwa hiyo penalty. Ukiwa na hiyo kiti kidogo ya nyumba 10 na watu 6 wamekuamini ukuwe chamani yao, lazima muheshimu hiyo mtu mpaka wakati tamu yake inaisha. Sasa Atuoli ni baba na Otwali anasema ukweli. Kwa nini? Na ako na watu. Siangewachia Musalia ajibu hiyo, siangepatia Alice Wahome ajibu hiyo, ndio tuseme yeye ni mzuri, lakini watu yake ya kwamba yeye ndiye anajibu, yeye ndiye maid, yeye ndiye houseboy, yeye ndiye baba, yeye ndiye kila kitu. Anajibu ile, anarokota ile takataka yote, hata watu ya kuosha mkono angekuwa anafanya. Kitu kingine ukitaka kufanya vile Moi alikuwa anafanya, anatuma watu 2 3, mnapigana huko, mwingine ana support Moi, mwingine anapinga yeye, na yote amewatuma. Wakenya wanang'ang'ana, dakika ya mwisho wanarudi wanasema baba ni mzuri, kwa sababu Moi atakuja kuwaita wote na kuambia kila mtu nyamaza. Sasa hapa hivi hii watu wanatembea, hii wanaitwa protocol, hii watu wanatembea na deputy president, hii watu jioni penalty, hawawezi kaa chini waseme leo tulienda aje, mambo yetu ilienda aje, hapa uliongea mzuri, hapo urekebisha. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria kama uko na group ya watu 30 umetembea na hawa, ukutembea wakuwe flower girls, ulitembea na hawa muende msaidiane, ulitembea na wenye wanakubebea briefcase kama Mudavadi, wakae chini waseme leo tunaenda hivi na hivi, nani anajibu swali hii, swali ile ngumu, mwingine anajibu. Sasa mumeenda kujianika. Hawa watu ulienda naye na pesa ya Kenya ni bure, hakuna kitu imesaidia. Sasa Wakenya watataka pesa yao, hiyo ni makosa sana penalty. Mimi nataka tu niombe, naona Simon ako hapa, unaweza kuwa mdogo, mimi sikujui, uko karibu aje na UDA, lakini nakuomba, umekuja hapa umetetea, umeshinda ile watu wote walipepwa kwa ndege. Wewe uruti uende usaidie huyo ndugu yangu, atupe hii watu wenye wanamuangusha. Wengine wanaenda kuonyeshana, anasema Sibuti ameingia White House. Uongo. At least mchakue muritu hiyo watu. Hii siku imepaki patu ni mingi. Mnaweza rekebisha. Aisirusi ya sai, si ya kuingia State House sasa. In future apaki na China. Ile kitu naomba ni China. Tunaambiwa kuwa na China. Hata kama ulikuwa mwisi na utoke chela na ukue mtu mzuri, watu watasema aisuru. So wewe Simon, wacha kutetea hapa na unawacha ile watu wamekaa na kuenda na pesa ya Kenya wanamuangusha. Watu wanakaa chini chioni. Wanasema hii ilianguka, usirutie hii. Nyinyi kure kabisa. Mnaangusha hiyo mtu. Poleni.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Na omba tumlete Aimba.
Inaitwa Iron Lady.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yesterday nilikuwa najaribu kuingia kwa sababu nilikuwa na duet ya Sunday. Sasa nilikuwa nasema nitakuja alafu nikuwe mpole, ni vile tu sauti ilikataa kuwa soft. Sasa lakini nikasema yani Sunday sasa nitaleta grace ya Mungu. But sasa Mungu niingiza jana, sasa mmenileta Monday. Sasa naomba hiyo grace ikue. But as I start, let me give you the Bible verse. Proverbs 25 verse 25, chapter 25 verse 24. It says, "It is better to live in a corner of a roof than in a house shared with a contentious woman." In this case now we're using women. Obviously vitu mbaya zote nyi wanga mnatumia women as examples, but tumezoea. At the end of the day we are the ones responsible for all of you being here, so tuko tu sawa. Now you guys imagine this, so this is the analogy I've been giving people. Imagine kwamba umeoa bibi, alafu bibi mmeishi naye vizuri, umekuwa mwanaume mzuri, umelea familia yako. You had a vision as a man to have a proper family. And then umezaa, alafu kuna kitu ikatokea, labda ikahitajika hizi DNA. Tuseme labda mnataka kwenda abroad ku-relocate or something, then mume have kupelekwa, you go to take the DNA test of something. Then you come and discover that all these children are not yours. Wewe kama mwanaume ulikuwa uko na vision ya kujenga familia. What do? Do you abort the mission of going on with the journey of being a family man and raising a family, or do you now decide that since you bibi amekufanyia unaamua kujiua na labda hata uue hao watu in the process na ujinyonge na dunia iishie hapo? Naturally, kama ulizaliwa na sema mwanamke kama Irene ama Selina, this is what you will do. Utaamua kwamba this is a vision that I'm carrying forth. So utachukua hao watoto, utaacha hiyo familia, uache mke kwa uzuri in the rightful manner in which you can do it. Uendelea na maisha yako. Kuendelea na maisha yako, labda tuseme umediscover this when you're either 50 or probably more, slightly towards it. Now, you decide to take on another wife. When you take on this other wife, you start a family afresh. All right? So your vision continues. But what will have been taken away from you? You'll have lost the resource of time. You'll have lost the resource of money. You'll have lost the resource of self-respect sometimes. Maybe where you're placed in society. Naturally, you'll be demoralized. But the journey has to continue. Of course, kama umelelewa, si unasikia nimesema kama umelelewa na wanajelewa kama akina sisi hivi. Sasa unaendelea na hiyo safari. It will take away all those things, but your vision has to be sustained. There'll be a time those children will grow. The children you will have in the second marriage. But because this time, when you're doing the second marriage, you'll be more careful, you'll be more cautious, you'll make sure that everything that you're doing now with the thought of continuity. You're doing now with a sense of more clarity. You're being more cautious. Now, this is the position Uhuru Kenyatta finds himself in. We will talk of a lot more debt. We will talk of all manner of things. We will talk of Kenyans being pressed, although the rest of the world kuna inflation. But the truth is, Uhuru alikuja akarealize kwamba alizaa na kibaraka. Akaamua kwanza kwamba life lazima iendelee. Mulichukua Eurobond ikakulwa ikamalizwa. Mumechukua nini? Mabilioni zimeenda road. If you saw how Uhuru was talking about hiyo maji ya watoto mara kwa vile ilichukuliwa, you will see the heart of a father or a grandfather who finally feels the pain of what it means to have been in the helm and leave a legacy where children are suffering because you tolerated a thief as your partner. Now, mara nyingi kama mwanamke tuseme, ikiwa you know that this scenario that's playing itself out, I'm sorry you guys, I usually use these examples because I think they're the ones that we can relate to at a personal level. Imagine umeoa bibi yako afu munaishigi kwa nyumba kabisa, kwa sababu I mean Ruto is getting a salary, isn't he? He's getting all the perks that come with the title deputy president. Alafu mwanamke akitoka kenda kwa jirani, anaanza kuambia jirani vile huyu mtu in fact he's a 1 minute man, in fact sijui nini, in fact you know, like everything about him, everything about you doesn't work out, but this man this woman lives within the same house, ataki kukuacha, achie wengine nafasi waje ukuje useperuke wajue vile when you're motivated right, you are a great performer. So when we are speaking about Kenya, especially in the times we live in, when we speak about a desperate man who is running amok out there, let's be very careful. Right now, our children have closed schools. I don't know, Simon, I've listened to you speak. Unajua kawaida, your second name causes me to want to speak with you with a lot of care, because unajua mimi ni Mjaluo. Sasa tumeambiwa kwamba mashemeji ni watu wa muhimu. Anaweza kureplace bwanako wakati mwingine, wakati wa kiangazi ama kifa. Sasa I have a child from the mountain. I do not want to start speaking about him because I'll take a whole day. In the amazing manner in which this boy mixes, and he combines very well. He cut across being a Luo, cut across being a Kikuyu, very elegant. My son can dig trenches if that is where money is. And then he will come and dress up nice. He will come and smell nice. He will come and give you presents. Now, for me, I usually say the reason this boy has a combination is because he was able to test the diversity of Kenya. Imagine if we lost it on the account of someone we just abhorred because we grew up being told that this man is a bad man. Kenya is sinking. Kenya is going to the draw. We've had children burning schools. Today, on Friday, we had a woman get stripped. Why? Because everything that everybody is seeing on the press is about Matusi, is about arrogance, it's about, and people are seeming to get away with it. We appear not to have any form of principle. We appear not to have any form of discipline. We appear not to have any form of manners, and it is passing. I am wondering, those men who stripped that woman, are they children born in this soil? Were they children raised by women? Were these women Kenyan? Did they know what they're doing to their children? Simon, as you sit there and you say that you guys are hustlers and Kenya, the rest of us could be diplomats. There's a reason people are taken through interviews. There's a reason why we take our children to school. We do not take them for anything else. We take them for knowledge. We take them to be groomed into something useful. The world has no place for riffraffs. The world has no space for it. Similarly, just the example I would give you, when you're acquiring a wife, you will not come and acquire a slut who you've known her ways all along, and you know Mary Stops has been a stop she always takes after every 2 weeks, because that is not what you're going to choose. Why? Because that pertains to your life. As a mother in this nation, I will speak on behalf of the children who are now at home. These children are at home and they're watching us. They're watching us very carefully. Some of us are asking them to watch news. Some of us are asking them to follow politics because it is framing their future. What are we giving them, Simon, when we can sit and think that we are speaking to a future that is skewed because we think we're giving a chance to something that is so rough on the edges, it can never be smoothened? We have one life to live. We have just one life to live. I give the example of my brother Benjamin. Benjamin died at the age of 44. But the things that Benjamin left in us and in Kenyans by extension, I usually say, leave alone the women. I mean, he was not a porn star. He was a sports star. So if I told someone would come out and claim how much his penis worked, tough. You know, it happens everywhere. But for me, I will speak to the person he was to this nation and what he did to the sports of this nation, and specifically what he did to me as a sibling. He reminded me of what it is like to be a human being. Someone said that when you want to, they were asking what career they should be. And then someone told them, try being a human being, because that path is rarely charted. Can we try and be human beings that tomorrow will count for something? Can we leave this nation a reason why Simon can speak English without necessarily having the, well, I'm not saying having an accent is a bad thing, but let them know that you passed through a process that was able to sharpen you for this nation and beyond for the right reasons. I will not want to go out of this country as a Kenyan and be reminded that someone calling themselves a deputy president came and misrepresented me in the manner in which Ruto is doing. When we speak of this Oka third force thing, again, I go back to being a woman. Thank God Mama Selina is there. Mama Selina, kama hao watu wangekuwa wakichukua 1 hour, watufikishe kileleni, tufike ginene cloud 9s and 10s, tutahitaji hata second round. Watakuwa wametumalizia kazi. Sasa kama second round ndio inachosha kwa sababu mapaja inachoka, ndio itafika unipeleke third round. Wakenya tumechoka na kuambiwa ufala. This is, Kalonzo should be somebody's grandfather. I don't know. Mimi najua Uhuru ni grandfather, najua Raila ni grandfather. And I clearly now see why they're now fashioning at least policy that can guide Kenya into a nation that makes sense. But surely sijui kama Kalonzo ni babu ya mtu. Inafikaga kiwango unachoka na ujinga. Unasema kwamba mimi pia, let me qualify for the title a man. Let me stop making a mockery of that name. You know, it is enough that he used to think he's very handsome. That time passed. It is enough that he used to think he had a full head of hair. That time passed. Sasa saizi akona signs za kuonyesha kwamba amekula chumvi, akawa at least Mungu amempatia siku. Mbona asiache kitu ambacho mtu atasema kwamba wajukuu wake watajivunia nao waseme kwamba mimi nilikuwa mjukuu wa so and so. When we sit in forums such as this, when we wake up every morning, God gives us that opportunity. Can we make sure that we are being a fast force? Can we make sure that round 1 is enough? And the round 1 of doing everything. There are no rehearsals in this life. So as we're doing this round in life, as we have this opportunity, this forum, and this kind of mind that God has given us, can we at least make our first round count? Kulikuwa na biwoti dunia. Nani alijua pali ataenda na ako wapi? Guys, it doesn't matter how long you live. You will be dead longer. Let it count that a woman risked her life trying to bring forth a life after 9 months of, like an inexplicable experience. After nine months of puking and doing everything that no woman would ever, after 9 months of losing her shape, let that shape have been lost over someone that is worth the fact that they're breathing today because a woman went through that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Joe, what is it?
I like the way she talks. She's like just a preacher. Hata Simon amesikia.
Thank you. So let's bring in Duke. Huh?
Do I ask a question to Ayimba or I submit?
Hii ni free time, fanya zote.
Okay, first of all,
wacha nimfanyie Bernard kazi.
Okay, first of all, I want to disagree with what Ayimba said. Bernard, mute.
Okay, wacha ni deal na yeye. Na wewe kuja studio, unajua unasaidiaga nikienda kupika chai.
Okay, first of all, I want to start by disagreeing with most of what Ayimba said. For instance, he said that we have to respect old people. First of all, as an old person, you have to respect yourself as first before you are being respected. We have some old folks who have embraced primitive culture. For instance, from some parts of Kenya where they married their daughters at the age of 10. So we cannot respect those. There are those who still undertake female FGM. We cannot respect them. So for you to be respected, first of all, you have to behave in a way which actually demands or compels others to respect you. If you have been watching what Atul has been saying, he has been too abusive. One time he said that if we slept with the mother of William Ruto, maybe he will produce somebody older than him. You see, that kind of nonsense. So a person has to be respected, first of all, if you respect yourself. That's what I have to say. Number two, he has said that, I want somebody to mute. Number two, she has said that Kalonzo Musyoka is not, cannot be a grandfather, or he has actually accused him of a number of things which I did not actually capture. What was
Bernard, allow me to make a clarification before he goes on, please.
Okay.
Duke Omariba,
Be brief. Be brief.
Pole Duke, ningeongea Kiswahili. Nadhani hizi vocabulary zangu zilikupita. Hizo vitu zote zenye unasema ziko kwa kichwa yako. Sikusema uheshimu wazee, na kama umekataa kuheshimu wazee hiyo ni shida yako. Sikusema, Aki, please, if I told you didn't understand what I was saying, please don't try and clarify. Mimi nitakuinterrupt bure, imagine. Ungesema niongee Kiswahili, English imekataa.
Don't try to. I listened to what you said. You said Atwell should be respected, and I'm trying to say the stupidity of Atwell.
And Mr. Duke, hold on. What is wrong with Mr. Atwell being respected?
No, what I was trying to say, he said that Atwell must be respected. So
yes,
I'm trying
he's an elder and a leader in this country that deserves to be respected.
What I'm
he
trying
said
to
the
say,
things that were in his head. He had the things that were in his head. Failed to hear what I was saying. Aki Duke alishindwa kusikia zile vitu nasema, akasikia zile zilikuwa kwa kichwa yake. Duke, pole kwa kuongea Kizungu.
It's okay. Thank you.
Don't try to. What are you trying to say, man?
Mr. Duke, the honor and the respect is not always earned. We have respect that is given by reason of one's position. It doesn't, like your father doesn't have to earn your respect. He has it by reason of him being your father. So whether you like him or you don't like him, he is your father, and so he deserves that respect. It's given to him by God. You go against that, God will be against you. So where's kusema every respect is earned? It's not every respect that is earned.
Mimi kwanza sikuambia mtu respect anyone. Ukikosa kuheshimu mtu, hiyo ni shauri yako. Unakaa vile Duke ako, unaongea vile Duke ako, huwezi sikika na anyone. Pole Duke, sikuongea Kiswahili. Ningekuwa najua ningekuongelesha hii Kiswahili na kuanga nayo Kijaluo. Niliongea English kwa sababu nilikuwa na assume kila mtu kwa forum anasikia. Apologize. Sasa nimeongea Kiswahili. Jaribu uelewe hivi. Hizo vitu zenye zilikuwa kwa kichwa yako zenye uliamua kusikia zile nasema were the wrong ones. Ubaya nimemeka long submission. Siwezi kwenda nikakutranslatea yote. Lakini sio mimi nilikwambia usiende English school. Tafadhali sema zile vitu nilisema, ulize maswali zenye niliuliza, or else mimi by the way nitakupeleka tu kwa gutters.
Sawa Imba. Hold on now. Let Duke make his submission. Thank you.
You know, sometimes you just trying to appear that you are able to pronounce some word properly does not buy you wisdom. So don't try to abuse us. We are proudly Africans. So keep your accent with you. So what I was trying to say is this.
But at least you speak so we can hear you. Don't say about accent and we can't hear you. We need to hear what you're saying. No, Duke, don't say about somebody's accent. Be nice, Duke. I know you are my friend. But be a gentleman.
Na pesa baba yake angemnunulia yake.
No. Hapana, nani wachana na yeye. But Duke, talk nicely.
Order. Thank you, Alex. You have made your point. Aimba, hold your horses, please. Duke, make your submission. Stop inviting wars. Just articulate what you're saying clearly. Everybody will listen. Thank you.
Okay. You know, when people speak, I don't interrupt them. But most time when I try to speak, I get a lot of interruption from most of you. So can I submit without being interrupted? So this is what I was trying to say. We were discussing about the questions which William Ruto answered in the chat house today. And one of the controversies which most of you have disagreed with is about he tried to talk bad of Francis Atwoli. And for me, it was the right thing that he did. He actually responded. For too many times, Francis Atwoli has spoken too many bad things about William Ruto. So as a human being, you have to respond. So you have the right to respond. And you have to be criticized. Whether you are a president, whether you are what, you have to be abused and criticized. That's democracy. If you cannot be abused, or you cannot withstand that, then you should not actually contest for a democratic office. That's democracy. So each person has a right to give his own views. Number two, I want to talk about what he talked about increasing the funding to the judiciary. I was listening to that in the background, and he was asked a question, what he can do to enhance the functions of the judiciary. And in answering that question, he said that he would actually increase the funding of the judiciary so that it can be able to have the hardware and the software to prosecute the cases of corruption so that it can be able to function properly. So what's happening today is that you find that there is some amount which has been allocated to judiciary, but the executive does not release those funds. Therefore, it makes the judiciary not to function properly. That's what I was saying. Lastly, I want to talk about Kalonzo Musyoka, because I have seen that as part of the topic today. So what I can say is this. Actually, what has made Raila Odinga not to become a president is actually because he disrespects people. He devalues individuals. And if you go back to 2007, he disrespected Ruto that way. After having brought a lot of votes from the Rift Valley, he actually fired him on live TV. So if he was somebody wise, he can even summon him to and actually inform him that there is a scandal in your docket. What's the issue? So those small mistakes which he does, he devalues individuals, the same way he devalued Miguna, is what makes him not to win. The same mistake he's trying to make is trying to compel Kalonzo Musyoka to enter Kenya Kwanza, because from the initial indications, Kalonzo Musyoka never wanted to go to Kenya Kwanza. But because he is trying to push him that way, he's going to go that way, and that will be devastating to him. So that's what I can say.
Yes, Joe.
I think you don't have your facts right on so many things. One, everybody knows Raila has won 3 times. So the question that there are things that does not make him win, according to you, does not come in. In fact, if he takes, if he wins this time, this will be the 4th time he's winning the elections. So hakuna swala kwamba ati Raila ameshindwa kushinda hii urais. That one is out. And about Ruto sacking him, it was in order. Raila was his boss. Yeye ndiye alimpatia ministry. Before the sacking, I'm very sure they must have talked on issues ambayo labda Ruto alikuwa akifanya ambayo hazimpendezi. Na maybe Ruto, as you know, as always, hata Kenyatta alimwambia stop campaigning na kaendelea. So he must have continued with these bad ways. They might be not bad, But according to Raila, being the boss, he didn't want those things to go that way. And that's why he was sacked. So don't assume here that Raila just woke up one night or one morning and sacked him. No, I don't think that's how a manager acts. There must have been some talks before the sacking came. That's what I wanted to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Yes, Simon, what is it?
Thank you, Bernard. It's my prayer that we have neutrality. I realized that when I was presenting my answers, you as the chair, you bombarded me and you really challenged me without giving me space. So I present to you this petition that as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter from which side of the divide you're coming from, you should be given equal chance to present yourself. For me, I feel like Ruto is very demonized in this channel. I feel like there's no good. By the way, from when we came here, has anyone spoken good of Ruto? I've spoken some positives about Raila. I'm not a supporter of Raila, but it's amazing that people can talk about, the docket of agriculture and the 2007 elections in regard to Ruto and Raila. We all know very well, and it's not good to talk about the late. Fidel was also mentioned. It was in the public domain about the maize scandal, which Madakarwa was very against. So let's not go into that. Scandals, I'm saying they are across the divide. Why don't we have issues that will affect us as a nation going forward? Instead of demonizing our deputy president and saying that if he comes back, in fact, he should be put to the dogs, to the DCI, I don't know what. Ruto has not committed any treason. Ruto just presented his case. He has never said what happened between him and our very able president Uhuru Kenyatta. He today and the other time he was in America, he was now able to say exactly what happened. And that is his side of the story. I don't believe everything he said. Like, for example, that the government was not divided into 50-50. That for me was not true. But if today we are told to produce any proof, Ruto will be right, because it's on pen and paper that the person who chooses the minister is the president, just like in 2017. So we all come back to politics because it's on pen and paper. But the constitution, the person empowered by this constitution is our president to appoint ministers, not his deputy. So tomorrow, if you come and challenge the deputy president and you say that you lie to the people that the government was not divided into 50-50, he will ask you, what does the constitution say? Are you saying that the president broke the constitution? Yes. Chair.
Let's do this, okay? I don't have a problem anybody making submission, whether it's for Uhuru or for Ruto or for Raila. My only job here is to see to it that whatever you're presenting is credible, reliable, and Kenyans will not be misled. We don't go through this show to provide a platform for somebody to sell his propaganda. So if we demand for you to substantiate what you're saying, that is part of my job. Neutrality
Absolutely.
is not required here in terms of when we come to seeking facts, we must demand that. The deputy president, he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Whatever he says is different from what Churchill can go and say in the US. It's different from what Eric Omondi as a comedian can go and say in the US, because he holds the second highest office in the country. So whatever he says must be carried with that sense of responsibility. If he's careless to go and say things that will paint the country wrongly and paint the government wrongly, while he's part of that particular government, that is wrong, outrightly wrong. and nobody should support it.
Chair.
Because we want to have a government that is accountable. Accountable in the sense that our deputy president is on television. He's speaking to foreign investors. He is closing deals for people to come and invest in Kenya. Everybody will be proud of the same. But if you go to the international platform to cry there about what you refuse to sort while you're here, that to me is nothing to be desired about. And we can't beat around it. And it's not because I support Raila Odinga or support Aziomio. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. Then
Chair.
shared corruption does not make corruption right. If
Chair,
Raila
I beg
is
for your
in a scandal
tolerance,
or
Chair.
Ruto is in a scandal, the two scandals don't make any of them right or wrong. What is right is right, what is wrong is wrong. Let us stand on the right side of history.
I beg for your tolerance, Chair. I mean, everyone here is talking about Ruto, and you've played a video about him saying that the president is the one that appointed all the ministers, isn't it?
No, Mr. Simon,
Yes.
you know, you want to bring some decorum here by trying to tell Bernard to be sober so that we can have a debate that is also sober. The problem is that you want us to use Ruto's lies so that we can perpetuate your lies too. In your right mind, I want you to tell the people in the panel and the people on the comment section, you want us to believe that when they were appointing the cabinet, that Ruto was not given an opportunity to appoint people from his side? You want to tell us that that was a lie, that the president has the prerogative and it's only the president who did that? I want you to be honest on that.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. I would like to say this on the record. I'm not in any way saying that Ruto was not lying. But what I'm saying is, in black and white, in the Constitution, who appoints the ministers?
The appointing authority.
Have the
Look,
powers to,
look,
who has the
I
authority
would
to
like to answer your question.
just tell me who appoints the ministers?
What Ruto was asked was not who was the appointing authority. And
I'm
that
answering,
is what
I'm trying,
my friend,
what I'm trying to say.
I am trying to have
Mute
a
your
clear...
mic, Simon, and wait for the question before you respond.
Simon, I'm trying to answer you based on what was asked to Ruto, not on what you're perpetuating and what Ruto was trying to perpetuate. What Ruto was asked was his role in the cabinet. And Ruto connived and started saying the appointing authority, the same words he used when Raila fired him about the appointing authority. Ruto is becoming conniving when necessary so that he will not take responsibility. When it is part of taking what has been done by this government, Ruto is on the record saying this government was made by us. So when
I agree with you.
When did us... No, you are not being sober now. We are answering you, but you want us to answer according to your mindset. That is the problem.
No, Mr. Alex. I think you've mistaken me. Bernard,
want to move on?
no, Bernard. I beg for some time, please, because there's no way you can bombard me. That's the same thing you did with Mr. Bundi. You bombarded me. You bombarded me, and you cut me, and you never gave me any chance to explain myself. That's what you've been doing, and that's what I'm talking about.
I'm not
We're
giving it
talking
to you, you
about
want to take it
tolerance,
by
all of
yourself.
us.
Listen, Simon,
No,
you don't come on this platform and begin to run the show. Okay?
I'm not running the show.
If what you are saying must be questioned.
I am begging for tolerance.
I want us to understand each other. Okay? I want us to understand each other. The deputy president says he did not appoint anybody in the cabinet. The president is on record that when they were running the Jubilee government, the deputy president demanded half the government. I'm sure you are aware of that. Okay. If you demanded half the government and he was given half, the government, who appointed
Correct.
on behalf of the government.
Correct. So what I'm saying is, not, Alex, I'm not saying you're wrong. You're both correct. But if we go now to court today on pen and paper, all right, who is the appointed authority to appoint the ministers today?
And let me answer you that.
No,
Let me
I'm just
answer you that.
asking.
Let me answer you that.
nimwambie.
Let
Mi
me
ni
answer
mzee,
you that.
mi ni mzee, wacha nimwambie. I need the answer. Eh?
Okay.
Simon, you have been on the record kusema Raila should bring back Miguna.
Yes.
And you are told here clearly by Bernard that Raila does not play part in this government. But you want to
For
use
sure.
the same thing, eh? Even on pen and paper like you're talking. Raila is
Yeah.
not in the government. But still you want to insist that Raila has the powers to bring back Miguna. This is the same thing you're saying. So
Joe, we are on
which
the
side
same
of
page.
the coin? Which side of the coin are you talking about? When you say on
Thank
pen
you,
and
Joe.
paper, it is the president that appoints the cabinet. But at the
Thank
same
you.
time, you want to go with the analogy that Raila is in the government. And in pen and paper,
No.
he is not. So I
I'm
mean,
trying to explain.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to explain where the
This
deputy
guy is
president.
wasting time. That is what he
No.
did last time,
Hold
and
on,
he's
hold
doing
on,
it.
hold on, Alex.
Honestly.
Alex, you have to be
hold on.
tolerant. This is a
No, we are
democracy, Alex.
tolerant. The
Hold
issue
on, Alex.
is, every time you
Alex,
are
hold
saying,
on.
you are trying to say,
No, you
when it
see,
is necessary for you to make a point that is not pen and paper. You have been
No.
asked in pen and paper, is Raila able to bring Miguna? Yes or no?
I said no. He's
So then
not
why are you
able.
trying to say beyond that?
I would like to explain it to you. Would you be tolerant enough to give me a chance?
Okay.
I want you guys to
Let's
put.
do this. Let's do this.
I would like you guys to put yourself in the shoes of the deputy president.
Simon,
What the deputy
I
president
am a
is trying.
priest, okay?
Bernard, I
Roger.
beg your tolerance because
Hold
you're
on,
talking over me.
Simon.
I've kept quiet. Alex has talked. You have talked. Joe has talked. I have not even answered you guys. This is a democracy.
Simon,
I know this
if
is
you
your
come here
panel.
with your emotions, utaenda bila kuagwa.
I will go with my
Please,
head up
kwanza.
and I will allow that.
I want you to restrict
Because
yourself to the questions you've been asked. Answer them. If you have a question, pose it straightforward. We are here with the interest of time. There are people on the queue who needs to come in and make submission. You can't come to
Bernard,
the show where we speak for 3 minutes and you want to speak for 15 minutes and taking us in circles. We don't do that.
you're the one cutting me. I wish you gave me 3 seconds. I'd finish.
You have 3
Alex,
seconds.
I'm saying
Finish,
this.
please.
The deputy president said that not because it's the truth, but because he knows that if you challenge him, he'll come to the statement that on pen and paper, the appointing authority is a president. For example, the DPP, when he was presented with the case of Aror and Kimwarer dams, do you know why the deputy president was not persecuted? Do you know why he was not even taken to court? Because the funds from the treasury are signed by the president. The president is the one who has the power and authority to sign the funds from the treasury. So the
That was
deputy
not the
president.
reason. Don't lie to us. I
It
read
is the reason.
No, it's not. It's not, please.
From
And
the
I will
DPP.
send Bernard the
Alex,
clip.
Ngoja, you
I
will
will send
rebut.
Bernard the clip.
Alex, ngoja kwanza. You will rebut when is your time to submit. Simon, maliza tafadhali.
Mi by the way hata nimemaliza. Nimeshukuru kwa hii time tumekuwa nayo. You guys are amazing. Talking from a citizenship point of view. You guys are amazing, but let's not demonize one candidate like the way you do. I will always protect the deputy president, but with fact. That one you have to know that now someone has come up and I will protect him with facts. And let's give each other time, Let's give each other time. Let's call a spoon where it's a spoon and a spade where it's a spade. All right, guys? Let's not demonize each other and taking time and putting in circles. This is what I know, Kenya.
Simon,
before you go,
Bernard,
Bernard,
Alex.
Alex,
Just listen to me,
pressure.
Simon, before you
We,
go.
I'm
we, have,
finished.
we, have, we have dealt with a lot
Yeah.
of you guys here, so relax, okay? Kama ni
I'm okay.
masuala ya debate tuko ready.
Simon.
Kile tunaomba kutoka kwenu kuja na facts. Sisi kuja hapa kutuambia we should feel for the deputy president when he's messing up the image of the country and he has refused to resign from the government that he's criticizing. That is not acceptable anywhere in any democracy in the entire world. So he's even making a mockery of himself on the international platform. If he does not believe in the president, he does not believe in the Jubilee, the honorable thing for him to do is to resign. Then he can criticize it all day, all night. But as he has refused to resign, he will be blamed for it, and it's not demonization. Alex, your mic is on.
Can you block somebody there with a webcam that is trying to? Somebody is trying to hack this Mutembe, the webcam. Can you block him right away?
I'd like to tell Simon one thing, please. Just kidogo tu 1 second.
Wait, Joe, Bernard, block that person before they hack you.
Let them hack me when it's easy vitu in public. Let me tell Simon, maybe I signed some money from the accountant, cashier. Then I give my people waende wafanye nayo kazi. The fact that wamechukua hiyo pesa, they sign it from me. Alafu wanaenda bala kwenda kazi, wanaenda kwa bar wanalewa. Is it my mistake? Surely, just because I'm the person who signed for the money from the cashier. No, it is not mine. Hiyo pesa Uhuru akisign ilikuwa ende tengeneze dam. Then somebody intercept it, anaenda kujenga nayo hoteli yake. Surely, do you want to blame Uhuru for that, for signing for that check? No. I won't give you.
Joe, prove it beyond any shadow of a doubt. Prove it before any shadow.
Let's hear from Sarah.
Thank you, Bernard. I've been following, and honestly, before I even start, let me say, if we are coming to a debate, whether or not you're an Aziomio supporter or an UDA supporter, you should have facts and stop debating with emotions. Unfortunately, Simon, you are debating with full-on emotions. I don't know where you're getting the emotions from. Just come with facts. First, I don't speak on behalf of everyone in the diaspora, but let me tell you for a fact, we are not stupid. The people here are very clever. We know our rights. We know what is going on in Kenya. We are not stupid. We know what is going on. So when the deputy president wakes up in the morning, takes a trip to the US and the UK, we haven't even been notified. Is it an official visit? Is it a personal visit? We don't know. So we don't know who is coming as. Is he coming as the UDA campaigner or the deputy president or just a person who's coming to visit his people per se? We don't know which is which. He comes and he sullies the name of the government in which he is in. Okay, I do not care whether or not he claims he had been sidelined, he had been removed. He is still the deputy president. After all, he did not resign. He was asked to resign. He did not resign. He is still the deputy president. Therefore, he should behave in a decorum of the deputy president. First of all, Simon has said we should not demonize specific leaders. Wacha nikwambie, Raila has been demonized since the start of when he started being the opposition leader. So don't tell us about demonization. You have created a narrative that Raila is this bad person, and your supporters actually are the ones who created that narrative the most. So let us hold each other accountable, to be honest. It's on record through two. I think one of them was actually featured here. The deputy president was in an interview in the Voice of America interview, I think, and he was asked about corruption. He stated that we should not point fingers and we should not personalize corruption. Now, for heaven's sake, is everyone corrupt in the government? We can't possibly wake up in the morning and say every person is corrupt. Not everyone is corrupt. We have to point fingers to understand who is it that is taking the money. So I don't understand why he's saying we should not point fingers and the financial independence of the judiciary. After all, even if they're given that financial independence, the judiciary might still stick, can be their personal vendetta not to go kufuatilia hizo cases. Second of all, people are behaving, I don't know why people are behaving like this is something new, like Uhuru kushikana na Raila ni kitu ambayo ni mpya. Let me take you back to the heated time when Trump was in presidency, when ilikuwa inafikia karibu na elections. He took supporters and stormed Capitol Hill. Then weren't some Republicans and Democrats together against him? So this is not something new. This is not something new just because Uhuru decided to open his eyes and see that Ruto is not the one for him and is not going to support him, doesn't make it a bad thing. These things have happened before. They're not new. Second of all, Duke Omariba previously said that old people should not be respected. Old people should always be respected. Let me tell you one thing from Diaspora, because I'm here, so I'll talk in regards to that. The elderly here are given the respect they deserve. It does not matter whether you are a criminal, it does not matter where you are a drug trafficker, it does not matter who you are. The respect is given to you. Even in cases, they judge the case depending on your age too. It matters. So all people should be given respect no matter the case. So when Ruto wakes up and calls people stupid, people who have been there before him, way before him, I wonder, is it, honestly, it's very embarrassing, to be quite honest with you, that a whole, unajua, I really wonder wazungu wenye wanamsikiza wanamwona aje, because normally in normal circumstances in these big countries, if the deputy president has a hint, even a tiny hint of differing with the president, he automatically resigns. If he does not like something the president has done or is not for him anymore, he resigns. And then after that, he can decide to dispute whatever the president does. Now, in this case, Kenya is a special case because the deputy president refused to resign. And after all, the constitution doesn't allow for the president to remove him as before. This is a new constitution, so he doesn't have that mandate anymore. He's still sitting as the deputy president. He goes abroad to sali, ni kama kwenda kuchukua the dirty laundry of your own house to your friends. And in this case, let's speak the truth. We are only diplomats. We are not exactly friends with wazungus. We are just, we are in a diplomacy kind of friendship as countries. So to air our dirty laundry and think that wazungus are the ones who are going to come and help you to fix your issues in the country, that is wrong in very many ways. I don't understand why UDA supporters have a lot of propaganda. When it comes to, with all due respect, the deputy president in terms of corruption, he dodges the questions. Okay. First of all, even in his, he was in Shadam House doing that speech, he was asked questions. Among the questions of corruption, I don't know if he did it categorically or I don't know if it was just a by the way, but he had actually forgotten that question. Yet, I saw he had a notebook. He had been writing down these things. He had been writing each question, and the person, I remember I was listening into it, the person who asked that question was called David. He went back to the host and asked, what did David ask again? Simply because it had the question corruption. Now, if that does not make him any guilty, I do not know what more you need. You don't need these are things people know. His Western Hotel is on disputed airport land. The case is still hanging there in the court. I don't know what it is doing. You see, he gives people handouts, and to actually, first of all, I do not know why people have created a narrative that people on the ground, young people on the ground, are always for UDA. I'm young myself, and the people I talk to, well, they go take the handouts, that's the truth, but they see. People see. So I still insist. This is a forum of people who make sense, people who have facts. If you are a supporter, do not bring any supporter, whether Azimio, whether Oka, whether UDA, please do not bring propaganda and unfactual stuff to the debate. This is a debate that is being watched by people in Kenya and by people outside. It is good to speak like people who are sensible and intelligent, not with emotions. We are not here to exude our personal emotions and our personal perspectives. And it's okay, Simon, unaweza tetea Ruto as much as you can. Well, I'm for Azimio, but sitetei Raila this much because anyway, Raila doesn't know me on a personal level. So there is no need to have emotions, tafadhali, please. Bring things that make sense in the forum.
Okay,
Yes, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's do this, okay? We are going to take the second round of Simon. You cannot be speaking after every one person speaks. It doesn't work that way. Okay, take it easy. If you have any matter arising, wait for your second round of submission. You begin with that matter arising.
I'd beg to rebut Sarah. I'd beg to rebut Sarah on because Sarah has really attacked me and attacked the deputy.
I have not attacked the deputy. I'm stating facts. These are things he did. They're on record. They're
Sarah,
publicly
please,
seen. So no.
Let there not be exchanges, please. Thank you. I want us to observe order and ensure that we are flowing. The deputy president, somebody says, cannot resign. Why can't he resign if he doesn't believe in the government? Okay, there is only one reason why he can't resign, and it's because after he resigns, he will be nothing. He will not be able to execute what he wants to execute or achieve what he wants to achieve. The deputy president is on record answering the president and saying, bring it on. Now the president has begun to bring it on. Why is he on the international platform crying for what he invited by himself? He should spare us that and just take it in the way he said, bring it on. You can't be threatening your boss, and when your boss begins to flex his muscle, you now go around to the workers to come and help you. You said, bring it on, take it like a man, and prove yourself a man by overturning whatever that is being brought on. Adams John, make your submission before tusikiliza hawa wengine wamekuja saa hii.
Yeah, so because I know it's quite late, I'm not late on our side, huku Kenya. I'm not going to belabor any points. Just to buttress what Sarah said, there is a quick question. Today, the DP said one of the ways that he proposes to fight corruption is to strengthen institutions. I just have one question. When Eurobond 1 came out and the Jubilee 1 really berated the Auditor General, then Edward Ouko, and the control of budgets, DP is on record of claiming the corruption claims were utter nonsense, pure madness, and the biggest lie in Kenya since independence. The findings of the Auditor General's report, which are public, are that they borrowed money to finance projects in a year when the budget had been fully financed. And then this money is sent to ministries, and they say this money is used for projects. Remember, money from the budget has already been issued. Then they take a Eurobond, which is to become like an extra. What is interesting is in that year, 2014, there was underutilization of funding that was issued by Treasury, which means they returned money. So to this date, apart from the payment of the syndicated foreign debt, which was about slightly under 60 billion, there is about 140 billion that is untraceable from Eurobond 1. I will not say who stole what, but for me, that is the same person telling us he hopes to strengthen institutions once he takes over. He's the same person who dismissed claims under the Aurora and Kimorer Dam. I'm not saying he was wrong to dismiss. I'm not even saying he stole. But it is really unfortunate to hear him say that he hopes to strengthen institutions when his track record speaks otherwise. Lastly, there is a deliberate attempt to dissociate the DP from the Jubilee government and regime. Smart politically, yes. In a country like ours, people will buy that. Unfortunately, not everybody has time to investigate or to question, and there are people who will just flow, you know. You hear in this country people blaming the opposition for the mistakes of government. But I wish and hope and pray that we can get to a level in the countries like the one Sarah is saying, and Julia, I think, and all of you who are abroad, where even the media will not allow you to get away with some of the things that are being said. When you hear someone blame Raila for Miguna's deportation, you must ask yourself questions. When a deputy president blames the opposition for debts that they have taken, I mean, those are things that they're an insult to our intelligence, in my opinion. So I just want the UDA people, I usually say, just support the person. At the very least, say you like him. But please, please, please don't try to create false narratives and notions that the DP is our defender and the person that will correct the same ills that he has been part of. So with that, thank you for the time. I think that's well end.
Okay, thank you, John Adams. That's clear enough. Let's bring in Julia to make her submission.
Thank you, Bernard. Hello, everyone. I was just hoping that Simon Degwa is here when I make my submission.
It's right there beside you.
Yeah, good to see Simon and everyone else. Now, I never understand why this is something that I think maybe one day UDA people, DP may help me understand why they bring in former Prime Minister Raila Odinga into the problems of Jubilee government. I'll never understand, and I'll never understand how the handshake has contributed to the problems of this country. Maybe going forward, if anyone is going to talk about the handshake here, let them tell us that they think Raila took control of Treasury and appointed this number of people and made this number of decisions in the government. So that's why we have this kind of problem. What I want them to be categorical. Let them not beat around the bush. I want them to say that after the handshake, Raila Odinga was in charge of 1, 2, 3. And because he was in charge of 1, 2, 3, that's why we're going through what we are going through. Now, about the DP talks in the US and the UK, I was very ashamed when he brought in the handshake thing again. First and foremost, these people don't know what's the handshake. He was discussing the handshake in the wrong forums. What handshake? I mean, they may not understand the context of the handshake, because every time he was asked, why hasn't this been done, especially when he was being interviewed by Voice of America, he was saying, when the handshake that we were doing infrastructure, we did rail 700 kilometers, we did roads, but when the handshake came, this interfered with our work. He should have said, when the handshake came, Raila Odinga became the cabinet secretary for roads or treasury, and then he stopped the money from flowing, and then he employed his own people. That's what he should have said. He was saying nonsense. And he kept saying, when the handshake came, we stopped doing this. And now it is also a shame that he was washing his dirty linen in public. Now, just like many of us have said here, I think going forward, we not talk about America because we are Kenyans. Even those who are here may call themselves Ken. If they have American citizenship, they will still call themselves Kenyan Americans. So we are Kenyans. This is Wana Kenya Damu. We want deputy presidents and even cabinet secretaries. If you feel you don't like working with the government of the day, quit and resign. He came here to talk about his own government, where he's the deputy president, and he's saying that money is allocated for this and is not spent for this. Now, when Simon was talking about DP and corruption and all that, and he's trying to protect him, I had to go back to my YouTube to search DP. And I found that the infamous Kimarel Dam scandal, I found his speech saying that this 21 billion scandal is a lie. The money in question is 7 billion. He has the audacity to even say that the money in question is 7 billion. He has, even if the money in question is 100 shillings, that is corruption. Now, Simon, you're telling us here that the president signs the money. Even if the president signs, nobody has any right to misuse that money. So nobody can justify misappropriation just because another person approved of the finances. So you cannot come to tell us here that the president approved, so another person misappropriated, so it's okay, that person can get away with it. Now, this question that the people supporting DP go around saying that he has not been sued. Now, how do you sue your deputy president when you are the president? And that is why someone was saying today, I think it's Herman Manyora, that we need to look at our constitution. We need to go back and have a constitution where the president can sack the DP. Because you cannot, I think it was Irene who was trying to talk here, na watu wengine wakamwingilia sana. She was trying to talk about her wife and her husband. You cannot live with your wife who subordinates you every day and behaves on the contrary. You will take her to a court of law and you'll file a divorce. In fact, before you file a divorce, you'll have separated. Now, unfortunately, in the Kenyan situation, the DP is there constitutionally, not because Kenyatta is enjoying his company. So he's still enjoying all the benefits. In fact, he's a ghost worker. He needs to pay us all the money he has been paid for all these months. If he claims he's not responsible for what has happened in the Jubilee government after 2018, then he's a ghost worker. He needs to pay back that money. He needs to resign and pay all the salary and the benefits and the allowances he has received. Now, it is a shame we're talking about his speech, all the things he has said. I need to tell him he has not gained anything from the international community. He has just ashamed himself. It is like a woman who goes talk about the husband in the market, how evil and the wicked the husband is. And in the night, she goes back to that home and sleeps in the same home. And the next day she's seen with the same husband. That woman is a fool, even in the eyes of the other women. That's how our DP is behaving, washing his dirty linen in public. And when he talks about corruption, he cannot talk about corruption. He has no moral authority. Simon, I think you can detect even from my accent, I'm sorry, I'm not able to hide my accent, that I come from Mount Kenya region. I am born in Murang'a County and brought up in Nyandarua County, and I've worked in Kirinyaga County for many years. Now, I want to tell you one thing. I have never voted for Raila Amolo Odinga, but in my normal senses, I cannot vote for a person who has no moral authority to talk about corruption. That is DP William Samoei Ruto. I want to tell Mount Kenya region people, I said this yesterday, I'm not trying to profile you, but I'm saying this. I know we work very hard. We from Mount Kenya region, I'm not saying that people don't work as hard as we do. We work very hard. We wake up before the cock crows. Let us prove to the whole nation and to the whole world that we believe in earning from our sweat. We don't believe in corruption, because Simon Degwa and the others who are supporting DP here, show me your friends and I tell you who you are. If you have no problem with corruption scandals, then I'll tell you who you are. Don't tell us about Kenyatta. Kenyatta is not vying for presidency. Tell us about Raila Odinga. Tell us how many scandals, corruption scandals Raila has. List them. Don't beat around the bush. List them 1, 2, 3. And you want us to do that next time, we shall come and list down William Samoei Ruto's corruption scandal. And if you want us to play video clips, we shall play them. Like this one, where he just said the money in question is 7 billion. He has no moral authority to discuss corruption. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Julia.
Bernard, some
Yes,
people are
Joe?
saying that Martha Karua does not fit in as a deputy president. I can see in this forum, from my own judgment, this is my opinion, women here are talking strongly and they're talking with facts. I can see they deserve more appointment in the government, just like Rwanda has done. Rwanda has got more women in the cabinet and in the government, and you can see the way Rwanda is going. I think we should follow suit. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Good suggestion. It will be considered. I want to say something before I bring in the people who have not made submission. I want to clear with that. Then when we start the second round, you will take your first minutes to rebut whatever you've heard, then make your submission. The problem of the deputy president with the handshake is in what he's not telling us. And what he's not telling us is that 2013, 2017, he had an upper hand, okay, and ensured that that upper hand is going to continue 2017, 2022 by, first of all, ensuring that he handpicks who wins the Jubilee ticket where, then who is placed in the parliamentary committees to push his agenda, which was geared towards manipulating the president every time in order for him to continue calling shots, even when as he pretends as the number 2 man. The truth is, the president got tired of being manipulated. He went and sought help, because the really problem was in parliament. It was not in the cabinet. It was in parliament. That anything that the president will bring in parliament, he will be embarrassed because they will vote against it and embarrass the president. There was a threat of impeaching the president. All of it instigated, it is rumored. So when he lost control over the parliament through the parliamentary committee by the people he had placed there to frustrate the agenda for the president, that is when the handshake became evil. That's when the handshake became a problem. The handshake never interfered with Big Four. The handshake, the BBI was never a substitute for any of the government program. No minister was ever told to stop working in the office and go and be the chairman of BBI. That was not there. So we are dealing with somebody who is dishonest, somebody who is not straight talking, and he wants to look for sympathy. I think Matiang'i was right. He's a sympathy addict, and he wants the whole world to sympathize with him for his own self-inflicted pain. Akubali kwamba amepitwa na wakati, ajipange 2027 kama ataweza. 2022 imeenda. Arun, karibu.
Bernard, kama utapatia Aaron akiwa Washington DC Deputy President alisema alikuwa na uoga na mambo ya handshake, na akasema hakupenda handshake na impact yake ndio hii imetokea. So nataka mkumbuke hiyo clip alisema kwa Washington DC ya kwamba aliambia watu hakupenda handshake kwa sababu alijua itakuja kumtupa nje.
That's true. Thank you, Selina. That is true. Yes. Because he only knows to play politics of confrontation. He doesn't know politics of collaboration. If your boss has made a decision, even if you don't agree with that decision, you want to continue being deputy, you follow the decision of your boss, especially on government national matters. If you don't want to follow your boss's decision, you resign. That is the normal. But umekatalia kwa ofisi, umekataa kufuata maagizo ya boss wako. Unataka nini? Unataka vita. That is not going to be given to you. You will be reduced small until you get finished completely. Harun Karim.
Chair, this is a democratic country. The deputy president has a right to express his views. He has not had that right in this country.
Democracy
he has been choked. He has been choked by the system, and this was the only time he was able to express himself.
Simon, you're out of order. It's not your turn to make submission. Secondly, democracy does not suspend the laws of nature. You cannot go to KICC building on top. You say you are Democrat. You're going to jump and you will not fall down because you are Democrat. The laws of nature will still pull you down. Respecting your boss is a law of nature. You cannot abuse it because of democracy. Thank you. Arun, karibu.
Yes, asante sana Mr. Panad and my fellow panelist kwa kunipa nafasi angalau na mimi nichangie. Hata mimi by the way ninasema namna hii. Hawa mapindi zetu ama ladies inafaa wapate nafasi mingi sana ya uongozi. Kwa sasa kama the likes of William Samoei Ruto, wanaume tunampatia nafasi ya kutuongoza kama deputy president, anaacha pesa zetu zinakuliwa tu kishenzi. We need more ladies in fact. Hata ndio BBI ilikuwa inahitaji wanawake wawe wengi, but deputy president akaipinga. Wacha tu niachie hapo hivi. Nasema namna hii. Deputy president akiwa USA ametuambia tu vizuri that he is aware that 100 billion na sasa hivi imeongezeka to 5-fold. Kwa hivyo imefika maybe 500 trillion. Hiyo pesa inakuwa allocated into opaque institutions. Deputy president mwenyewe ndiye ametuambia na mdomo yake. So kama hiyo pesa inakuwa allocated na kazi ya hiyo pesa ni kuingia kwa tumbo za hizi our thugs, gangsters na bandits. Ushaona sasa? Now pesa zenye alikuwa anahitaji zikuwe allocated to judiciary, ndio hii judiciary ipate nafasi ya kufight corruption, zingetoka wapi? Anataka tuombe Mungu atunyeshe pesa kutoka juu kama mana, ama iko namna gani? Hiyo ndio question. Because William Samoei Ruto right now he is saying that cases zina stall, cases za corruption huwa zinakaa 15 years. It is true. Reason, churches na magistrates na what wenye inafaa wa fast track those cases ni wachache, kwa sababu judiciary is haiko overfunded, iko underfunded. So I'm wondering mbona William Samoei Ruto anaacha pesa zetu zinakuliwa na atafanya chochote. So he is not doing justice to mimi kama mtoa ushuru. Alafu na kitu kingine nimesikia William Samoei Ruto is saying that yeye hakuhusika kuunda serikali. Hii serikali imeundwa na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, cause hata kuteua mawaziri yeye ndio, it is the president who appointed cabinet secretaries. Lakini William Samoei Ruto anakuja hapo chini anatuambia kuwa tumejenga barabara, tumeunganisha stima, tumejenga reli. Hii maneno ya tume si mtu mmoja. Angekuwa anasema kuwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ameunda barabara, ameunganisha stima, lakini sasa hii tume, which means these people are two na kuendelea. So yani wakati William Samoei Ruto anapoongea hivyo, hata sometimes nataka kuambia Mungu, siusimamishe hii dunia iache kuzunguka, angalau nishuke kidogo. Usinashangaa sana. So hii energy ya wakati walikuwa allocate this money kwa ujenzi wa barabara, kwa kuunganisha stima, kwa kujenga reli, mbona deputy president angetumia hiyo energy ku allocate money to judiciary, ndiposa cases za corruption zisiwe zina take 15 years, siwe zina take kitu kama 2 years ama 1 year, zinakuwa completed. Pesa zetu our thugs na gangsters na pandis wenye wamekuwa wakiiba ziwe zinachukuliwa kutoka kwao wakiwa hai. Because wengi these thugs and gangsters wamekufa bila pesa zetu kufanya nini? Kutolewa kutoka kwao. Na lastly, mambo ya handshake. Ruto is saying handshake killed opposition. 2010 constitution, hatuna mambo ya opposition, tuko na minority na majority in parliament. So this is a team ambayo inastahili ifanye nini? Inastahili ilete checks and balances kwa executive. Lakini sasa William Samoei Ruto yeye anasahau kuwa sisi watu wa baba tumekula tear gas, tumekula marisasi katika hii mambo ya Tuesday demonstration na nini. Tumechoka, tushachoka kabisa na mambo ya nini, na mambo ya kuwa opposition kula matia gas. Sahi hata mili yetu manze, sahi ukiniangalia I'm 35 years, lakini uso wangu nimekaa kama mtoto because hakuna tear gas. Reason being nikikunywa maji namna hii kila kitu iko sawa. So mambo ya tear gas na nini tuliwachana nao kitambo sana. Sasa tumepea Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na William Samoei Ruto nafasi waongoze serikali kwa term yao ya 5 years, so that wasije wakaanza kulalamika kuwa opposition walihinda ama walikuwa stumbling block kwa kuto accomplish their big four agendas. Instead ya William Samoei Ruto kushabikia mambo ya handshake, he is crying, oh my God, huyu Ruto. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you. Safari tulifunga na lazima tuikamilishe. Wale watu walipigia Jubilee mara 2. Washukuru Mungu kwa Jubilee mara 2. Maneno ya kutuomba msaada, kudili na kile kitu ambacho mlijidungia wenyewe, sisi hatutapeana huo msaada kwa sahi. Tumepeana mkono mpaka kazi ikamilike. Ikishakamilika tarehe 9 tunabadilisha serikali. Lakini kwa sasa hivi, enjoy Jubilee, and if you want to give an extension of Jubilee by voting in William Ruto, no problem. That's part of inflicting your left leg with a thorn, then removing the thorn from there and putting it in your right one. There's no problem. But if you are a right-thinking Kenyan, you want the best of this country, you have a better choice to make, and that is not UDA or Kenya Kwisha. Musa or Ismail, otherwise known as Inawezekana. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Long time no seen. Where have you been?
I've been around. I've been watching the channel. You know, this channel is addictive. It's like, is it nicotine or what? It's addictive. You have to sometimes sit back and just watch and listen to people making their views. Yeah, thank you for giving me this chance. As obvious as always, I don't have much to say, but I just want to remind Kenyans that we are headed to August 9th, where we are supposed to make the most important decisions in our lives as Kenyans. We are electing our leaders who are going to take care of our resources of Kenya, who are going to take care of our resources. Sisi ni walipa ushuru. That's one thing that we don't know. Now, here at this point, tunaona ya kwamba we have been given two clear differences. The two flag bearers. Kuna mmoja ambaye clearly ni mzuri sana. He has fought for this country in many ways. If to mention a few, one ametuletea, he has fought for Katiba. This Kenyan constitution that we are seeing here today, the 2010 constitution, it made a huge difference in terms of development, in terms of distribution of resources, in terms of governance. You know, bringing up these 47 governors, wanaleta development down to the ground. And this is work spearheaded by Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And on the other side, this other guy that is trying to stand for presidency, he fought that constitution, you know. So I'm wondering, when I'm seated here, I'm wondering if he is given that opportunity to be the president of the Republic of Kenya, will he support the constitution that is in place, ama atakuja na another way of running the country, of which I don't think will be itawezekana. It will not be possible because tunaongozwa na katiba ya 2010. I wanted to mention something about UDA supporters. You know, we as Kenyans, we need to be really careful on this thing that we are going to vote. You know, UDA supporters, I think they don't understand. They don't clearly understand why they have to vote, or they understand it in a wrong way, why they should vote, why they should go to the ballot on 9th of August. They are, I think they are directed by emotions, and they just, to me, it's just that they are making the wrong decisions, because you can't vote in a leader because ati sasa yeye alitengwa, yeye sasa anapigwa na wanaume 7. You know, some few months ago the deputy was telling us that hawa watu wamenipangia, mtakubali hawa watu wanipangie mimi, you know. So that's what UDA people, it's in their hearts, that's what they are feeling, that this guy mwenye anapigana na hao majamaa 7, hapana, we should vote for this guy mwenye anapigana. That's their, according to me, that's why they are going to vote. Another thing is amewekwa tu kando. That's I mean, there is nothing that a UDA person can explain to you why he's voting for DP to be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. Anakuambia huyu mjamaa ni mzee, huyu mjamaa hakuna kitu ataweza. Who told you so? We don't vote on the basis of mtu kuzeeka. We vote on the basis of an idea. What idea does this guy has? What has he done in the past? Has he proven that he anaweza tender, you know? So okay, my points are scattered, but one more point that I wanted to put forward, you know, the DP is a master of double speak. You know, our deputy president is a master of double speak. Few weeks ago, the DP was alikuwa anasimama juu ya magari akituambia kwamba, you know, mimi mkiniona hivi ninaweza ibiwa kura. He was saying this to Kenyans, and we you know, the UDA people were saying, oh, kweli hawezi ibiwa kura. Now when he goes to the US and he goes to the UK, he is telling the people of the Americas and the people of United Kingdom that the state is planning to steal votes from him, or the state is planning to make sure that he's not going to be the president. Now, what is he trying? What kind of information is he trying to put forward? You know, such leaders we should be tunafaa tujitahadharishe na such leaders, and we should be careful. You know, we don't know, the DP is unpredictable. We don't know what he will do. Maybe he will add more than 10 years when he gets to power. Maybe he will change the constitution, you know, and I rest my case. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much. I want us to take on, there is Kasuti and Jakindube. Kasuti, nikupatia dakika mbili, nitakuwa nimekosea.
Unajuanga tu mimi nakuanga mchache wa maneno bwana. Sasa pari yako bwana.
Salama.
Nimeona new faces. Karibu sana Julia nyumbani. Musa karibu. Duke karibu. Joe karibu. Sara karibu. Jakenya karibu nyumbani. Na Simon pia karibu. Anyway, mimi nakuanga tu mfupi wa maneno. Huyu jamaa wa kuku kwisha. Kuku kwisha, kuku unajua kuku ishachinjwa, sasa iko kwa sufuria. Tunangojea tu itengenezwe supu tukunywe. Hapo tutoke. Inaitwa Kuku Kufa Alliance. Hiyo ndio sasa ina trend. So what I'm going to say here is very, very, very unique. Unajua ile tabia huyu jamaa ametuonyesha haijawahi fanyika mahali popote duniani, usoni pa inchi, haijawahi fanyika. Itakuwaje? Mimi nafurahia sana wakati mrembo wa Aziomio alimuuliza swali tu moja. Alimuuliza tu very simple question in UK. Akamuuliza, wewe wakati mlichukua serikali na ndugu yako na rais, mlikuwa mnapendana kuliko chanda na pete, kuliko yeke na yetu na yekeke. Akakupea nusu ya serikali. Ulifanyia nini hiyo nusu ya serikali? Unajua alijibu nini? Akatoroka hiyo swali akasema, I don't remember. Ni nusu ya serikali gani nilipewa? Imagine. Yani jamaa ameongea uongo mpaka hata anasahau ya kwamba ako in a foreign land, kwa wale watu ambao wenye a slip of tongue it can cost you. You go to an extent, unaulizwa a very direct question, a very simple question. You are given 50 of the share of the government. Ukachukua mawaziri kadhaa. Ulifanya nini? Corruption ndio hiyo. Imerindima, imekita misisi. What are you going to do about corruption? To make it things worse, akasahau ya kwamba huyo Atuoli anasema anaita mjinga ama anamtukana. Huyo Atuoli is a top ranking person in the face of the world. So ukiona Atuoli anakataa kwa sababu wafanyikazi walikuwa wanaenda kuporwa, walikuwa wanaenda kupoteza pesa zao, amesahau ya kwamba hao watu wenye anazungumza na hao ndio wamepea huyo Atuoli mandate ya kufanya, ya kuoversee issues za wafanyikazi. Na ni vizuri sana anabebanga Biblia, lakini nafikiri hajasoma hii mstari, hajasoma Mithali 9:6 inasema nini? Mithali 9:6 inasema, enyi wajinga, ajeni ujinga mkaishi na mkaenende katika njia ya ufahamu. Ambieni TB Ruto aache ujinga jamani. Kitu ya pili, wacha niseme hivi, tunamngojea. Naona ni kama tia kazi imetulia, lakini tunamngojea. Tunangoja tuone Chebukati anaenda kufanya nini. Will he summon him? Will he arrest him? Will he gossip? Kwa sababu huwezi ukaenda kuzungumza mambo hizo allegations. Sabina Jeka alisikia tu kwa media. Saa pia tena anatuambia amesikia. Sasa tunangojea tuone what kind of the action Chebukati anaenda kufanya. Na kama if it is true, is one of the mole of Kuku Party, Kuku Kufa Alliance Party in IEBC. If it is really is a mole, tutaenda kumung'oa. Ama akae tu hapo. Alafu tutawekelea yeye mtu mwingine juu yake. Atakuwa tu kama ile kikaragozi. Sababu tunajua already ashafanyika kikaragozi. Wakati walisema wanatengeneza kamati ya kuangalia ya kuandaa uchaguzi, aka pull off. So we knew very well that there is somebody. When you see a puppet dancing, you must know that there is somebody somewhere who's pulling the strings. So from that moment, he pulled off from that organizing committee. There we understood that there was somebody who was pulling the strings of suruari ya Chebukati. Kwa sababu kwa uwezo wake hangetoka. So we are watching. We are still watching. Na sijui nashangaa, nyinyi Alex mko huko Amerikani bwana. Simutuambie kitu. Yaani on a slip of a tongue, mtu amesema tu vibaya kuhusu either uwe minister, uwe nani, uwe waziri mdogo, uwe governor, uwe nani, umeongea tu vibaya kuhusu state yako ama rais wako. Yaani on a slip of a tongue, utaishi ukisimulia, ukienjoy hizo facilities, hiyo vitu unaendelea kuenjoy kwa nini ya serikali, alafu unakuja
una resign kabla hujafika hapa. You resign before you get back to your country, you will be fired.
So imagine huyu mtu anapepa watu ujinga sana, haja resign. Yeye anafikiria hatujui State House, White House vile inakaa. Yeye alienda kutalii. Already utalii wake imeisha, vile Atwoli anasema vizuri kabisa. Wewe acha yeye tu arandarande. Alipewa jina inamfaa tu, lakini atakuja. Tumemngoja. We want to know. Yeye vile ameenda kuportray our country there, outside there, ametuweka kwa picha mbaya, na huyo si mtu ambaye anaweza aminika pewa uongozi wa nchi. Hata hiyo mambo yake sasa pia yeye ninaanza kukataa kuongelea. Tuongee mambo mengine ya kujenga nchi. Mambo yake tuachane nayo kidogo. Hiyo ni opinion yangu, but I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong. Na nimemaliza.
Asante Bwana Kasuti kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Alex, ilikuwa tani yako, sijui kama uko ready.
Yeah, mimi niko ready.
Toa maoni yako.
Yeah, Bernard, kwa kweli kabisa sitaki kuongea maneno ya DP William Ruto. And many times mimi nimesema DP ninapomcriticize na ndamwambia Simon na Duke hapa, it's not because of William Samoei Ruto. I don't care about the man William Samoei Ruto. I care that he carries a position which is constitutional, but also which reflect also how Kenyans are looked upon, especially when he's out of the country. And I'm telling you, I don't know if there is any vice president who has ever disparaged his country to the extent that he has done so. And you know, somebody said here that the things DP says is what is actually is. And today we proved one thing that DP is. Conmanship is when you get money from somebody illegally or through dubious ways. This is a person that we pay and goes to another country and start speaking against the same government that he sits. And we have talked here about collective responsibility. If there is any conmanship in the world, it's the DP's conmanship against the Republic of Kenya. He gets the salary, he gets paid money to travel abroad, he gets the security, he gets accorded first class traveling privileges, only to go and speak against a country that is now stable because of a handshake. I like a person who asked him that you insinuate to be the deputy president, you insinuate to be a Christian. I thought a handshake is a Christian principle. And I saw him sweating about it. He could not even answer rightly, because that's one thing I've been forgetting, that a handshake has been a Christian principle. Factionalism is not a Christian way of living. It's not a virtue. It's not a virtue at all. And when he was asked that, as usual, very conniving figure, as usual, very slippery, as usual, the father of lies. He could not even answer a simple question as that. Now you can see that everywhere he goes, hata sura yake ina change. If you saw sura ya DP today at Chatham House, he was more darker. He was, his face looked very depressed, and he's not the usual DP, even if he disparages some lies and so on and so forth. You could see that he has tension within him. So I think the DP is proving more and more that he is not ready to take the leadership of Kenya, because he doesn't know where to lie and where not to lie. He doesn't know that the country that is fighting so that he can become a president does not need to be disparaged to the extent of thinking that we are a banana republic. So I will advise his followers that you don't have to join us, but at least be patriotic enough. We don't have another country. We have one country, and that is why even when we did not want, some of us, a handshake, we asked ourselves, what do we have more than Kenya? We realized we have only one country, and that country must be our country, all of us. Uhuru Kenyatta said the reason for his handshake. He said that the system has been set up in a way that the winner take all makes other people feel that they are not in the government. And I think it is making Ruto truly feel he's not in the government. And that's why we needed the BBI. If that is how he feels, if he can take that anger, those tantrums, to other people so that they are able to resolve for him, that is how we felt. When they took over the government, when they made the security laws without listening to other people, when they were doing all these things, we told them, let's sit down. Remember when Raila came to the US and stayed for a long time? When he came back, he gave the government a couple of days and said, let's sit down, let's talk these issues. We have one country. Raila asked for a negotiation and a truce because I felt that the government had been hijacked by one Samoei William Ruto. I felt, that is on a personal level, I felt that the Kalenjin community had taken overall the Ministry of Energy, including the Regulatory Commission. Everything in the Ministry of Energy was totally from one tribe. I felt that I did not belong to that country anymore. And we called for a truce. We said we needed a negotiation, and they completely refused. At some point, the president agreed. Now, if he says the appointing authority, the authority is one. If this authority agreed that let's have this handshake, why should he refuse? He has gone to say that there is one appointing authority. There is one authority that must bear the consequences and responsibility of anything that happens to that country. Now, this authority, which is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, saw it through conventional wisdom, and he told us that he went further. He asked elders, he asked stakeholders, he asked foreign government embassies, what must he do to bring the country together? They told him, you must bring people together. So he took a handshake with this person. Why is it wrong? Yet he bears the other responsibility of appointing all other cabinets. Now, if he took the responsibility to bring the country together, why then castigate him? You have to stand firm on feet and be principled that if you have to criticize him or you have to give him the responsibility to do the duties as the president, give him all duties. If you have to criticize him on all levels. But on one level, you can't say he is in charge of appointing everything and therefore is responsible for everything that happens. He is therefore responsible for my peace. So if he went for a handshake, why are you complaining? So I think the deputy is throwing tantrums because he was not honest to us. He wanted to capture the state. And at some point, the state was captured. It was worse than the South Africa capture because we saw things happening. Every week we had corruption cases. And we are taking responsibility of it. And since the handshake came in, there is no much corruptions that we were seeing, mega corruptions. Of course there is, but the mega corruptions have gone down. And therefore, the president took the initiative and the responsibility. Why are you complaining? So I think the DP is embarrassing himself. And one of the people said here that we don't need to talk about him. We have to, because he bears the name of the deputy president. If it was the name Ruto, we would have stopped long time ago, like Kalonzo. We don't care whether he went to Uganda or not. But this guy, whether we like it or not, we pay him at all levels. We pay his security. We even pay for his chicken in Sugoi. So we must talk about him. We have no option. Kasuti, we must talk about him. It is our business. We are Africans, and Kenya is our business, and our business is Kenya. Thank you.
Asante sana, Alex. Simon wants to respond. Simon, I'll give you 3 minutes. Do your rebut and your submission before we go to another new person.
Thank you, Bona Chair. All protocols observed. A lot has been said about the deputy president. I'm not in any way saying he's innocent. But on this platform, my friend, the deputy president had no other way to release what was choking him. In Kenya, he has not said what he went to say in the United States. He has not traveled out of this country for the last 4 years. So I believe he's trying to sharpen his diplomatic skills. That is what I said. So let's give him a chance. All right. I'm not saying he was at his sharpest. He was not. Raila also did not start the way he is or where he is right now. He has created friendship and partnerships as he continued. So the deputy president came to the United States and England, and he has released what was in him because the system is against him. Everyone is against him. No one has ever had his side of the story. Now we have it. So I don't have a lot to say. Let's not criticize him so much. Let's listen to him. There are lies within what he said, because like saying that the government was not 50-50, that was a lie. But constitutionally, if you look at it, I mean, there's no way you can challenge the deputy president, because the constitution gives only the president the authority to appoint. That's what I meant. But it was a lie from his side. So guys, let's have some decorum as we criticize the deputy president. Lakini kura yangu haisongi, na mjue sisi ni hustlers, na mtupatie chance, we sharpen our diplomatic skills. Tunakuja.
Bwana,
We will be back there.
ndugu yangu Ndugu yangu, how we must criticize what is obvious. We don't criticize
Kasudi,
people
Kasudi,
because
wait.
for the sake of
Kasudi,
criticizing.
wait. Kasudi,
Okay.
wait.
Order, you guys.
And Bernard, you give me Bernard.
Ngoja kwanza, ngojeni kila
I
mtu
want to
zima
respond
mic
to
yako.
Alex.
Mtaanza kwenda quarantine saa hii tu.
Simon.
Yes, sir.
Simon, you know, the office of the deputy,
Yes.
fortunately, his political advisor was my best friend, Kibageni. Okay? So I'm privy to his office very much.
Yes.
You hear me? When he travels, this man has almost 24 advisors and aides. Chatham House is not a place when you're going to have a debate. You just go there. First of all, you are invited. Secondly, you are given questions. Thirdly, you are told how you're going to behave. Fourthly, even the cameraman, they do some massage in your face and all these things they do for you. So what we are saying is that there is prior preparation before even you sit on that seat. You hear me?
Okay, Mr. Alex, point taken.
Wait, my friend. So what I'm trying
Because
to
my
say
time.
is that
Don't eat my time. Don't take my time. You had
tell your man that
Order, Alex. Order, Alex. You have made your point. Thank you. Sarah, what are you saying?
Allow me to correct Simon somewhere.
Very briefly, please. Very briefly.
Yeah. He says that the deputy president alienda USA UK kutoa kenye ilikuwa ameweka ndani ya roho. That's a very, let's learn to be honest. Him and his cohorts have been speaking the past 4 years about the same thing. These are not new things he's speaking about. We had already heard kuhusu hizi stories za yeye kutokuwa in the government, kupushiwa, kusideline. He started with the Tanga was busy speaking about this thing. So hajafungua roho. As a matter of fact, the person who was subjugated from kufungua roho was the president, which he did categorically in Sagana 3, and he did say hajaipanua mdomo kusema whatever he wanted to say because he was busy doing work that he wasn't able to do after the president just left him kwa mataa. So what did you expect the president to do? Surely, even in a workplace, we have the heads and the assistants, right? Your assistant left to do his. He requested. I have the president say very clearly. He requested that let us do the work and I will support you during your time for campaign. The deputy president refused. He went to campaign immediately after the rerun of elections. And let me remind
Sarah,
you,
the
only ones who voted.
You're cutting my time short.
I'm not cutting your time short. I'm just
You are. Because I didn't even have a time. I did not even have the time to rebut. No, Bernard. Chair, I did not.
The deputy president is not telling us something new. This is something that have been narrated about by his Tanga people from 4 years ago. So all these things we already know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. You have made your point. Simon, please. I'll give if I give out a minute, I'll know how to reimburse your minute. Creating noise on this platform is not helping matters. You can respond now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I will not respond to Sarah because I tried to respond to her the first time. I was not given that rebuttal. My point is, when Jubilee took over this government from Kibaki, we had only a debt of 1.8 trillion. As we stand right now, our debt is over 11 trillion, right? The unemployment rates in this country has gone up. Uhuru is not innocent in this. We have a railway that starts all the way from Mombasa and ends in Kidong Ranch. A railway that had a budget of $3.5 billion. If you look at the Ethiopian railway, which traverses the whole country, it goes for close to half that, $1.8 billion, with electric engines. So we have not done well as a government, whether you call it the handshake part of it, or Uhuru's government, or the deputy's government, whatever, we have done we have not done well. And we need to check ourselves as Kenyans and seek the right leadership. I mean, after the handshake, what progresses have we made? Yes, peace came back, but we have inflation. Look at the exchange rate of the dollar. The dollar has never got to where it is. During the pandemic, these people in the diaspora were enjoying. I mean, they were enjoying. They were cushioned by their governments. We were not. Mama Mboga was suffering. People in Ruai and Ruiru were chased out of their vibandas. I mean, and their shanks by the government. So, I mean, there's a lot to criticize when we talk about the Uhuru Kenyatta government. Uhuru Kenyatta is not innocent. The roads we have are good when we look at them, but the debts that we have to pay will be paid by our grandchildren. That is a fact. And let's not start playing cosmetic with all these things. Kenyans are suffering, and that's the only reason why the hustler narrative is resonating with the people on the ground. The people who have money in their pockets are the people who are against the hustler narrative. But most of the people who have no money, no hope in life, they are looking at the deputy president as a sign of hope, as a sign of a person who came from poverty, and they want to put him in the presidency to give or to pass a point to the dynasties that it is possible for the poor person. Poverty is what is causing every division that we have. And that is why the deputy president is talking about economic empowerment in the United States. So, and Britain. So for me, I don't want to support anyone at this point. Yes, I'm in the hustler nation because I want my kids to have that opportunity because I'm trying very hard. Things are hard for me. Things are not easy. I'm trying very hard to educate them, but I also want them to have that opportunity in life. They don't have to be asked, what family do you come from? Who are you? They only need to present themselves on the initiative. Yes. That's it. Thank you.
They will have wheelbarrow, my brother. You want your kids to have wheelbarrow? It's okay. Because they don't know, because your boss don't know the difference in between a modern world and and a 16th century world. So that is what you wish, and be very careful with what you wish, because it will come to pass. Be very careful with what you wish. If that's what you are wishing for, my friend,
we will never get there.
Order, please. Thank you, Fred. Simon.
Yes.
Just a short one. A short one. I want you to help me understand. Okay.
Yes.
From where you speak, you have studied the life of Deputy President William Ruto and how he made his riches.
I've not studied him, but I know that his history, he comes from a humble background.
Yes. When I come, like me, I am from a humble background. Okay.
Yes.
In our family, we are 11. Okay.
Yeah.
One father, one mother. Who went to school with my mother selling changa. So this English I'm pouring here is changa English. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, how I have come where I am, I can tell you which school I went, what I did after school, and after college to become what I am.
It's changa English. That one
Alex, what's a changa English? How is it disturbing you? Now, can you say of the same of DP Ruto? Because if it's a hope for the poor, he needs to be traceable so that he can be studied. If he suddenly became rich, okay, that sudden riches, where did it come from? How do we also use the same method to suddenly become rich like he did? Because we cannot say because of his education. You're saying it's from a poor background, but he's thinking rich. He got from the university, he joined politics. And in politics, he became extremely rich, more than the people who joined politics before him. Kalonzo joined politics before him. Musalia joined politics before him. Every other person who are in politics right now. Ruto came later. Ruto became the first among them.
Bernard, I get your point here.
Into riches.
I get your point, Chair. That's a very good question. That brings us to the question of a lifestyle audit that the president himself had proposed. I propose that the lifestyle audit starts from 1885 during the Berlin Conference when Africa was divided. Why do I say this? Johnston Kamau, our founding father, was a meter reader. And right now his family is the wealthiest, one of the wealthiest families in this continent, right? So if we are going to do a lifestyle audit, why don't we have everyone going through it, including our president, you and me, all right? So that we know where people have come from.
offered
So
us
that we know
DP
where
as an
people have come
example,
from.
and God, Simon.
So that we
It
know
is
where
you
people have
who offered the
how you
DP
have
as
garnered
an
your wealth,
example and hope for the
including the colonial families who came and divided
Simon.
Africa, and they're
Simon,
still
you're not
sitting on
listening.
their lands.
Simon, you're not listening. I did not choose on the DP. It is you who gave him as an example of hope for the poor and how somebody can rise from poverty and become deputy president and end up stinking rich. So inviting every other person into the study when you gave the example of the DP is trying to balance corruption, which is not called for at this point in time.
And that is why I'm saying,
the Kenyatta family became rich after how long? We are talking
I don't
about
know.
60 years of independence.
I don't know. That is why I'm saying, because he's the president, our
Can we
able
concentrate on
president,
one person? Concentrate on one person.
our able president,
You cannot explain it in measure.
Our able president Bernard called for lifestyle audit.
Good.
The lifestyle audit is only fair that it happens from 1885 during the Berlin Conference, because that is when Africa was divided. We will know who are the owners of the land.
Who has refused lifestyle audit?
So that's why I'm saying, if we now take that, then everyone can explain where they have come from. But now the deputy president, in this context, the deputy president is the right example who resonates with the poor people. All right?
You have not answered how.
My friend, stop wasting your time talking about poor people. You don't know about poverty. You speak a good English. Some of us, we speak street English. So don't come here and tell us how poor he is and how poor he was. And yet somebody jumped from primary to secondary to university to politics.
Fred.
And then you are coming here to tell us he's resonating well.
Fred.
No. Some of us, we speak street English. So please, don't tell us about...
Order. Thank you, everyone.
No.
Everybody mute your mic.
Fred, all of us have come from somewhere, right?
Let's do this.
All of us have come from somewhere.
Simon, listen. Let's do this.
Yes,
I believe in systematic study. Okay?
Okay.
We want to study a person, we follow his footsteps. Moya alisema fuata nyayo. Okay? Atafuata nyayo. So kama unataka sisi to study deputy president, allow sisi tufuate nyayo zake, vile alichukuliwa akapelekwa kwa Jirongo, Jirongo akampeleka kwa Moi, na nini kilifanyika hapo katikati mpaka akapata mali. Hiyo study yote tufanye ndio tujue kusema huyu tukimpeleka shule, we will give to our student to study on how to move from rags to riches. If we cannot trace that person you're offering us to study is a fake example, and it cannot be studied because there is nothing to study about it, because his wealth cannot be explained. Whatever that is not explainable is called a miracle. I'm a preacher, okay? If it cannot be explained, then it cannot be taught. If it cannot be taught, it cannot be transferred. And we have one miraculous rich person in the name of William Ruto, who we can't study, we can't explain how he got rich, yet he wants to preside over the riches of the rich in the pretext of helping the poor. That doesn't go well. Let's end it there.
Chair Bernard, the last thing, Keroche Industries was closed the other day.
Thank you. If you can't mute your mic, we'll help you mute it. Thank you. Let's do this. I've been here now for 5 hours and 50 minutes. I am out of here. Sawa. Nyinyi mnataka kwa kizungu ile imebaki yote mmalize na chang'aa mtaka kuniongezea.
Kunywa chang'aa ulale. Enda kunywa chang'aa ulale.
So mtume pesa ya chang'aa kwanza ndio.
Baba
Ndio mpate
sovene sikombe siedi isuvira tawe.
Bernard, sahi umesoma. Bernard, sahi umesoma, nitakununulia kibao.
Sawa.
Kibao
By the way,
tena. Hey Alex, wacha.
Just for the record, I don't do anything hard. I am a serious Christian, and even if I were to do that, I would not do that because of my father. Okay, my father drank his last day on earth, and that's the reason why I don't drink. Thank you very much.
Chai, unywe chai.
Chai busa chai neskombe sisi. Now let's bring in Temba to take over the moderation, and then Temba, for the point of information, the following people have not made their submission, so they must be given priority.
Alex.
Ngoja, Alex, wewe tunakujua. You're always on the run. You begin by Jakenya, Okibo. Stony alikuja kabla, ama? Okay, hiyo mkururo yote. Jakenya, Okibo, Stony PK. Okay? Then after that, the first person to make his second submission should be Duke. Amekaa sana. Alafu wengine waende at their pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. So asante sana Bernard. Hata naona nani ametoroka, which is nani ametoroka anaitwaje? Simon ametoroka, which is good. But I hope atarudi tena kwa sababu the discussion is beautiful, especially for those of us who would have wanted to respond. Personally, I'm retiring from responding to UDA guys. Slowly by slowly, I'm slowly by slowly retiring from. I said here yesterday, Bernard, that I'm beginning to understand that there are those people, especially UDA members, who, when they come here, their sole goal is to yap as many times as they can how much they are on the UDA side and Ruto side, even if whatever they are bringing is hollow, unsubstantiated, and they don't care. That is the trajectory they are on, and their sole motivation is to prove all of the rest wrong. So even if you are trying to show them the light, like they say in Kiswahili, sikio la kufa lisikii dawa, they refuse to see it, because if they see it, they will see that as being defeated. So I've since decided to reserve the energy to interrogate more what Ruto has done, and then yap more on what Aziomio is all about, and spend less time responding to because even when I to this UDA guys, because even when I ask them questions, they don't seem to want to address themselves to the question that appertains. So,
yeah, let me say this if I go just to back up your point. Jesus said, I came to the light, okay, but people loved darkness. So they ran away from the light because they loved darkness. There seems to be a love for darkness so much that when light comes, everybody runs away from the light because they want to be in the dark, of which is a very serious matter in this country, that our love for darkness has brought us where we are. We can't perpetuate it to the next generation. We better get into the light and get the country back on track. Other than all this loving darkness and doing everything in the dark, wanting to justify what is unjustifiable. Thank you very much. Let's do that again later on in the day. Bwana Themba, endelea.
Ona first, why did you feel the need to tell us that you don't check?
No, because I had run my mouth and said nipatie pesa ya changa, and Alex took it very personal because my English came from changa. So I wanted to set the record
By
clear.
the way, that's the
If
best English in Kenya.
you
Changa
call my
English is
legal
the best in
say
Kenya.
to this platform and confess.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a very good discussion, and I must appreciate everybody on the panel. I want to give a thumbs up to Mr. Duke Omariba, who's been very patient throughout the night. Not to forget thumbs up to Julia and Sarah, who gave very good submissions. I really would have wanted to speak when Mr. Simon Ndegwa was here, because he appeared to have very selective memory. When it came to the DP, he would remember anything positive, but chose not to remember anything positive with our president. He was very selective in his memory. I wish he comes back. Having said that, I want to go back to the today's topic, that is DP Ruto UK talks. I want to add that to the US talks, because as a Kenyan, I felt embarrassed when DP was talking to the Americans and the Britons about Kenya. And he was talking so negatively about Kenya. I don't know whether he forgot that he was the deputy president, because in civilized societies like US and Britain, a deputy president would resign for the slightest, even a slip of the tongue against the president. But here was our deputy president talking against the president when he has not resigned. That was so bad of him. In fact, I don't know how I'll meet my American and British friends when we talk again, because it was so shameful. Those people resign. Minister for Energy will resign even when there's a power blackout. But there is a case where a deputy president talks ill about the presidency, which is still part of, talks ill of the country which he wants to lead, because I don't think the IEBC will go out when, because I don't think, should I say when or if, because I don't see a deputy president, climbing or getting the power. He's really taken his marks down. He's really degraded himself with the tour. I'm so embarrassed as a Kenyan. Having said that, I want to talk about the Raila Odinga Aziomio La Umoja in Mount Kenya. This has not been spoken of in the entire night. There was supposed to be an Aziomio rally in Nyeri on Sunday, which did not take place. I think that is where at least we should have talked and tried to see why it did not happen. For a moment, I was consoling myself that probably Raila had hints from his younger brother that the younger brother wanted to accompany him to Nyeri. I don't know how. This was just a consolation. I don't know how true it could be, but because looking at the itinerary that we got, Nyeri was supposed to be on schedule on Sunday, but that did not happen. And even today, everywhere else is in schedule, like the Samburu, the Wajir, the Kisumu, all those are in schedule. But the Nyeri one did not take place. Is that a sign that, Mount Kenya is still not receptive? That's a question I really would want to ask the panelists here who are pro-Azimio. Because it is morning in Kenya, I don't think I should talk much, but I would not have done justice if I didn't talk about the Kalonzo factor. As much as everybody else in Azimio wanted Kalonzo to be part of the Azimio, I find it very difficult with the condition he's putting forward because really, if you are for something, you really would not want to break it because the conditions our former vice president is putting forward is like he wants to break Azimio because Azimio itself, Aziomio La Umoja, just like the name implies, is coming from far. And the reason why it is called Aziomio La Umoja is there. Now he wants to come 1 minute and he wants to change the title. He wants to call it Azimio Oka. Now, how are we going to even, because we already have a rallying call. So he wants us to change it like very fast without considering so many things. That really is not very good. So for a moment, I think his conditions are tight. I believe if Azimio did their things well, they can still win comfortably without Kalonzo Musyoka. So, and again, I know that if Kalonzo Musyoka chooses to go up to the ballot, he will lose Gideon Moi and Jirongo. So that means he might remain alone because Martha Karua has hinted about leaving him. So if he goes alone as Kalonzo Musyoka, I'm tempted to believe that he might not even get the votes he got last time because even his home, his we call it stronghold might choose not to vote for him because they are not they are sure that it's not going to make any difference. So with those so many remarks, I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jakenya. Jakenya for Julia means mtu wa Kenya. Kama wewe Jakenya. Okay, Okibo, karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tempa. Leo sijaona Mrs. Serena. Madam Zuria sasa. Thank you so much. Niko na two things major za pass across today. One thing is about DP. Let me call him and summarize because if you live in a house and you are criticizing the same house, hiyo nyumba inanyesha, whatever, you don't love that house. So it means even if the office that we gave him as Kenyans, it doesn't fit in that office. I thank God that Moderna, they made a positive move. They gave us something like 65 billion to set that facility. So maybe a positive impact to our economy. They didn't consider whatever you were saying, like our country is a corrupt country, whatever you say something, all that money, whatever, blah, blah. Is not as equal. Thank you. There is something that he was asked, was it today, about corruption? Uncle Slippery, he doesn't answer that the way it should be. So what does this implicate? This is somebody who is so corrupt. And another thing, I've been listening to what Simon was saying, though maybe his reasoning is background. You don't give somebody a good example like Mr. Ruto. You don't. The only positive thing that I give him is to give him as a case study of corruption. If somebody asks me today, can you give me somebody whom you know that is corrupt and is alive? I just tell him kindly, a good case study is our deputy president who is alive at the moment. And another thing, what he doesn't know about Aziomio is like a house. And a house, you don't call it a house unless you get all the ingredients, all the materials that are needed to do what? Build a house. We have iron sheets, we have nails, we have timber, we have bricks, we have cement, we have everything. That is Aziomio. We need to bring everybody. We don't need to separate people like if these people never supported me or whatever. That's what actually I see is politics. As for the word goes, the time he joined the politics, that is what he has been doing. So we tend to I tend to consider him as null and void to be vying for president. I don't know why. And I don't know how people decided to choose him as a deputy president. The last thing that I'll tell our Tuauda is mapema mkubali you are defeated. That is it. We need a government that will feature every tribe. Now we are not going to call Kenya like we are 40-something tribes. We are all Kenyans. So we need everything that the government, the national government is getting to the counties, all resources to be distributed equally, and hizo resources zikae zinafanya kazi. That is why we don't need to elect corrupt people like Ruto and his team. I say that is what I had to remember today.
Thank you, John, for your submission. I want to bring in another person who hasn't spoken, I think, Jakindube, and then now we start taking another round from Duke. Jakindube, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Dhemba, na wote nawasalimia. Alex anapenda kujificha akiniona, ama anda akisikia sauti yangu.
Mzee Niko, we jana ndio ulilala ukatuonyesha bags zako.
Oh, okay. Jana
uliweka kamera kwa bags.
Sasa sikiza bwana, mimi nasikitika sana kwamba bwana Vice President ile interview amefanya hapa London uko Uingereza, jamaa kama Wakenya wameiona hiyo, hata wale wanamsupport. Jamaa anasema uongo mtupu, uongo, na huyu ndio mtu tunataka kuchagua kuwa president wetu. Anasema uongo mbele ya umati ya watu tu, mbele ya dunia nzima anasema uongo. Jamani, Wakenya amkeni jamani, huyu si mtu wa kuchagua. Mimi nataka leo Demba, ulisema wewe umejiuzulu, lakini mimi nitasema tena. Nitasema tena,
hata amerudia sahi, mzee wangu amerudia sahi, amesema ana restrain himself to talk about those people. Juni wa kusubua.
Kuna mtu ambaye watu wanamzungumzia hapa, Kalonzo Musyoka. Mimi nataka Uhuru na Raila, wafanye tu kitu baba zao walifanya 1963. Hiyo tu, wawache hii mambo mingine yayo, wafanye campaign, watu watasikiliza. Sisi wote tufanye campaign, watu watatusikiliza kwa sababu tunasema ukweli. Si mtu anakuja na anaenda kuzungumza na watu kama Kuria, anaitwa
Jakindube.
Yeah?
Nataka nikupe habari kwa sasa.
Nipatie.
Ndio unapoongea sasa uwe katika hiyo backdrop. Baba leo alikutana na watu MCAs ambao wanatoka Murang'a wa Jubilee.
Ndio.
Na walikuwa wamepelekwa kwake na Peter Kenneth. Na hawa MCA walisema hao wako kwa Azimio, ni wa Jubilee.
Ndio.
Katika huu mkutano baba akasema Bernard angekuwa hapa angetuchezea hiyo video clip. Iko katika news, utaipata nini katika mtandao. Baba alisema hakuna mtu anasurutishwa kuingia Azimio. Azimio ni coalition of the willing, kwa sababu kuna mwanahabari alimuuliza, sasa kuna hizi minimum requirements ambazo Kalonzo anasema lazima atimizwe ndiye aweze kuingia Azimio. Baba akawaambia Azimio ni coalition of the willing. Sasa tarehe 12 wote ambao wako willing kuingia Azimio watakuwa pale. Tutatoka Kasarani, kuna hiyo NDC ya party zote ambazo zinaingia kwa Azimio. Alafu kutoka hapo wataenda Jacaranda.
Yeah.
So the first rally itakuwa Jacaranda, lakini after launch ya Azimio presidential candidate ambaye atakuwa approved na zile party ambazo ziko willing, ni coalition of the willing.
Yeah.
So baba amesha make hiyo kitu straight. He is not sitting on the table with nobody. He is not going to sign anything with anybody else. Yeye Azimio itakuja, itachagua candidate, coalition of the willing.
Bas.
So mtu anasurutishwa. So kama uko na wasiwasi ya kwamba watafanya kitu yoyote, usiwe na wasiwasi. Hiyo train imeshafungwa, imepitwa na wakati.
Bas. Hiyo ndio mimi nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia. Sitaki mambo ya kuwekwa kwa fence ati tunangojea mtu. Hakuna haja kungojea mtu. Hii tunafanya, hii nataka wazalendo. Wazalendo wa Kenya wanataka kujenga nchi yao. Hawa watu ambao wanataka kubomoa, hakuna haja ya kungojea mtu kama huyu anaitwa huyu anaitwa Kuria. Mjumbe wa nani anaitwa nani? Wa Katundu.
Kuria.
Huyu ni mtu ambaye hafai. In fact, na saa zingine ndio maana sisi wa Kenya tuna shida. This time wa Kenya, mchagueni watu ambao tunajua kabisa ni watu ambao ni watu ambao ni wazoefu katika kazi. Sio kuchagua tu mtu anakuja kuzungumza anasema matope. Mtu kama Kuria, jamani, Kuria hafai. Ni mtu labda anatakiwa sijui aokoke ama safi, kwa sababu ukisikia mambo ambayo yanatoka mdomoni mwake ni mambo ambayo hayajengi, ni mambo ya kubomoa. Kazi ya uongozi ni ya kuunganisha watu, kuleta watu pamoja. Hiyo ndio kazi ya uongozi. Kazi ya uongozi sio ya kutenganisha watu. Na Moses Kuria, ukimsikia maneno yanatoka kwa mdomo wake, ni ya kutenganisha watu. Na hawa ndio Kalonzo anataka kugang nao. Mimi nasema sisi wana Azimio tuendeleeni na kujenga Azimio, na wao nao wajenge hiyo yao wanataka kujenga, kwa sababu hawa ni watu ambao hawajui. Naweza kusema kwamba kuna watu hawajui ni kitu gani inaendelea, ama hawajui ni mipango gani inataka kufanywa. Tunataka Kenya kuwa katika hali gani, hawajui. wengine tu wanataka tu uongozi, hawajui Kenya tunataka Kenya iwe namna gani. Tunataka Kenya iwe nchi ambayo imewekwa katika msingi ya political stability. Political stability ni lazima nchi yote, wananchi wote wajione wako. Unajua kuna mtu amemuuliza Ruto, kuna jamaa moja amemwambia, wewe kweli unasema kabisa kwamba unaona uongozi inaweza kutoka tu kwa jamii mbili hizi, wakisema wanataka Kenya iungane, wewe unasema ni upuzi, hayo ni mambo ya zamani. Sasa anasema eti handshake ilikuwa ni ya con, sio ya ukweli. Ni kitu ambayo imejificha, ni vitu ambavyo yani uongo mtupu. Anasema uongo. Kitu lazima tujue ni kwamba nchi yetu, kwa sababu yeye anasema hata ukiwapatia watu wawe na economy nzuri, watu hawatajali. Hiyo ni nothing. Hizo ni upuzi mtupu. Hata ukiwapatia pesa watu pesa ngapi na hawajioni katika mambo ya utawala, hawawezi kuridhika. Binadamu anataka kuona mabadiliko, anataka kuona hata sura yake. Anasema at the same time kwamba anataka wanawake wapewe walipe pesa, yani walipe nusu, au yani wafanye njia ya kuweza kuwapromote wanawake. Ni hivyo ndivyo tunataka katika Kenya, to make sure kwamba ndio robo tumewapromote, hata wao wajione kama ni wa Kenya. Tumepromote Mijikenda, waone kama wao ni wa Kenya, kwa sababu ukiacha tu ikiholela, utakuta wengine wanaanza kugang up, wanaona wao si wananchi wa Kenya. Tunataka kujenga nchi ya Kenya ya watu wote, na hiyo ndio msingi ambao watu wengine hawaoni. Wao wanataka tu kuwa president. Watu kama kina Musyoka wanataka kuwa president, lakini huo mambo ya kuwa president tumeona Ethiopia wanataka kuwa president, lakini sasa hii kila kitu imebomoka kwa sababu hawajajenga nchi yao vizuri. Nchi ni lazima ujenge kwa msingi ya usawa. Hiyo ndio inajenga nchi, na kama tusipofikiria namna hiyo, watu kama kina Kuria ni watu ambao hawafai katika vyama hizi, kwa sababu yeye anazungumzia mambo ya ubinafsi, mambo ya ukabila. Na hao watu wote ambao unawaona wana form group wanasema sisi hatuingii, hao ni watu ambao ni wa binafsi, watu ambao ni wakabila, wanapenda mambo ya ukabila. Ndio maana wana nani namna hiyo, kwa sababu wanafikiria wao tu. Ukabila ni jambo ambalo ndio imetuletea hizi mambo. Unaona ni mambo ya corruption. Hizi zote zinazaliwa tu na hiyo ukabila, ndio imezaa hizi vitu zote, hizi uchafu wote tunaona hizi, ni sababu ya ukabila. Na hiyo ukabila lazima tuipige kwa kutumia ukabila. Niliwaambia tutumie ukabila kupiga ukabila. Hiyo ndio Watanzania wametumia. Hiyo ndio risasi ya kuweza kuiua ukabila. Unatumia ukabila kuipiga ukabila. Ni kama vile kutumia moto kuzima moto. So hiyo ni jambo ambalo lazima ni vizuri tukifanya hivyo. Hiyo tutawazima, lakini tukiwaachilia tu vile walivyo, hawa watu watatuvuruga. Mimi nafikiri kwa mambo ya hiyo oka tuachane nayo kabisa. Watu wasahau watu. Waendelee na hiyo oka yao, kwa sababu wote, nimemsikia mtu akisema kwamba kina mama kwa sababu kuna mwanadada mmoja hapa alizungumza vizuri sana. Alafu kuna jamaa akasema kina mama wanatakiwa wapewe nafasi, hata akataja mtu kama Martha Karua kwamba anaweza kuwa makamu. Martha Karua hafai kuwa makamu wa rais kwa hii katiba, kwa sababu yeye anaweza kuwa na mfano wa kama Ruto. Mimi hiyo my own point of view, inatakikana makamu wa rais kwa hii muhula ni lazima uangalie kwamba ni mtu ambaye number 1 ni mwaminifu, loyal. Namba ya pili ni mwaminifu. Namba ya 3 ni mwaminifu, yani loyal, ndio ufanye kazi. Kwa sababu makamu wa rais anasema, alikuwa amesema kwamba katika serikali, aliulizwa mbona anasema katika serikali hiyo, serikali mambo yote inafanywa na Uhuru. Yeye hakuchagua hata minister hata mmoja, hakuna mtu alichagua, ilichaguliwa na rais Uhuru. Sasa unaona, anasema anasema Uhuru ndiye anafanya hizo vitu, lakini kwa nini basi anazipinga? Basi kama anapinga, mbona hajajiuzulu? Anataka apinge na yuko kwa serikali, hajajiuzulu. Mimi tu kitu nimekosa pale ni kwamba sikusikia mtu akimwambia mbona hujajiuzulu, basi mbona uko kwa hiyo serikali ambayo unaikashifu uko. Hakuna mtu amemuuliza hiyo swali, lakini anasema kwamba mambo yote yati kila kitu imefanywa na Uhuru. Sasa hiyo si ni uongo mtupu, kwa sababu Uhuru yeye anamkejeli Uhuru, anamtusi, anasema Uhuru ni tapeli. Alafu at the same time anasema wameweka sijui vitu ngapi, na yeye anasema Uhuru anataka legacy yake, lakini yeye wakati Uhuru anasema vitu anasema Uhuru asimsahau, hata yeye alikuweko. Sasa huyo ni mtu mwongo, hafai kuwa president. Mimi makamu wa rais hafai kuwa president, na katika siku zijazo tunataka tuwe na, katika constitution hatutaki vice president agombanie president kama bado yuko kwa ofisi, kwa sababu hiyo inaleta utata, na tumeona inaleta utata, inafanya serikali inavurugika. Kwa hiyo tunataka wakitoka, wanatoka vice president na president wote wanaenda. Akitaka kugombania agombanie siku nyingine, sio wakati yuko ofisini. Na vile vile lazima tuwe watu waangalifu, lazima tuwe na kitu nidhamu katika mambo yote ambayo tunafanya. Tuwe na utu katika mambo zetu, kwa sababu sisi mazingira yetu kwamba tuko makabila nyingi, hatuko watu kabila moja. Kwa hiyo lazima wakati wote tukifanya vitu lazima tufikirie na wenzetu. Iwezi kuwa tu ni mimi. Hapana, ukisema ni Kenya, unajua Kenya, mazingira ya Kenya yako tofauti. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo natakiwa Wakenya wote wajue. Hiyo ni lazima, sisi kama Wakenya lazima tukae na makabila hizo zetu 44 kama ndugu moja. Hiyo tu ndio inaweza kutufanya tupate maendeleo. Asanteni sana.
Haya, asante Jakindu Bey kwa wasia wako na your submission. At least it's your first kwa leo, wengine walikuwa shafanya submission. Najua sasa tutaanza tena the second round of submission, and obviously tutaanza na Duke. Stone PK, najua uko hapa for the next like 45 minutes. I want to attend another meeting, then I'll be back, but I'll just be here. Kama kuna mtu anataka kuwa added nitamwad. I'm attending another meeting right here. Sasa Stone PK.
Sawa Themba.
Yeah, I'll just be here on the background. Kama mtu anakuwa hadi nitamwad tu, lakini utaanza na Duke, tukuje hivi na Julia, tuende second round tena.
Okay. Duke, go ahead.
First of all, I want to start by giving my views about the factor of Kalonzo Musyoka. In my own view, Raila Odinga is making a mistake because Kalonzo Musyoka is a strong person. He can mobilize up to 1 million votes. So if we want him to join Aziomio, he must give him a room to, he must give him a platform to bargain. For instance, if we want the seat of the deputy president, he can be straight and still say to him that we cannot give you that. So, but trying to want Kalonzo Musyoka just to enter Aziomio like that without any negotiation, without any agreement, that's a mistake. He should actually have a conversation with him. If we cannot give him his demands, like maybe you want to be a vice president, and that is like going to go to Peter Kent, then he can be honest to the way Ruto said to Musalia that he cannot give him the deputy. So for me, he has to make some negotiation. He has to negotiate and agree, have a form of agreement. He cannot accept Kalonzo just to enter Aziomio like that. Okay, moving forward. Also, I want to talk about the 50% share of the government, about the question which William Ruto answered about. He was given 50% share of the previous government. Actually, William Ruto did not deny that he was not part of that government. He actually said they formed a coalition government. And they said he was coordinating all the affairs of their government, not 50%, all of it during the first term. And said in the second term, the president said, I want to have my legacy in my own way. And he relieved him of some duties. So that's what he answered. Finally, the last thing I want to talk about is about
Boss, Duke, point of order. If you listen very carefully what the lady asked him, and then the way he answered.
Fred, bana, Fred, hold on. Let's coordinate. Duke, Fred has something to ask. Is that okay?
Duke nasema hivi, ukisikia vile, if you listen the way the lady asked him, he asked him in the first government in 2013, when you took over the government, you and President, you are dynamic duo. Then President gave you 50 share of the government, whereby you were supposed to name your minister. %50 means you will bring 50 when it comes to cabinet secretaries, you have to bring 50-50, and then that one happened, and then he denied on broad daylight. He denied that one.
What I was trying to, the denial he made the denial he made was that he was not specifically given the 50 minister, the half of the ministries. They formed a coalition government, and he was coordinating the whole government. That's what he said. Because even I asked you, do you know the number of the ministry he was given? Okay, let me finish and then you'll come in. Then I want to talk about another thing about corruption. Most of you have been very skeptical. Or they have been saying that William Ruto is trying to skip or to escape the corruption question. And actually, he answered the corruption question properly. What he said that corruption should not be personalized, whereby you find if a person is opposing you politically, that's when you prosecute that person. And also it should not be personalized, and also it should not be political. For instance, the best way to fight corruption, in my own view, is to recover the resources. So if a person takes like 10 billion, say for example, and then you name that person, you say somebody took those money and nothing happens. Actually, even if that person goes to prison, still that 50 billion, if not returned, it will not be useful. So for me, the right way to fight corruption is actually to freeze the resources. If, for example, you know that some resources of the government have been diverted to functions which they were not planned for, you have to freeze those resources and then return them to the government. That's actually the best thing you can do for you to assist Kenyans moving forward. And lastly, I want to talk about the handshake. What William Ruto was trying to say, he did not say that the handshake is bad, but he said that the intention of the handshake changed. Initially, the intention of the handshake was to bring Kenyans together. Ruto inclusion, because he's he's a Kenyan also, and also he commands a large fraction of followers who are also Kenyans. So if the BPI was about, the handshake was about bringing Kenyans together, Ruto must be part of that. So you cannot talk about the handshake of bringing Kenyans together and then you isolate Ruto, who has also a huge following. So that's like, that handshake is not inclusive. So every person must be part of the government. And also he talked about what we talk about, economic inclusion, which is very essential. For instance, I told you, for instance, if you see, for example, the election violence, we see the cattle rustling with those things happen in areas where we have poverty. For instance, you can never see election violence or people demonstrating in Runda or Karania. You find in areas where there are no enough resources, where individuals believe that if they demonstrate, something will come to change, something of that kind. So, including Kenyans or bringing Kenyans together is about empowering economic empowerment. We have a nation whereby resources have been channeled to one region for a long period of time, and that's actually central Kenya. It's actually too biased when it comes to about equitable resource allocation. So it was trying to say that the idea of the handshake was okay, to bring all Kenyans together, but not to bring Uhuru and Raila together and to isolate Ruto, who also has following. So you are just like trying to bring others together and also divide others. That's not the case. And also it says that the intention changed. That's why they started to change the constitution, which he was even asked that, why should you defend the constitution when you opposed it? And they said he is a Democrat. He was just disagreeing with small sections of the constitution. But when Kenyans agreed that that's the document to be the constitution, he supported that. And also he asked a question, if he was opposing and others were supporting, why are those who were supporting now don't want that constitution? So that's the question is asked. So I can end there because I don't have much time.
Naweza nikazungumza kidogo juu ya ni battle kidogo.
Thank you Duke. Okay, Jakenbe.
Duke. Makamu wa rais number 1 angeresign kama kubaliani na number 1 resign. Hiyo kitu kama ukubaliani na president ana resign, kwa sababu kazi yake ambayo amepewa ni kuassist president, sio akianza kupinga mipango ya president basi anaondoka. Unaona, assistant wako akianza kupinga mambo yale unataka kufanya anaondoka. Sasa hii mambo ya beat the bush eti Ruto hakutaka kitu fulani, hauwezi kupika huwezi kuchagua. Wewe kama ni assistant wa president ama assistant wa manager, kitu manager amesema, manager akisema watu wanakuja saa 2, huwezi kusema mimi sitaki hiyo mambo ya kuja saa 2 watu waje saa 5. Lazima uresign, utoke, kwa sababu haifai. Ruto anaadaa watu, hata na question, hata na maswali, hata na majibu zake anaadaa watu kwa sababu handshake, kama president alisema, hiyo handshake ndio ilileta BBI, na BBI ililetwa na watu, sio Uhuru na Raila. Watu wa Kenya wenyewe ndio walisema wanataka kitu fulani, kwa sababu walikuwa wanaona kuna shida katika serikali. Nchi ilikuwa inataka kugawa, tulikuwa tunataka kupasua nchi yetu mara 2. So watu waliulizwa, au watu walienda nchi nzima wakaulizwa, watu mnaona kitu gani tufanye ili watu tuwe pamoja? Lazima uulize maoni ya watu, na maoni ya watu ndio ilileta BBI. Na BBI haikuwa inavunja katiba, ilikuwa inarekebisha. Huwezi kuwa na katiba ambayo huwezi kurekebisha. Walikuwa wanarekebisha, lakini Ruto hataki, kwa sababu yeye alikuwa anafikiria kuwa president. Anafikiria hiyo BBI ikirekebishwa hawezi kuwa president. Hiyo ni uongo. Kwa hiyo yeye kama anapinga president, hauwezi kuwa unapinga president na we uko pale. Kama hiyo ni mbaya, una resign. That's the bottom line. Hawezi kusema hizo vitu zote. Anasema kitu ambayo inatakiwa angesema hizo vitu kama ameresign. Yani saa hizi angekuwa makamu wa rais. Huwezi kuwa makamu wa rais na unapinga serikali ambayo wewe mwenyewe uko ndani. That is wrong itself. Inakufanya unakosa nidhamu, unakuwa huna msimamo, unakuwa mtu ambaye ni mtapeli. Kwa macho ya hao wazungu, usifikirie hata hao wazungu wanaona mambo kama vile tunaona hivi. Wazungu mkikosania kidogo wana resign, and that's the only thing. Unatoka alafu unasema hiyo vitu kwamba mimi nimetoka kwa sababu ninapinga hii na hii na hii, sipendi, na resign. Asante.
Thank you, Jakidbe. Yes, Duke. Okay, Duke. Let's have Okibo so that you hand it to both of them at the same time. Okibo.
Thank you so much, Stone PK. I have a submission to Duke. Duke, if we don't personalize corruption in Kenya, utasikia vizuri nikisema Kenya is a corrupt country. You are not corrupt. I'm not corrupt. If we don't personalize that thing like huyu ni corrupt, we can't fight it. So that is what happened on Nakutoa makosa. Hiyo yenye DP alikuwa anasema we don't personalize corruption and whatever. No, we are not. Kenya is not a corrupt country. We have some individuals who are corrupt. Those are the people we are pointing out. That is why we tend to bring that point right. We need to personalize these things so that we can isolate these people from the good people. Thank you.
Stone PK.
Yes. Thank you, Okibo. Somebody called. Sarah, you
I'd like to add on Okibo's point before Duke, now says recounts the point again. let's desist from encouraging Ruto's dishonesty. Why am I saying this? Because we are not actually personalizing corruption. Let me first even change that statement to begin with. What is happening is that when you say we are personalizing corruption and pointing fingers when we are politically inclined to one place, that would be a lie, because there are very many people in the UDA. For example, let me take for example Gladys Sholei. Kuna mtu ametoka akakuja akasimama akasema Gladys Sholei aliiba pesa? No, we are stating facts. We are stating, we are only pointing fingers to people we know have either active cases or cases that were taken out of the judiciary unlawfully. So we are not personalizing corruption, actually. That is a very wrong statement that Deputy President said, and we are busy trying to encourage it, which I don't want us to encourage, to be quite honest with you. The handshake thing also is a big problem, because he says this, he says that. At the end of the day, where does he stand? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Duke. Duke, now you have
Duke was writing, so I can also, because I think it's a good thing Duke is writing the questions, I can quickly also ask him a very 30-second question. Duke, you are here saying, you're here saying that the DP said he was not against the Constitution. Duke, with all honesty, let us put politics and all those rhetorics aside. The DP was not against the new constitution. I was watching him every day going throughout the country. Only one man who was against the constitution. Do you believe him when he says today that he was only against a few things? Is that what you are saying, Duke?
Okay, Duke, it's your time.
Alex, I did not say that Ruto did not oppose the new constitution. He was asked actually, why are you supporting the constitution which you opposed when it was being voted in? He said that he was actually, he agreed he opposed the constitution when it was being passed, but he said he's a Democrat when the will of the people has spoken, or when Kenyans have decided on a given docket, he has to support it. And also he said he was opposing specific sections, not the whole constitution. And actually one of it was a portion, I remember very well. So that's what he said. And also he went forward to say that if indeed he was against the new constitution, and those who are trying to change it are the one who supported it, why are they opposing it now? So that's a question which you have to answer. So indeed, yes, you oppose the constitution.
No, you are not answering the question. If we were not to have the present constitution, it meant we were to remain in the old dispensation. Which one was better? Even us, we did not like the new constitution based on how it was changed in Naivasha. And the question was, should we accept what was Wako draft that was given to us, which we did not like, or we should stay with the former constitution? Which was the better one? Were we to remain status quo, or we were to go for a new constitution, at least so that in the future we can deal with it? That was the question then. Can we accept this one now so that in the future we can deal with what we did not disagree? And that's what BBI was dealing with. So why is the DP not saying the truth? He wanted us to remain in the old constitution.
Thank you, Alex. I think that is it. If you want to battle that again.
I can say to Alex is that, remember, Raila also opposed the constitution in 2005, but some revisions of sections were made, and then he supported it again, which it passed. So when you oppose a document, it does not mean that you disagree with it. You want it to have some changes. which you are disagreeing, so that he can come back. So that's the point. About personalization of corruption. Actually, to personalize means to target an individual in a malicious way. So for me, I mean corruption should not be used as a tool to target individuals unfairly. To fight corruption, you have to follow the resources which have been embezzled. You recover them, they come back, and then they assist Kenyans. But now, when you say somebody has stolen 10 billion, so you, as a government, you are able to trace the transactions from the treasury. So those transactions are made to companies or to individuals. Freeze those accounts and return the money to assist Kenyans.
So you're telling me
Then what do you do? Hold on, Sarah. Hold on, Sarah. So Duke, what do you do with the one who has stolen? Just leave him or her. So you are not to target the thieves. Who do you follow with that money?
What I'm trying to say, if you indeed a person is corrupt, you don't just say that in rhetoric and you are the president. You have all the instruments of power. You are the president. You have the intelligence. You know, if you can even have the bank statement of companies and individuals. So you target those individuals, but you prosecute them, or you recover the resources. So if you just say that is 2 billion I've stolen, 10 billion I've stolen every day, and just saying that, it can be like a story. You are not recovering the money, and you are not prosecuting the corruption case to completion. You have to prosecute a case to its conclusion, and you recover the resources. The essential thing is that, for instance, if a person takes 1 trillion and you kill that person without recovering that amount of money, still the Kenyan economy will not be the same. So the essential thing is recovering the resources. You freeze. And for instance, somebody like William Ruto cannot be arrested or imprisoned. But if you freeze the accounts where the corrupt money is, that cannot cause any commotion. So the president can simply do that. You freeze the amount. For instance, in 2017, I remember there was an NGO which was accused of supporting the NASA coalition. Their accounts were freezed in Kenya. Do you remember that? So the president has a lot of power to fight corruption using actions, not just words. That's what I was trying to say.
Wait, before you continue,
Okay,
I have
Sarah,
a problem with that point.
let's all mute. Sarah.
I have a very huge problem with what Duke is saying. I don't understand whether he fully listened to the speech of Deputy President William Ruto. He said that we should not personalize, point fingers in political inclination. What does that mean? He's saying that people in the UDA are the only ones who are being told that they are corrupt, which is not the truth. We are pointing out only the specific people who have corruption cases. Not everyone in UDA is corrupt. After all, not everyone wakes up in the morning and says all UDA supporters, including the common Mwananchi UDA supporters, are corrupt. Second of all, when you say, so are we supposed to just quietly freeze their accounts and not say money was stolen from someone's bank and was taken to an offshore account like this? Like, we're supposed to just keep quiet about it? Because let's honestly be accountable for our mistakes too. You cannot tell me that we are just going to freeze the accounts quietly and then we get the money and we say the money is back. Automatically, we are not telling Kenyans where it is back from. Again, hypothetically, if let's say for some odd reason maybe Ruto wasn't corrupt, do you think he would have been saying that statement of personalizing? He is saying that statement of personalizing because he knows he's very well involved. If he wasn't involved and if he wasn't mentioned in any corruption case, he wouldn't have been talking about personalization. He would have been actively fighting corruption, actively fighting it. But because he is involved, you cannot, if you have committed a mistake, you cannot acquit yourself. That's the problem. Guilty people cannot acquit themselves. So he's very guilty, and that is why he won't come automatically or directly and say we have to fight corruption in this manner by pointing out the crooks. Simple as it is. Let's call a spade and not a
Thank you, Sarah. Fred Kasuti.
Yeah, thank you, Stone PK. Let me take this opportunity to tell Mr. Duke the following. Rigathi Gachagua, his accounts, all of his accounts were frozen. Why? Because of corruption. There is a corruption case based on Waiguru. That one, according to TP who is, he went ahead and manipulated the election, so to put Waiguru in the office so that she can defend that case when she's she's a governor. We know that. There is a case of Weston Hotel. Himself, he admitted that he acquired that land not on a legal way. Is a corrupt case, which is active, still active up to now. There is a Muteshi land whereby he was prosecuted, and then the court finding him as a corrupt person who corrupt somebody's land, and he was charged and he was fined to pay. Okay, so there is nothing here that making all people who are supporting deputy president to be corrupt. And then when you see there are some other people whom we know them very well, they have been working in a CBD Nairobi. Talk of Ndindi Nyoro, talk of Kimani Ichung'wah, talk of all those people in CBD, in Kikomba. All these things happens in Kikomba. We know who are behind of those things. Eh? So when you say they are just personalizing this thing in order the common mwananchi understand what kind of the people they are about to give them the high office. So even Tebut himself, he know very well he has a corrupt cases bending, and some others have been already being prosecuted. So that one, he will not run away from it, my friend. And that one, he has to admit, it is true.
Thank you, Fred. Yeah. I think he has frozen before he concludes, but it's okay.
Oh, okay. No,
so Duke.
Oh, Duke. Duke.
Who is that? Duke, you're
that's
supposed
me,
to...
Alex.
Oh, Jakenya, you want to ask a question?
Nataka kumuongezea tu Duke kwamba Duke, ujue kesi ambazo unasema
one moment. Hebu subiri kidogo. Jakindube, ngoja kidogo. Jakenya.
Yes.
Is it a question asked? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Jakindube, for that interruption. I just wanted... Am I audible? Thank you. Sorry, Jakindube, for that interruption.
You have to turn your TV off, man.
Kenya,
sorry, gentlemen. I just wanted to say something about what Duke has been making efforts to convince us. Really, I've just realized that the more people like Duke talk to us, the more we realize how our deputy president is being very economical with the truth. let me refresh Mr. Duke's memory a little bit. When the president said some few years ago that the country was losing 2 billion daily, and before that he had said that the corruption ilikita mizizi kwa ofisi yake. I think now it is very clear to us that the president was just being very diplomatic. He just fell short of telling us who was this corrupt person. I think had we a president like the current deputy, Kenya would have gone to fire a long time ago. But the current president is a very diplomatic person. He knew, because he has all the intelligence, just like Duke is saying, he knew the corruption cases, and he knew that the deputy was the culprit. But this was his deputy. So he would not come to the public and say, my deputy is corrupt. So that is why he told us we are losing 2 billion daily. Having said that, just like Sarah has told you, it is not like personalizing. There are so many people in UDA or Kenya Kwanza who are very clean. And it is very wrong for you and the deputy to come here and tell us that corruption is being personalized. Alice Waume is a very staunch member of UDA. She has no corruption case, and nobody has talked about her. Rigathi Gachagua is corrupt, and his accounts are frozen. So these are things everybody knows. These are in public domain. Even in Aziomio side, they are corrupt people, and their cases are in court. So the minute you start saying that it's being used as a tool, we see you, we see through you, and we know you are hiding. You are circumventing the question. You don't want to face the question. Basically, that is what I wanted to say.
Respond, I let you go. Jakindube, you had something.
Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Duke kwamba Duke, unajua katika constitution hii yetu ambayo tunayo sahihi inafanya au hizo makesi ambazo unaona watu corrupt inaweza kwenda kama miaka 20, na BBI ambayo bwana Ruto anaikashifu, alisema eti ilikuwa inaleta ombudsman ati kusupervise nani, lazima kila mtu awe na mtu wa kumsupervise. Hivyo ndivyo unakuwa na accountability. Hii BBI ilikuwa inaweka docket ya kwamba kesi ya corruption iko na muda fulani, haipiti hapo, hiyo wakati hiyo kesi imeisha. So vitu kama hizo ni kurekebisha. Tulikuwa tutoi tunaharibu constitution, tunarekebisha sehemu ambazo hazifai. Na ilikuwa hata wakati hiyo constitution ilipokuwa ikipitishwa, tulisema kuna sehemu zingine tutarekebisha, na sasa ni 10 years inatakiwa turekebishe. Every 10 years inatakikana, kama ni chama, kama ni serikali, ijikosoe. Hivyo ndivyo unakuwa progressive. Asante.
Thank you, Jakindube. You can come in now.
What I was saying, Steve, I am not saying that William Ruto is not corrupt. Actually, I don't know. But when you just hear the word that somebody is corrupt or somebody has stolen, and then the person who's saying that is the president, the most powerful person in a nation, with all instruments of power, and he cannot take an action to recover the resources or at least to do something. So sometimes we can say that it's like just rhetoric. So what I'm trying to say that if indeed there is corruption in Kenya, whichever the person who is involved, we want proper action, recovery of the resources. So that's what I'm trying to say. For instance, you are talking about the president. Kenyans was talking about the president saying that 2 billion are stolen every day. Actually, the president is the dean of corruption in Kenya. So, for instance, if we talk about Kemsa scandal, we remember he came on national TV and said, I will give a report in 2 weeks. And when he found that his sister was involved and we have never even heard that of that report. So, a person like that, how can you believe that person is saying that somebody is corrupt and you agree with that person? What I'm trying to say is that corruption must be something serious where resources can be frozen very quickly. So, because the way Jack and Pay said, it is true. If you take some cases to court, they can take a long period of time. That's why I'm trying to talk about the freezing of the resources. If the resources are frozen and recovered immediately, for instance, if you are talking about Kamarel Dam, nothing was done, but they are saying that money was taken straight into one period.
So Duke, that is why the king is telling you that the present nature, that's why the president comes out and he tries to tackle it, but it's almost impossible for him. For the posterity of the nation, in the wisdom of what has happened that he's incapable of doing, they came up with the BBI. And yet, the DP is against even that. So, has the DP given us a roadmap of how this freezing should be done in the case of Kemwarol? By not just saying it's only 7 billion, what did he do instead? That is what we are talking about, because it's in regard to the DP speech on what he was disparaging, and you are giving a solution, and we are saying that solution is not enough.
Duke,
How
switch
do
your
we?
mic off so that you are being disturbed by the noise. Duke, yes. Okay, go ahead, Alex.
So I'm saying, Mr. Duke should tell us how is the DP planning in regard to this freezing? And let's take the example of Kimorel that he has given us. The DP was heard even saying it's only 7 billion. Now, how could we have frozen that 7 billion and recover it? Now, be practical instead of being just rhetorical. The president has come up with BBI because it's almost impossible, as Jakindube has said, and you have agreed with Jakindube. Now, what is the DP's proposition in regard to that, and what has he done?
Very true, Alex.
Okay, now I want to end this topic. Duke,
Alex,
you just,
remember,
1 minute and then we stop it because we will not get anywhere. This is a country of thieves, okay? The Jubilee is full of thieves. All of us support stealing. I think we should just forget about it, and then we hope that BBI will one day come, because now you'll just circumvent. How do you freeze money which the DP takes offshore elsewhere? He has no accounts in country. You don't see his money. He carries it in gunias and boxes.
the money,
He stores them
money
in
is
houses.
in Italy.
Duke,
7 billion
be
is in
realistic.
Italy.
This guy is thief number one. Yes. Ni mwizi namba moja. Tuache theories hapa. Okay, Duke.
Ana blame president, and that is the funny thing, because
Hata president ameshindwa.
Yes, let us argue
Okay,
intelligently.
let's see what your position is.
Let us argue intelligently, bwana. Umeiona president
So let's not waste time. Duke, one minute and we close that chapter.
It's not that the president is unable to fight corruption, it's because he is involved in one or
We can't hear you. There are no instruments in Kenya, Duke. We live here. They are all useless. Let's not waste time. No instruments of fighting corruption, brother. To debate for the sake of it. Thank you.
To continue, it cannot be solved. What I'm trying to say, it is impossible to solve, so we continue like that.
Yes, for the time being.
No.
For the time being.
No. So let me finalize. In short, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to give you the way the corruption can be fought. First of all, you have to follow the resources, not individuals. So if you follow individuals and individuals supporters, the supporters will turn against you and it will be over. So politics comes in. So follow the money, follow the resources, and let us not personalize and let us not politicize the fight against corruption. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Duke, where do you follow the resources? Where are the resources? Where is the stolen money?
Government has a budget. If you trace the way the transactions are made from the national government, you can find every transaction. If we have the budget of 3 trillion, for example, you start tracing the way the transactions are done. They are there. You can't say that they...
Brother, we budget for money to steal. You know that. The money that is stolen is budgeted for. Your DP said the same. Okay, finalize, please.
So that's what I'm trying to say. For instance, if we have money which is allocated to a given ministry and there is an accounted amount, you have to trace the transaction. Which accounts were those amount transferred to? If you find there is amount which have been transferred without any...
It seems you don't listen to the DP. In his speech in the US, he said a mongrel of people with opaque accounts. You know, we are trying to let you know that the system, the way it's designed, even the DP himself accept that. Even in budgeting themselves, they sat down, him and the president. He is now revealing to us a mongrel of people with opaque organization and accounts. Imagine what the DP is telling us.
Alex, and
that is why we are telling you that we need tools. Those tools that you are telling us, even the DP has said they are not working. We have given an alternative of BBI. He has said no. His work is to always refuse alternatives, but he doesn't, and complain, but he doesn't give us how we should use other means which he should come up with. Because the present ones that you want to talk about, the tracing and so on and so forth, are not working. We even changed the currency because people are keeping hard money, billions and trillions in their houses, so that we could change the currency to make those money almost like impossible for them to get that money within the circulation. But we couldn't. So which tools are you talking about if we changed the currency and still we could not catch these people?
Thank you, Alex. Duke, tafadhali maliza hii topic. It cannot end. This is a country of thieves.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Alex, what I'm trying to say is this. If you are trying to say that the system is not working and there is nothing which can be done, under which context or background are you trying to say that William Ruto is unable to talk about corruption? If you are saying there is no solution at all.
He's the prince of corruption.
He acknowledged that it is happening. He said it. He's been saying it. And he has never refused that he has never stolen. At some point, he said it's only 7 billion.
A president to solve corruption. So it's not that it's impossible. It's actually we have an incompetent president or a president who's not willing to solve the...
Duke, we have an incompetent government of president and deputy president. Ruto and Uhuru. Jubilee government. Yes.
Power, the most powerful individual. For instance, you don't expect a parliamentarian to go and maybe sort the mess of the vice president. Somebody above him must sort that. So if the president is there and is saying the deputy is corrupt and is unable to sort that out or cover that, then it means he is incompetent.
That's true. That's true. They are all incompetent. Deputy, president, they are going home. Okay? Jubilee government is going home and we are bringing in Aziomio government, Mr. Duke. And we will start hanging thieves. Thank you very much. Who is coming next? Who was next?
It was Julia, but she...
Julia? So Zara, you want to come in?
Okay.
All right.
first, I don't know. I want us to argue these things intelligently, not based on propaganda. First of all, sitaki kutetea president, deputy president, Azimio. What I have their own personal issues that even I, a common mwananchi, nikianza kutatua sitaweza tafadhali. But let's also not behave like fools, because Kenya tunafikirianga ni kama we are much clever than other countries. Uni wapi umeiona president aliamka asubuhi akasema enda munishikie ule na ule waliiba pesa jana, nataka wakue ndani by Monday, and it happened. I want which democratic country? Give me examples so I'm able to understand why the deputy president is saying that the president is incompetent and he has all the power in the earth to wake up and go and catch these people themselves. Remember, the president is under the constitution. He is also limited by the constitution. His powers are also suppressed by the constitution. So the president, unless it's a dictator like Idi Amin, he cannot wake up in the morning and say, please enda muweke Ruto 1 year in jail because aliiba pesa ya Kimwarer. It doesn't work like that. That's why there are independent institutions that have failed completely, because there are also inside men there who are for those people. So even if you bring a case, which is the body for these corruption cases, like EACC, I believe, even if you bring this case to these bodies, there are inside people there who do inside jobs and acquit these people very quickly. So let us not all be pointing fingers to president because he didn't come openly and say that, hey guys, this is the list of the people who have stolen. I want them by Monday morning wakuwa wameshikwa. There are protocols even in these countries. You are innocent until proven guilty. You have to be read for your Miranda rights. You can't just be treated the way like a fugitive. The same way he can't wake up and start treating Ruto like a fugitive and tell them, okay, these are the people who are corrupt, nataka Matiang'i uende uwashike, you put them in prison. It doesn't work like that. There are protocols to be observed. And he is also limited by the constitution. So, to me, that one I don't understand. Why munashinda president, deputy president? Can we please be intelligent? Hey, bwana. Next, Oka is a non-issue. I don't even understand why we're busy debating about Kalonzo and Moses Kuria and the people who are, and their numbers, okay? The Raila clearly said, Azimio is for the willing. Kwa hivyo, anyone can go there. If they don't feel comfortable that then they with Azimio's plans, they are free to do it by themselves. He has no problem. He has no qualms. He has not suppressed anyone's freedom or rights. They can do anything they want. Second of all, I heard them, actually I've been hearing this narrative about public debt, increase of public debt and decrease of public debt and blah 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 between the first term, second term, hizo vitu. Again, I keep on insisting, people should argue things intelligently. Public debt is not bad. I do not know why people have created a narrative that public debt is bad. Lazima country iombe pesa, because taxpayers' money is not enough to do all the projects, all the developments, everything that a country needs. Let us be intelligent. Shida yenye tuko nayo na public debt ni kwamba tunaomba alafu katikati vitu zingine zinanyakuliwa hapa katikati and they are not being used for what they were going to be used for. That is the problem, not the public debt. So even if the public debt, I don't see a reason why people are complaining with the public debt rising. After all countries have humongous public debts. For developments, I'm telling you, to be done. Yes, that is the truth. Even diaspora countries that I live in have triple the size of the public debts of their GDP. That is all. It's basically everywhere. So please do not say that countries don't have public debts. They do. They do. For things, I'm telling you, taxpayers' money is not enough to do all the projects that a country needs. It cannot be enough. Because either way, remember, Kwanza Kenya, let's say 40% of people wanafiling no tax returns. And that is why KRA is having a problem, even getting taxes. Another thing, Ruto went to USA and UK with a personal agenda. Let us just stick to that, okay? First of all, if you want to know that he went with a personal agenda, when he went there, the broadcasting manager of his, Hussein Mohammed, created a narrative that he went to White House to discuss about things that were important, which is not the truth. That's a narrative that he created. That was the first lie. Second of all, he did not even go there to meet people of substance, tafadhali. He did not meet any people of substance. Kama angemeet watu wa substance, tungesema yenyewe for sure he's doing something. Instead, he went to lament over his boss. And surely, in all honesty, even if you have issues with your boss, you do not go spreading your dirty linen on other people. It creates a very bad image towards the country. Another thing, people shouldn't be really complaining about is the story na what the president, deputy president had done. Jubilee government imetuharibu. I believe, like I said, we should argue this intelligently. I believe everyone is to blame, including Kenyans, the citizens, because sisi ndo tunaenda kwa ballot, tunavotia hawa watu again. Surely. So we want to absolve the blame and put the blame to only the leaders, and yet we still have hooligans who are still going to vote for them. So let us be honest with each other. We are all to blame, our leaders and Kenyans involved. When we start looking at the bigger picture, like the way the BBI was looking at the bigger picture, that is when we get answers to our questions. In other words, when we change the entire narrative, where everyone is accountable, including me. The constitution, ukifungua hiyo kitabu ya constitution, the first page inasema, the sovereignty belongs to the people. Do people really understand what that name means? The sovereignty belongs to the people. It does not belong to the leaders. Kwa hivyo, if people are unhappy, they should demand for what they need. Unfortunately, Kenyans will never do that, because watenda wapewe handouts, alafu they'll stick to the same song every now and then. So let's stop blame game. Let's actually sit down, have people who understand what is going on. Kuna watu hapa, you don't need a leader actually to get there. Kuna watu who have very good financial experts everywhere. If these people came along wakajitoa wakasema, hapa kwa hii constitution tunatoa hii, tunaweka hii, itasaidia. Hapa tunatoa hii, tunaachia kila kitu leaders. Waki mess up, tunaanza kucomplain. Surely. Pia sisi here, we are all wrong. Leaders, Kenyans, citizens, we are all wrong. I stick to the constitution belongs to the sovereignty belongs to the people. Kenya belongs to us. If you see how other countries, the public is actively involved in the agenda of the country. Unajiuliza mbona countries zingine zinatupita, sisi tunabaki huko nyuma when we are wallowing in stress. We are busy here complaining about economy, and then ukiuliza mtu shida economy ilienda mbaya aje, anaanza handshake. Hapana ni Uhuru, hapana ni Ruto. They don't even talk about inflation. Remember, these years have been the COVID years. Therefore, the economy must go zonkers. This is not only there is another war, and Russia is the highest manufacturer of natural gas. That means when the sanctions are created, everything is gonna pile up. Everything is gonna go high. People are not discussing that. Watu tu wanaona shida ni ya Uhuru, shida ni ya Ruto, shida ni ya Azimio, shida sijui ni ya nini. Come on. This story time and time again. We can't keep on doing this. Let's have conversations where we bring out facts, tuache propaganda, tuseme shida ni yetu actually, because we are the voters again. We don't come out, we don't vote for the right people. If you look at young people, if you ask a young person if they want to vote, they say, no, I don't want to vote because my vote doesn't count. And yet the sovereignty belongs to you. Come on, come on. The leaders are blame gaming each other. We are also blame gaming them. It's like a circle of people who are all wrong. So to me, I feel like everyone has a problem. And if we start by that, then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Maybe, Sarah, I can register your frustrations and tell you that this country, there's one guy who was during the COVID times. He went trading because he was trying to blame COVID, and he gave a joke. Not a joke, he was very serious. He said if COVID touches Baba, we dismantle this country and kila mtu aende. So for me, I will tell you the same. The biggest disease in this country is the word C, corruption. The cancer is so huge. We have institutionalized that. We begin even by when you vote, your vote not counting, because we never voted Jubilee government. We voted elsewhere, but they came into place. We were told by foreigners and everybody else that we will see the consequences. These are the consequences. I'm not even trying to blame anybody or praise anybody. Jubilee is a total failure. And it's a total failure because
I agree that Jubilee is a total failure.
Let me finish. It's a total failure because the leaders whom we were given by whoever rigged the election, some of them never managed anything. And that's why it's mediocrity. That's why they are not even able to fight corruption. They are just telling you, institution. We have all the institutions that any earth can have, any government on earth can have. What don't we have? We have the CID. We have all very, very, very well established institutions. But any results? Nothing. Because you see, the fish rots from the head all the way down. So when we start debating here, arguing and isolating Ruto, or Ruto going to US and trying to isolate himself, it's ridiculous that, for me, I was not there and all this. So we are all actually a country of jokers. And that's why, for me, I say, with this corruption, we will just, will be institutionalized, and then we will join leagues of Nigeria and Mexico and all that. And because we cherish people who are driving V8, how does somebody earning 40,000 a month, a clerk, drive a V8 of 13-14 million? Sincerely speaking, and they are spinning them here, they are doing all those. So it is the same, whether it is in a government office, in the deputy office, the corruption is just beyond, because we cherish that and we hero worship them. And in fact, you will be mocked if you don't build a house. For example, if you join a government office na ufanya miaka 3 na ujajenga nyumba Zimmerman ama wherever, people will start asking, my friend, what are you doing there? So it is us. We are rotting actually, and in fact, I think corruption in Kenya has reached a level where we are not able to fight it. If anything, maybe if we elect Raila, he might try to do it, but the monster is so huge. Yeah, unless we bring rules like in Korea, China, and all this, you still unanyongwa. But again, you guys, Kenya is one of the nyinyi ndio mnajua Mungu hata kuliko wazungu.
Shida si government actually. Shida ni integrity.
Yeah.
We don't have integrity.
In Kenya, we are all saved. Bwana asifiwe every corner. And Kindube gave a very good example one day. If we are all saved in that church, nasahau simu yangu hapo kwa meza, for 3 minutes inapotea. Na tunasema Bwana asifiwe, Bwana asifiwe. So that is an example of telling you, hakuna mtu atapata kipochi ama check pale ama kapengo kapesa pale akatae kuiba. We are a country of thieves. Okay? We have watoto wetu tumewafunza, we cannot vote. If you vote, you don't get the person you have voted for, and our rule for 5 years. So we are in a total mess. And that's why, for example, it's so painful when you tell people, let's try this muzee. Maybe maybe hata akisema rule kuja ya kunyonga watu, anyonge wawili watatu, at least wengine wataogopa. In fact, in Kenya, until somebody comes and brings like Kagame, we will not make it. Thank
Agreed.
Fred,
Agreed.
Yeah. Let me finishing by saying, let me congratulate Sarah. Sarah, what you have said is very true, but you didn't speak it naked truth. Naked truth is when president go outside there to ask people to lend him money for development. Remember, all these things happens in first term. When he allocate money to energy, Ruto steals. When he allocated money in SGR, Ruto steals. When he allocated the money in Kimarel dams, Ruto steals. When he allocated money in agriculture, Ruto steals. When he allocated money, that's why he ended up by saying every day we are losing 2 billion. And I'll just end there and see you later of the day.
Stone, let me say something. Can I say something, Stone?
Yes, everyone else mute. Alex.
Yeah, Stone, there's something Sarah said. And I think I saw somebody make a joke out of it in Kenya, and I was like, okay. And then there's another guy who even came here and made that joke. I thought it was a light joke, but I think it's creeping into people's mind. Remember the war between Russia and Ukraine? It's going to affect the natural gas and the crude oil prices. Already, some of us are feeling it. It's now predicting that this summer in the US and other places in Russia, in Europe, gas is going to go up to $5 because so far the crude oil is going to 130 per barrel, and we don't know. We don't know. I mean, how bad it's going to be, and that affects Kenya in every way because we have never found alternative energy to many of our industries in Kenya. We're still energy dependent. So the thing is that we must brace even more for tough times. It's not only COVID that affected us. Now the war in Russia is going to affect us. And if you elect people who do not love their country, people who do not have the intelligence of knowing how to shield the economy so that it cannot grip the people so hard more than what we have already felt, Kenyans are going to go bankrupt. If you think you have been poor now, brace to be even more poor, because if that barrel goes to $200 per barrel, my friend, kutoka estate to the town, fare has to increase by 50 bob, and there's nothing you can do. Insurance will have to increase, gas will have to increase, water, drinking water will have to increase, and food prices. Now maize, ile unga yenye tulikuwa tuna complain, it's going to increase. So it's high time people should think and know that if we do not elect a government that is competent, that knows what to do from the beginning to the end, Kenyans are going to go down and down and down. Thank you.
Bwana Alex, actually you're very correct. As we speak, huku Canada, mafuta ya gari tuko $2.35. What are you talking about? Alafu nasikia tu Wakenya wakisema no, shida ni Uhuru, shida ni Raila, shida ni Ruto. Surely. Surely. I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. Yeah?
Afadhali mko $2 mko $2
Nyinyi mko wapi? Alafu watu hapa wanashinda wakituambia shida
Alex,
ni president. President.
We are $4.
Sisi hapa tuko 3. Sisi tuko hapa 3 real.
Alafu president ni Uhuru alifanya mafuta ikapanda juu.
From 1 real to 3 real.
Surely UDA supporters bwana. Yani propaganda juu ya propaganda juu ya propaganda. This has nothing to do with the president. Tafadhali. Wait.
tuko sokoni sasa bwana.
We are waiting him to come here in Qatar. We are waiting
Fred,
him to come here in Qatar so that he will meet with us. We are welcoming him here in Qatar. We'll meet with him here.
Mtaingia chini ya vitanda nyinyi Fred. Mnaongea tu kwa vitanda.
Akuje. Tunamngoja.
Okay, all right, let's get orderly. We had Sarah, you did your submission, and then Alex. Okay, Aaron had just come. Aaron, take your time. Oh, sorry, Duke, you had something. You raised your hand. Now ni swali tu bana. Ama okay, go ahead.
I want to disagree with Sarah about the date.
Volume.
Volume. Okay, I want to disagree with Sarah. He was trying to say that a nation having date is good and every country has a date. That's not true. It's true, many countries have dates, but there are others who have actually that is what we call net debt. For instance, in Kenya, we don't give money to another nation. If you go to other nations like the US, they borrow, but also they give out some money they rent to other nations. So if you consider the net debt, you find those countries, they almost have to none. But here in Kenya, we have a huge debt. Provided we are a developing country, it's a bad because that debt has to be paid. For instance, if you give a debt after two years grace period, then the debt has to be paid. When the payment period starts, it will affect us. That is what we call high taxes. The nation tried to raise revenue so that it can repay the debt. So there are other ways how the government can get money. For instance, that is what we call internal borrowing. For instance, if we talk about government bonds, there is a lot of Kenyans who can buy government bonds to fund the government. Another thing is about expanding the tax, not increasing it, but expanding. For instance, if you come in Nairobi, houses are not even numbered, but every person who pays rent, a fraction must go to the government. For instance, you pay rent 10,000, around 2,000 must go to the government. But you see, the government is careless. Houses are not numbered, people pay rent is not taxed. So if the government will organize the way it taxes its people, not increasing taxes, but ensuring that the tax bracket is increased so that every sector is reasonably taxed, it can raise enough money. So it's a matter of management. So debt is good, but it must be used efficiently and it must not be excess. But also there are not.
Let me answer you on that one before anyone goes on. Let me just
the moderator, guys. Hello.
The public debt one only. I need to answer him on that. I was avoiding taking you to economy class 101. Public debt is not bad. Listen and listen carefully. I will take you to history. When Britain and these other countries, Britain and European countries were back in agrarian revolution, their entire country was formed through public debts. These countries just didn't come to be a first world country. They started from third world, and they started with those public debts. Kwa hivyo, let us not lie to each other. Public debts is and go to economy class 101. Even you to do something, you have to get a certain loan, then you pay back the loan. Okay? So I'm telling you that even if you expand or you do, every Kenyan, I've told you, we lack integrity. That simple thing called integrity, we lack. Hakuna Mkenya mwenye atajitolea aseme, I earn 10 million, wacha nipe 1 million to taxes, reduce public debt. It is never going to happen. We lack that simple fact called integrity. Huku diaspora, we pay our taxes from our paycheck. Kwanza tunatumiwa paycheck kama taxes zimeshakatwa. We do not, we see that it is paid. Federal tax, provincial tax, or whatever you leave tax, it is fully paid before paycheck yetu imekuja. So let us not say that public debt, we created an enormous public debt or nini. Public debt is good. That is what created most of other countries. That is economy class 101. Ask any economist,
Thank you,
tafadhali.
Sarah. Yes, I also agree. But then if you have a debt and then you steal it, so what will happen?
Then that's the
Borrow.
problem.
Yeah, that we borrow to steal. That it's just simple. Hata hii hauhitaji kukaa kwa class. You've borrowed money to do some development, but you steal it. You've borrowed to invest, you steal it. My friend, you've been in that vicious cycle of poverty, and then
Eurobond never got to Kenya. The whole of Eurobond 1 and 2, never even got to the soil of Kenya.
Yeah. So it is what I said. We will at one time dismantle this country. We start afresh. Then I want to hand it over to you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
While you were away, we were very okay.
Alex is
Alex umeanza hate speech eh? Unajua wanaanzanga hivyo wale ambao wanaenda America na Britain kwenda kuteta. You know, before I bring Harun, I like that Duke is still here. The embarrassment that everyone has highlighted that we faced in the UK. You know, unaenda kwa jirani kuongea juu ya Stone PK. Unaenda kwa jirani kuongea juu ya kuteta juu ya mke wako vile apiki chakula mzuri.
Ina depend ni chakula gani?
Alex nyamaza.
Alex, hata hiyo huwezi enda kusema kwa jirani bwana.
Unaenda kwa jirani nasema mimi huko bana, hata chakula hata ugali haijaiva, ukishika hivi na nini, hata wao tukule, hata kuoga waogi, hata kitanda watandiki, alafu ikifika jioni unarudi kwa hiyo nyumba tu. Sasa nani ameenda na aibu? Wewe Stone PK ndio unarudi na hii aibu, kwa sababu sasa kesho watu wanaona unaamka kutoka kwa hiyo nyumba anashika, na huyu ndio yule alikuwa anasema ya kwamba huyo mtu apiki na tandiki. You know, you are part of that government. You're actually the deputy president in that government. So there's a statement that the deputy president said, nikasema, you know what's happening. He said that, you know, the president said that he can do nothing, but for me, I can do something. You know, he's blatantly contradicting his boss. Now I want you to pick the difference. Pence at some point did not agree with what Trump was saying, but he never at any point even uttered any word. He never went into any podium to say something against Trump. But at some point he was not agreeing with what Trump was doing, to the extent that even some of the conservative Trump supporters even threatened him. But he was silent. He was magnanimous in disagreement with his boss. You know that is the leadership that we have missed from the deputy president. And for that reason alone, he hasn't set a president. Then he was shamelessly now talking about, you know, the constitution has provided, it's very robust. We want to improve the democracies in it. Is that what you call democracy? Is that what you call democracy? In the event that we are studying the deputy president as the first, in fact, the person doing the introduction did a very good job. He was like, this is the first deputy president in the in the 2010 constitution. But you can see the behavior of the deputy president, his behavior alone, you know. How can you go to such places, I mean, international platform, to disparage your boss? You know, that was the most outrageous thing that you know, I was like, okay, wait a minute. What kind of people advise the deputy president? Who are the advisors, if at all he can bother to listen? You need to at least pick a stage on where you are going to talk about some things. You know, some things they say out here, they are family matters that people should never get to know. In fact, they are bedroom matters. If you fight them at home. You know, the same people that a few years ago, if you go back to the clip, the deputy president was saying that now the Raila has gone to talk to the West. Mwambieni ya kwamba kura zinapatikana hapa. Can you imagine that clip being played for you? And you're on an international stage saying the same words. Now you're coming to disparage your boss. I don't think that is good behavior. I mean, for me, I don't find that good behavior. Duke, don't worry. I mean, you can hold that for however much you have. That's why I'm not responding to you. I'm just talking on the person of the deputy president. I don't find that good behavior at all. We cannot teach that in any civics class in Kenya on how to behave as a deputy president. You are supposed to be disciplined. You are supposed to be someone who you don't agree with your boss, but you don't have the indiscipline and the bad manners. You don't take it out. That's why you even made us be abused that Kenyans have peculiar behavior. Now you took our peculiar behavior to go and vomit in the feet of those West people. That's very, very bad. I mean, you go calling some of your juniors. I mean, why respond to Atuoli? He's not even vying. You're going to say he's a stupid man, and you're going to say nonsense. Be educated in some diplomatic. Chatham House is not a house where you go saying nonsense. There people study, think tanks. They want to understand your philosophy. They don't want to understand how much you can abuse. That is a language for political podiums. You need to differentiate. The deputy president should differentiate the language for political podium and the language for a think tank, a place where people are studying policies and philosophies. We want to hear that. We don't want to hear how you are saying, oh, the way BBI did not work for you. He said nothing. He went to wine. And, you know, we were so embarrassed.
That's philosophy in whining.
There's no philosophy in, thank you. There's no philosophy in whining. Empty. He should have been told, when you go to Chatham House, that is a place where thinkers are the ones who are there. They want to understand. In fact, the person was asking him, URP is United Republican Party. UDA is United Democratic. How did you become a Republican, then all of a sudden became a Democrat? Can you explain? Raila has had NDP, LDP, LDM. You know, that D is very constant across board because he's a Democrat. This guy has never understood even how a constitution is made. And then he can come and then start coming out, starting to tell us how he's going to protect the constitution. We cannot trust him. That's why I even said yesterday, I have retired from responding. I'm just castigating my deputy president. I'm not castigating your presidential candidate, Duke. Don't be irritated. Don't be excited. Do not even respond to what I'm saying. Can see you are so excited you want to respond to what I'm saying. Don't. I'm not castigating the presidential candidate because he's your presidential candidate. He's not my presidential candidate. He will be a fair competitor. But yes, my deputy president has behaved in a very, very absurd manner. A manner that should not be taught as a point of leadership in any school of leadership. Political leadership in the country should never teach that. In fact, if possible, history should rub that part. But I wish it was, but it will never rub. We will be studying it as the most embarrassing deputy president that we have ever had. Actually went to embarrass us in the international stage to the point of photoshopping pictures, pretending to have gone to the White House. I wonder how you guys are working with that embarrassment. And you still have the courage to come and, defend the same person. Duke, don't disappear. Let me stop there for now. On the issue of Ruto, I have finished. Aziomio Someone had asked here earlier why they didn't go to Nyeri. Nyeri was,
not to contradict you.
no, I don't want you to contradict me. I won't respond to you.
So Temba, after Harun, I will be the one to submit. I'm not.
Okay, let me not talk. Let me take you to Harun. Duke, don't respond to me. I will not even respond to you. Whatever you say, you're correct. If you say 1 + 1 is 11, you are correct.
Okay, no, what I'm trying to say is this. First of all, the US and the UK have intelligence. They know everything which is happening in Kenya. They even sometimes give the Kenyan government information about something which is going to happen in Kenya. So when you are talking about the US and the UK, those are nations which knows everything which is happening in Kenya. They know what are the political dynamics in the ground. They know that the president and the vice president are divided. They know that the president Uhuru Kenyatta supported Raila Odinga. So it was right for the vice president to just state the truth the way it is, because if he was trying to say anything, it will sound untruthful, because those nations have intelligence and they know everything. So it's, for instance, the deputy president is running for presidents, and the president has joined the opponent. So how can you go and then start to support that person on an international platform? It's like trying to be dishonest. So it's good, it's actually said the truth, because those nations are aware. It's not about, you're trying to talk about what's that training. Those nations know everything. They actually know more than the Kenyan government to some extent. They actually give terrorist attacks in Kenya, intelligence about planned terrorist attacks in Kenya. So those nations are aware of everything. So the deputy president was right. He just said the way it is within the.
Okay, thank you. Harun?
Yeah, asante.
Can
Asante
we
sana,
respond
Mr.
to him or we just leave him?
Are you seeing any wisdom in responding to that?
Yeah, because he thinks the president, the deputy was talking of about himself and the president. He doesn't see the wisdom that he was talking about the government of Kenya. So, I mean, the deputy wasn't speaking about himself. He was muddling the name of Kenya, that I am a deputy president. I have disagreed. I have no duties in my country, but I've come here as a deputy president so that I can tell you shit about my country. So is that really being dishonest or being dishonest? So I don't know what honesty means to Jubilee people.
That is rubbish to, Alex. You've just put it very correctly. Something not worth even. I mean, honestly, it's sick discussing about Ruto, and Mara, you are in government, Mara, you are not. And sorry.
Yeah. No, wait, Arun. Alex, you want Duke to respond?
No, I wanted to tell Duke that, it was not about William Ruto. It was about the deputy president of Kenya saying he is not in the government. He doesn't know what is happening in the government. The government is corrupt, all this and this. And yet he is there in Chatham House as a deputy president. So I don't even know how he went there. So what I'm telling you, it was not about William Ruto. William Ruto was not invited to Chatham House. He has nothing to tell people there. He was invited there in the capacity of the constitutional name that we bear, you and me, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And actually, that is why he was asked, how you move from being a republic to a democrat all of a sudden? And he couldn't answer that. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know why my friend Duke anatetea mtu mwenye hajielewi.
Alex, you're going to pursue that tangent, and Duke will not understand what you're trying to say. Even in his submission, you see, he's even confusing himself. So he doesn't understand the basic. You see, when you go to Chatham House, it's a policy house. That's a policy for thinkers, political brains. They want to understand and write something about, understand your philosophy of seeking leadership. they have the least of interest to get to know your political rhetoric. They want to understand your brain. You don't go and then start talking to them, oh, you know, this BBI nonsense, oh, the president is, you know.
But he was asking questions in that context. He was asking questions by Kenyans. So how do you, he was asked a question by Kenyans. He was to respond to those Kenyan issues. So if you have been asked a question, for example, an unanswered question, you don't answer it because you are in a Chatham House.
Yes, he answered it like a villager, you know.
Alex, sitakuelewa, ni kama kupigia mbuzi gita. Sitakuelewa kabisa kwa sababu ni kama unapigia mbuzi gita. Ukipigia mbuzi gita, haielewi unaimba ama unafanya nini. Ni kama kupigia mbuzi gita, ndugu yangu.
Najua nikiwa mdogo princess nilikuwa napigana na dadangu mdogo, babu yangu akaniambia one of you needs to be wise, and I realized what he was telling me, let her be foolish. So I decided to keep quiet. So in this case, one of us needs to be wise.
You know, Alex, you have said a very good thing. Sometimes in some situations, you need to. I think that it's true what they say, that when a pig pulls you down to fight, do not take the invitation. Both of you will get dirty, but the pig is used to the dirty, you are not. So you need to choose your battles wisely. There are some battles that you don't, you will drain yourself, you will get out of there, both of you dirty, but the other person is used to it. You're not used to it. So some things you let pass. We have made a point, but some people refuse to see. But it's okay. Harun.
Asante sana Mr. Themba. Hii discussion imekuwa moto manzi, imekuwa tamu.
Dakika moja Harun kidogo. Those people who are on YouTube, Facebook, you'll be thrown out in the next 7 minutes. So we want to appreciate you for having stayed on up to this time. Of course, it's always a pleasure to have you logged in and even subscribing and sharing and commenting. We really thank you so much. So see you tomorrow for yet another discussion. Watu wa YouTube, muendelee kukaa hapo kwa sababu we are here to take our final round. So Harun, tafadhali.
Asante sana kwa nafasi ambayo umenipa mzuri, ndio na mimi nipate kuchangia. Nimefurahia na Duke vile anajikaza kutetea Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. Mimi ningesema namna hii, Kenya, in fact this is a sad moment. Inastahili wakati maybe tukiwa na any sherehe hapa katikati, yaani tuweke a moment of 1 minute ya kuomba kuwa we really gotten a very very bad deputy president ever. Mimi tangu nianze kuzoea mambo ya siasa, huyu ndio deputy president ambaye mimi nimekuja kushangaa. Yeye ameenda kwa nchi ambayo inatufadhili sisi, then kutoka hapo anaenda kuambia kuwa hii pesa yenu yenye uwanga mnatupatia uwanga inakuliwa. Ushaona? Alafu yeye mwenyewe anasema kuwa hata yeye mimi mwenyewe ninajua kuwa kuna pesa ambazo zinawekwa kando na zinakuliwa. Ushaona sasa? Which means hiyo automatic itafanya hata investors manzi ama hawa ama hizi NGOs na nini waogope kusaidia Kenya, na hapo tume lose. Kuna mambo mengine ndiyo tunajua kuwa nchi yetu corruption imekithiri, lakini kwenda kuanika kwa wale watu ambao saa yote tunawapigia magoti, kwa sababu sisi kazi yetu hapa, wakitupatia pesa, kazi yetu ni kufungua tumbo, ni kuosha tumbo na omo, alafu tunafungua na tuna consume hiyo pesa yote. It is very sad. Mimi ile kitu naomba baba akiingia aweke sheria, wale wenye wameiba mali warudishe, ama aamue kusema kuwa sasa hivi nimewapatia nimefunga macho, so from now henceforth whosoever mwenye ataiba pesa ya umma ni kusulupishwa tu, unawekwa nje, kichwa inaangalia chini, miguu juu, mikono kando, yani unasulupishwa kiyesu. Because now mambo ya corruption inatuangamiza ba, inatuangamiza right now. Angalia bei ya mafuta vile imepanda. Kama sasa hivi tungekuwa na reserves, tungekuwa na mafuta reserves mingi sasa hivi, ambayo ingetusongesha maybe kitu kama 20 to 30 years, atungekuwa tunaumia. Lakini sasa hivi enda kwa madepot zetu za mafuta, they are empty, which means sasa kama bei ya barrel panini, yani 1 barrel imeruka, imeenda sijui ni pesa ngapi pale ng'ambo, kwa sababu ya hii vita ya kati ya Russia na Ukraine. Then kutoka hapo hawa Kenya wenye already sasa hivi washaumia ni tragedy. It is a tragedy in fact, mara mbili. So it is very sad. So na kitu kingine, William Samoei Ruto kwenda ng'ambo kulilia wazungu kuwa sijui kura zitaibiwa nini. Wacha niwape example. Mimi ni rafiki sana ya Bobi Wine. Robert Jagulanyi Sentamu, the opposition leader wa Uganda, ambaye alipatia hii election ya last year January, alipatia Museveni tabu sana. Wacha nikwambie, the West wanga wako na yeye hapa kwa hapa, lakini my friends, wacha nikwambie, ile terrorism imefanyika kwa wale masupporters wenye wanamfuata, utashangaa sana. Juzi kuna one of the author ya vitabu anaitwa Chakwenza, aliandika kuwa Muhozi Kanyirugaba, kijana ya Museveni, eti amenona, unajua ni meja eti amenona, ni kana kwamba ako na upesi. Sasa mtu kama huyu awezi akakimbia, how come ako kwa jeshi? Huyo kijana alipelekwa akafungiwa kwa nini, kwa chemba fulani hapo hivi. Mwili yake yote ilichomwa na mawaya, ikachomwa na mawaya. Ukienda Google, ikachomwa na mawaya. Then kutoka hapo, yani ninasema namna gani? Ninasema kuwa hata hiyo tocha yote vile imefanyika hivyo, hawa opposition imelia kwa Amerika, imelia, inaambia IMF, inaambia wacha kutumana pesa kwenda kwa Uganda, halafu baada ya miezi mbili, miezi mitatu, pesa zinakuwa wired kwenda kwa Uganda. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Hawa wazungu their interest wameweka mbele. Wewe hata ukilia, hata ukichikata, ufanye nini, my friend, itakuwa ngumu. Mambo yetu ya ndani ya bedroom wacha tuyazungumzia hapa Kenya. Ukienda kulilia kwa wazungu pale wanashangaa sana, cause wao kazi yao these are business partners. So William Samoei Ruto ile tu ameenda, ile tu ni vilio vya jura, haviwezi vikamzuia mzungu kutowaya pesa zake kuja Kenya, kutofanya nini, but ni ile wazungu sasa hivi wanamshangaa, wewe you are not an opposition, you are the deputy president, lakini haya maneno yenye unaongea hata sisi tunakushangaa. So yeye mwenyewe ndiye ameenda kujiaibisha. Sorry, nikimaliza sasa, I want to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, kwa sababu yeye wakati juzi alienda kwa Expo alisekiwa a market for our animals ng'ombe kununuliwa kutoka Kenya kuuzwa kuja hapa Middle East. So na sasa hivi tumeona kuwa we have secured Moderna vaccine manufacturing facility whereby every year tutakuwa tunatengeneza 500 million vaccines ambazo zitakuwa za COVID zitakuwa zinafanya nini, zinasaidia Afrika. Hili ni jambo mzuri sana. Sasa umeona deputy wetu president, yeye wakati alipopata nafasi, yule investor mwenye alikuja akaomba 15 billion aende kutengeneza vaccine facility pale Uganda, deputy hakumconvince aunde hiyo facility Kenya. Yeye kazi yake ni kupiga makofi wakati somebody anaenda kuinvest another country. Lakini we thank God kuwa tumesecure that manufacturing facility of vaccine, na hiyo ni big plus kwa Kenya. At the same time William Samoei Ruto sasa at least atakuwa amelani kuwa ukipata opportunity ya associate na any investor, kama anataka kuinvest nje, mconvince apate kuinvest in your country so that your people wanaweza rig big through mambo ya job creation and others. So I thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you so much Harun, umeweza kusema mambo mengi sana ambayo yanaleta shangwe katika mjadala huu. Kwanza hiyo ya Chagulanyi. Chagulanyi is my friend. I followed Chagulanyi, and when the first time I met Bobby Wine was a few years ago at a conference in Uganda. I'd gone to Champara, Uganda for some conference and leadership conference, and we met with Chagulanyi. He's a very progressive young man. But you are very right. I mean, at the end of the day, global politics affects local politics. So there's a lot of interests that they also have. So if you just look at it in isolation, then you might miss the mark. And if you can look at it globally, you might appreciate what are the forces that are influencing the local politics in specifically and generally. I love the song that Chagulanyi chose for their fight. I used to listen to that song. I listened to that song. It touches me, man. It shows a lot of it reminds me of Otieno Kajwang, of Bado Mapambano, those days when you could get to the podium and when he starts Mapambano, we sang that when we are going to receive Baba, when he was arriving, resist movement, Yeah, so yeah, Chagulanyi is a good guy, but you're right. The global politics affects local politics in a big way, and the interests sometimes are very biased. Even the West. So we need also to appreciate. You know, I wonder why Ruto did not put China as part of the country to visit, because China has played a big role in funding Kenya, and especially the SGR. Now I want us to start taking our closing rounds, and like it were, I know Stone PK was to submit. Probably I'll allow him to submit, and then now we start taking our closing rounds. Stone PK, will you come and submit?
Bado.
So you can make your submission, and then we can start taking our closing rounds. We start with Kibo, Alex, Duke, Harun, then Ziana, then Sarah.
Okay.
Kibo, hold on. Yeah.
Thank you, Themba. I'll begin. Okay, I don't want to dwell on the DP of the Republic of Kenya issue, but I just want to indicate one thing: things that have come to pass. Those who can refresh their memory, you remember there was this in Kenya. Everything is called a rumor; it's an allegation. Nothing is concrete. All of them. Hata ukiua mtu leo inakuwa alleged. You know, we are very good in these legal terms. But it happened that, or it was rumored that Uhuru was about to be impeached. That's why he ran to his big brother or wherever. I mean, I don't know. His brother Baba to salvage him, and he quickly, wherever they met and talked, Baba had to mobilize his troops to be able to, muscle the numbers so that he is not impeached by Deputy President Ruto. When this came out, people started saying, oh, these are lies, these are allegations. You have to go and prove. You know, in Kenya, we know law than lawyers. Everyone in Kenya is a lawyer. So it fizzled like that. But there was that, ODM, grouping with Wiper and all that to be able to help Uhuru run the government. The issue of him being impeached was downplayed, and the one that was floated was that there were some rebel Jubilee MPs, so he had to extend his hand to his other brothers, and he was saved. Why am I bringing this point? This has come out very clearly by what we've heard the Deputy President submitting. And that's why I laugh, because the Deputy President says one thing, 30 seconds later he's forgotten and he says something else. Yani, if Deputy President was stand in a court of law, atafungwa asubuhi na mapema for any charge. Yeah? Because one, he doesn't have that good memory of remembering what he has said in a very short time. So it is true that if he had been this frustrated and they had concerned with the boss, he must have now been cooking that. So it was not an allegation. It must have been something that was in the offing. Only that alijulikana mapema and it was thwarted. So in this case then, therefore, no wonder this gentleman has been rogue. It is affirmed that, people have been asking, why is he continuing to move rogue, the country, and the president is telling him, please stop. He never stopped. He has actually never stopped. He has been going round and round, and Kenyans were wondering, kumbe the guy had rebelled kitambo. Okay, the only very sad thing is that he rebelled, and through his inaitwa nini, I wish I could use my mother tongue, na hiyo uume yake ile ya mtaani tunasemanga mutadu, That's why he continued to do these things. Anauliza president, utanidu? Hakuna kitu utanidu. That's why he is there, roving, making campaigns with the government vehicles and all that. And he dares say that Uhuru is using government resources to campaign for Raila. When he was saying this at Chatham House, he forgot that he himself, for 9 years, he's been doing the same, using government resources in the name of, going to open projects all over the country. So, thanks for this trip, because it has stamped, it has put authority onto all what Kenyans have been suspecting. However, Kenyans never learn. That's why we have followers of Bwana Ruto having the guts to give a lot of theories about the good and the proposals that the deputy has when he's given leadership of this country. God forbid. And I realized that whenever he was holding these questions, interviews, he would bring in a lot of words, English, bringing a lot of kizungu mingi, only to, by the end of the interview, not having answered any question. In fact, there is no interview that these guys have gone, or they have had with him, and they have gone home happy that leo tumepata majibu kutoka kwa the deputy president. I've interacted with a few journalists who have interviewed him, but you see, Kenyans, we are so scared. In fact, in Kenya today, nobody can handle the deputy president candidly. Watu ni waoga tu, because a few who try to push him, akikasirika, because he gets annoyed, anaanza kutupia. You ask him that question, he throws it to you as if you are also a deputy president. So basically, hakuna mtu anaweza kumdea sana in terms of interviews. So it is sad that the truth has been known now. We have known that this gentleman, parted ways, and he's been out there to frustrate Uhuru Kenyatta. No wonder Uhuru Kenyatta probably almost went berserk, because when your deputy becomes a loose cannon, I think it becomes crazy. I wish we had the old constitution, because the president would have angevunja serikali mara moja, then we go back and elect new leaders. And I think when we amend the constitution, we may have to revisit some of these things, because this country has not matured to that level that the constitution can manage this country. We need maybe to go back to the old one, amend it a little bit, tighten some things, put in some few, new laws of nyongaring those people who have been caught stealing, and then itakuwa mzuri, tuingie kama Korea kidogo. We will just be seeing is, we began with Korea at the same level. Ask yourself, 60 years down the line, you go begging. It's because you have systems that have failed. All right. Then I want to look at Oka. I don't think I have anything to talk about Oka. That's a closed chapter. I will follow Baba's words. Today, unfortunately, I was not near Baba. I would have toasted a glass of wine with him, because he said what I've been wanting him to say all this time. Kalonzo, unajisikia uko beautiful sana, we ishia. Sisi tutasonga. Hata tukikataa kushinda, kwani iko nini? Si Kenya bado ni yetu. It reaches a time when you should tell some of these people, it's not a matter of do or die. By the way, it's not do or die for Baba. People should know that. It's not do or die. So it's only do or die for Mwizi, somebody who has so much issues. Because if Ruto doesn't get this seat, which he will not get, he will end up in jail. And that's why you see he's totally finished now. Amegeuka, he's navy blue instead of being black. That is stress. Stress. When you try to talk, kizungu inaisha, karibu aongee na kikale. It is serious. Ndugu zangu, please remain of high integrity. Usiibe vitu vya mtu, vitakuhound. Just hata afadhali ukufe maskini kuliko ukufe tajiri ukiwa surrounded na minyororo. Ruto does not know what to do. In fact, I would advise him, because I've been working with the refugees, for him to stay there, akae kama refugee huko. Yeah? Because hata mali yake sasa hawezi kula. Yeah? You can't. There was another pastor, I mean, father in our church, who was asking us, how much money do you need, really? How much money do you need in life? And then I saw it also with this Chintam pastor, also, who was giving an example of how much a billion is. Yeah. So hiyo tamaa nyingi, ulafi, you will end up in a very bad situation. Ruto is not happy. Even when you hear him smiling, hakuna smile, ni ile inaitwa fake smile, because he's stressed to death. So Baba did a good thing. Akaambia Kalonzo aishie, wote waishie, tupate Baba tuendelee, and we will win without what we call the baggages. Because to tell you the truth, as much as people are talking, saying, oh, we need Kalonzo will bring 1 million. You bring 1 million from where? Ukambani? That's a lie. These are people who are, and I say on this platform, let's not rely so much on desk study. Yeah? Piga simu, if you have a Kamba friend huko, mpigie muulize bro, kweli hata ukiambiwa na mtu akona huko Kikumene, that is the true guy who will give you the picture. Anakwambia hata Kalonzo hata hatutakangi kujua maneno yake. If you go to a place called Kiva and you talk about Kalonzo, utacheka sana. People don't care about Kalonzo there. You go to Kikumene there, people don't care about Kalonzo. Huyu anapigania tupeza twake na watoto wake. Sisi tunashughulika hapa na maneno ya governor, and that's how they are talking. And no wonder you've seen how they received Aziomio, you know. So hiyo maneno ya Kalonzo ni zile theories za zamani, just like the way you are hearing people saying, oh, Western without Mudavadi you can't get it. And we have Luya friends who are there. We have even some in-laws there who are telling you exactly what is happening. Yeah? Kenya imebadilika sasa. You know, it's so bad because people have known when sasa people like Kalonzo talk about the secret document they did. That is not a Kenyan thing. Wakenya wamejua hawawezi danganywa. Hiyo ikuwa ni mambo ya Kenya unatetea. Ilikuwa ni kwako kakitu kako. And that is why I'm so happy. As much as Kenyans wana retrogress, pia upande hiyo wanaendelea. Ukienda kunegotiate kiti ni yako na bibi yako na familia yako. Usiseme ati ulikuwa mnaandika. That was a secret. How was it Kenyan? Yeah. So at least there we are good. Mzigo ule ulikuwa mkubwa, unaonekana umereduce. Maneno ya Meru inaonekana pia ni kama I don't know, there was a clip that has really confused us because we thought Baba was there yesterday, and then there were clips that was going around, and they were with Kiraito and all that. So we hope if Kiraito has come on board, well and good, okay? Because also we don't want stress. We want to sweep this hii kitu mara moja. Tuone kama Baba ataweza kusaidia hii economy, because Baba asipoingia tutasink. We will really sink. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. I think now we can take our closing rounds. Dakika mbili kila mmoja, at least final rounds. Don't open a new debate. Just give your final rounds so that we close. Kesho pia ni siku, ama leo Kenyan time pia ni siku. There is another debate, another day. We are here until, during and after election. We will be here putting those leaders who will have been elected on check. So we can't finish. They say that we love to please, but we have to live. So I want to bring in Okibo, at least dakika mbili, funga maneno. You just tie up in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Temba. I have two things again za kusema. One thing, I agree with Duke in one thing. We need to bring the resources back. But I disagree with you wakati unasema we need to follow the resources. We don't follow the resources. We follow the individuals, then we get the resources. Nimemalizia hapo. Another thing, there is a creep out of politics. There is a creep that niliona online, like guys were, was it Forest Road? They did something very bad to a certain lady. Kindly, these are our sisters. The people who are watching me from Kenya and elsewhere. These people we are interacting outside here, we are brothers and sisters. Don't do something to harm somebody or to be aggressive to somebody. Like, that's bringing stress to somebody. Kindly, that thing that those guys did was so weird. So kindly, if somebody has messed, we have the law in Kenya. Honestly, we have the law. So let the law do its part. Don't take the law to your hands and do something like the one that those guys did. Hiyo ndo nilikuwa nayo.
Thank you so much Okibo. Alex, dakika mbili, usifungue debate Alex.
Themba, kwani uko na shida gani bana? You always have problems with me. Anyway, nashukuru sana. The debate imekuwa mzuri. I mean, it's obvious that the DP has failed on the international platform, and there is nothing that can salvage him. And today was the epic failure, and I think whether we liked it or not, we had to discuss about him because of the muddling of the name that he's doing overseas. But I was a little bit happier because the organizers of those meetings allowed some very good questions. It was not the kind of arrangements that we saw here, whereby people were coached as usual, even in outside the country, to ask questions that were friendly, or not even to ask questions for the DP just to be able to say anything he wants. So I'm glad he was able to be asked questions he has never been able to be asked before. And we saw that he's not capable of answering them. And we realized that he thrives in bitterness and lies, and there was no truth in some of those things. Whether it was half truth or no truth, as I know Duke is going to say, I mean, it was no truth at all. I mean, that was not the right thing to do. The most honorable thing to do, if you think that this government has done nothing, is to resign. And I think the calls to resign for DP now must grow, because I think he showed that he needs to resign. And if he cannot resign, then I think he has always been right. Is the conmanship that he has been talking about. He's the conman that he has been talking about. So let us not stop talking about our country, because the guy stops at nothing but always to lie. And there are people who have bought those lies, and you can see it here. Simon was one of them. He came here and defended those lies for almost 4 hours, but he went. At least Duke tries to agree with us to a certain point, and I see that Duke is on his way to Aziomio. I believe so, up to a certain point, but it takes time. So I give Duke for about 2 months. So Duke, karibu Aziomio, and usiogope bana. If you realize that you cannot sell the man, cross over, because that's the only way we can make our country better. Thank you, Themba.
Alex, wewe ni mchokozi. Yaani lazima hata when you're having a beautiful evening ending well, lazima utupe tu mawe. Hey, Alex. Hata siku ile kuna mgeni kama Sara, lazima utupe mawe.
Unajua Themba, mimi afadhali natupa mawe. Wewe mtu akikutumia mawe, unajua tu kitu narusha back.
Okay. Sarah, give us your final comments.
Oh, sorry, I was getting the gist of what the Demba and Alex were saying. Anyway, this is a very good forum where we are able to articulate facts, and it's very good to see people actively involved in what the country is doing. To be honest, let's again, it's not all about this is my opinion, this is my choice, my choice is good, my choice is bad. Again, you also have to educate people so that they can choose the right decisions. It's not always about respecting the wrong things. Again, the deputy president has completely embarrassed us. Ni vizuri alienda UK na US because huku Canada tungemfukuza tafadhali. We do not condone such I don't even know what to call it. Surely it's just it's not something I expected of his caliber. I thought they said he's smart, but unfortunately I can be a better deputy president than him. Apart from that, yes, watu wa UDA tafadhali kujeni Azimio. I don't understand grassroots economy personally. Ningependa nielezewe. In fact, if another forum can come where we can accurately debate this economic model so we are able to understand, it will be much better than always discussing what Ruto has done, what Raila has not done, or President Kenyatta. Sometimes people choose stuff because they don't understand what it's all about. They just follow the crowd, which is not right. But then again, this is a good forum, like I said. And Duke, like Alex said, please welcome to Azimio. Huku tuko sawa. Unajua kwanza Azimio tuko na warembo wengi. Ukuje huku, you know, you will get cautioned very well. Don't worry, we are here for you.
Sarah, Sarah, you are making the deal attractive for
But of course.
But then, Sarah, what you're saying about bottom up, there was a day we sat here. I think Stone PK, you can remember, and Ziana. We said here that we wanted these people who understand bottom up to come here and tell us what they mean with this this thing they're calling bottom up, and you know, kutoka juu kwenda chini. They disappeared. None of them came that day. We had...
Allah, for sure. Now, it gives me more reason why I'm in Azimio. Like I said, Duke akina Simon wakuje kwetu tuko na warembo. Oh my God, you might not. Hey, warembo wa jeshi la baba la wanawake. I mean, we are very good people. Come, we will caution you very well. We know how to take care of people. Don't worry. Duke, come over. We'll accept you. We accept everyone.
Sasa Sara, umejificha tukuoni. Hii jeshi ya baba ni aje?
Oh, usijali. Unajua sasa
niko na pajama. Muko na Sholei.
Niko na pajama.
Sara anasema ako na pajamas. Kesho atakuja kama amejitoka.
Yes, nitakuja professionally. Msijali. Just tell me, notify me there is a meeting. I will come dressed to kill. Nakuja kuwakilisha Azimio kweli kweli. Don't worry.
Yeah, we meet here every day, Sarah, and I know Duke will come back again tomorrow. We meet here every day, Kenyan time from 9 p.m. until 8. Sisi ni watu wa late, lakini tuna meet hapa kuanzia saa 3 Kenyan time. So if you can log in and you find time, just come in, ukaribisha watu wa bottom up. Alafu unajua watu wa Azimio kama Alex wangependa sana waone kama Azimio wanawakilishwa vizuri. Ama namna gani Alex?
Usiniharibie jina, niko na bibi yangu hapa, unaanza kuniweka live. My wife is here, anaweza fikiria that's what I come.
Nilidhani uko kwa gari bro Alex bwana. Wewe
Siku hizi kuna kuanga na nyumbani
Bro. Usiwe na wasiwasi.
Umesikia Alex, umesikia hiyo comeback ya Sara. Sara, hebu
I'm in the house. I'm not kwa gari.
na nyumba ndogo. What is the problem?
Niko kwa nyumba yangu bwana.
Kuna nyumba
Alex,
kubwa na nyumba
Alex mute.
ndogo. Why? What
Alex
is the
mute,
problem?
kuna
Relax.
comeback hapa ya Sara.
Kuna nyumba ndogo, Alex. Don't worry. It is not a big deal. It's not a big problem. It is allowed.
That's enough for me.
Okay, sawa. Sasa hiyo ilikuwa targeted kwa watu wa UDA wakuje wapangwe. Unasikia Omariba Duke, unakuja huku tunakupanga polepole, tunakukaribisha na chai unakunywa, unaona, alafu unasaviwa na warembo wa baba. So just chukua hiyo challenge. Ziana, tafadhali dakika 2 za mwisho.
Asante sana Bwana Themba, lakini unanipa dakika ya mwisho, lakini lazima nikuchape tu. Mimi sikuwa nimezungumza, nilikuwa na kuona wanipita tu, ni kama kigogo unaona hapo, lakini hamna neno. Najua tu unanipita mara 7, unaona ni kama kigogo, lakini sina neno. Nitazungumza na dakika zangu 2. Nashukuru sana, hapa tunapata elimu, yale hatujui na yale tunayajua napeana. Nashukuru sana kwa Wakenya wenzangu. Mimi nimesema mara mingi sana kana kwamba makamu wa rais kuna nut alipoachwa na rais mwenyewe, kuna nut ambayo ilienda loose. Kama binadamu nut ikienda loose ni wazimu. Kwa hivyo mimi kila wakati ninasema tafadhalini, akirudi Kenya apelekwe Mathare kwanza, angaliwe, kwa sababu alipofika US nafikiria ndege ile alikuwa amepanda kawe betingiza nut ikaanguka, na akiingia UK ilikuwa imeanguka kabisa, kwa sababu maswali yale alikuwa akiulizwa unapata hayajibu vile inafaa. Kama unaweza sema ati handshake ndiye iliharibu kweli, unajua kile unasema. Sasa hivi kama ingekuwa hiyo handshake, sijui kama tungekuwa na Kenya kweli. Tungekuwa tumegawa Kenya, kila mmoja akachukua yake akaenda nayo. Mimi kile naweza kusema, makamu wa rais, unajua wale hata wanaomfuata kama kina Sankok, muliona yale wakina Sankok walienda kutenda kule. Kwa hivyo kama advisor wako ni Sudi, utasema nini? Tuacheni maneno mengi kwa makamu wa rais. Alex, ndugu yangu, wacha kupigia watu wa UDA gita kila wakati. Wachana nao, wakipenda kuja watakuja, kikataa kuja. Sara naona namuomba Duke, kesho njoo uone sura ya Sara. Kama itakuvutia utaingia kwenye Azimio. Na waomba wenzangu,
mumenifanya agenda jameni.
Haina shida Sara, ni msemo tu, msemo haina shida. Siwe ni mrembo. Wacha nikwambie,
niko
manifesto.
Manifesto. Mimi ni constitution bwana.
Sasa ukiwa hivyo ndio watu wanazungumza kuhusu wewe. Haya. Sasa nasema kana kwamba Kenya ina ugatuzi. Wakenya wenzangu, naomba tukienda, tumefika wakati wa uchaguzi, tuchague wale ambao wanafanya nini, wanafaa, kuanzia na MCA, MP, governor, senator, chagua wale watu watachapa kazi. Mimi sina mengine mengi, ila kila mmoja hapa ni ndugu yangu. Twende katika nchi yetu ya Kenya na amani, tuwe na umoja. Asante sana Bwana Themba.
Asante sana Ziana. Unajua hata David Olo amenotice ya kwamba unanionea, lakini ni sawa tu. Mimi niliambiwa na Stone PK ya kwamba yeye tu ndiye amebaki, so I didn't siku notice ya kwamba wewe pia hujatoa maoni yako, lakini isiwe issue. Kesho pia ni siku, tutakutana hapa masaa kama haya. Mimi nakuja ile masaa yetu, nitakupa time yote tu uongee. Kwa hivyo tuliza boli, uwanja ni mkubwa. Harun, vipi zako mbili za mwisho?
Asante sana Mr. Themba kwa kunipa nafasi angalau nami nipeane my last parting shot. Nasema namna hii, ukiona kiongozi wako akona hizi symptoms za hii ugonjwa, moja self righteous, ingine quarrelism, ingine uone is quick to anger. In fact inastahili uogope sana. I thank you so much and back to you Mr. Themba.
Asante. Wewe kumbe Qatar ni wazuri bana. Wana keep time man.
Hapa ni Kuwait bana, hapa ni Kuwait, the country of the gold.
Watu wa Kuwait wale ambao wanatupatia gold ya nini? Gold ya wala wananunua akina Qatar wanawaita Hussein Halim Hassan something. Ni wabaya kabisa hii. Haya, Duke, dakika zako mbili za mwisho bro.
Okay. For me, I want to end this submission by saying this.
Unaacha kuwa serious. Relax.
First of all,
siasa si lazima uface kama unasikia.
No, that's my nature actually. I have no
Yes,
you have no smile.
Smile hivyo. Basi hivyo usiwe serious sana kidogo una
somebody like me, the election is inconsequential. Is not something of. It's inconsequential. Whether Raila wins or William Ruto wins, I know that my hard work and my hustle, what I do right now, what I do to earn, is what I have to do. So I want to inform you that also it should be applied to you that whichever becomes a president, to a large extent, what will determine your life is about what you do, you as a person, your effort, your investments, your innovation. But I want to say this, democracy is very good. And one of the key elements of democracy is that you will have people who don't agree with you. For instance, if you see what's happening in Ukraine, Russia has invaded Ukraine because it's an autocracy. You can see that 100% of the representatives voted to support the war in Ukraine. So in a country where we have like almost 50% who are against you, it's like you keep the government in check. And that is good. So if I'm supporting William Ruto, is good. If Raila wins, I can oppose, and then that's what you have, an healthy nation moving forward. But also, most of you are abroad. For me, I'm here in Kenya. But what has made you to travel to thousands of miles away is that here in Kenya, we have not empowered people at the bottom. For instance, if we talk, for example, a company like Toyota, we pay a lot of cars in Kenya. But a company like Toyota cannot have a manufacturing plant in Kenya because those people at the bottom of the pyramid they cannot afford new cars. They buy second-hand cars. So there is no sense a company can invest here and then it transports cars to sell elsewhere. So when the bottom people are empowered, you find a lot of money circulating in the economy. And if there is a lot of money circulating in the economy, and you can, for example, start a small business, and you are able to get a profit like 500,000 per month, you cannot travel thousands of miles away to work like 16 hours or do that. So economic empowerment of people at the bottom is key. So the reason why I'm supporting William Ruto is that he's at least trying to talk sense about that. If individuals are empowered, we have more money circulating at the bottom. You could have more employment opportunities. You can even, most of you are abroad, you can come back and have a decent living here. Then that's how we grow the economy. But if we grow the GDP, but that GDP is just held by very few people. For instance, if you talk about in other nations, the richest individuals, the wealth individuals have translates to the number of employees they have, the number of workers. But here in Kenya, the richest people, they have no industries, they have no companies which employ people. They just have large pieces of land. Some people are building residential houses. They don't care where you get rent to pay them. So empowering those at the bottom is key. So I'm advising you, those maybe who are close to Aziomio, even if Raila wins, for me, I'm very sure one of the two is going to win. Let him empower those at the bottom. So let us not demonize this empowering people at the bottom as Ruto's agenda and then just push it like that. Even if Raila becomes the president, let him try to empower the people at the bottom. When people at the bottom are strong, they are able to make purchases, businesses are able to increase, we have investment, more profit, and that's how the economy grows. So that's my closing remark.
Thank you, Duke. Stone PK, dakika zako mbili za mwisho.
Thank you, Themba, all the fellow panelists. It's good to have you around and share, our experiences, our observations, and also continue to actually share the interests and continue to make good friends as Kenyans, brothers and sisters. I'm happy to see our new signing, Sarah, karibu sana. Mine is simply to kind of say that, call upon all of us to actually reach people on the ground. There is a lot of education that is needed, other than us sharing here, kind of debating on what we think should be done. There is a lot of education that is required at the grassroots level. Our country does not do enough awareness raising. Even our social media, our TVs, you find, for example, programs, very critical programs, educative programs are held in English. Ukienda mashinani hakuna kitu. I've always wondered, is it the elite that are supposed to understand and know about voting and candidates and all this? Very little information is at grassroots level. What we are discussing here, we discuss at level ya juu, panelists on national TVs and all this. They just do it at that level. So sometimes we blame our electorate, for example, but they don't have information. Little will they even have someone to share with them for like 10, 20 minutes. You leave it to politician anaenda kuongea kile anataka. You have an UDA person or candidate or a UDA person supporting a UDA candidate. And akipata mtu anamwambia hizo uongo unasikia, what we discuss here, very low level kind of, yeah. So our voters don't get information. Like the simple information they are being given about the candidate Ruto is that alikuwa maskini, amekuwa tajiri. So if you ask that guy, huyo mtu wa boda huko village, sasa ndio Ruto alikuwa maskini, amekuwa tajiri, amekwambia hiyo itakusaidiaje wewe? You see, so these people need to be engaged with some programs. I don't know how they will be engaged. Yeah, because really they are misinformed, and most of them also have votes. So ukiona votes zikiwa at a discrepancy, ujue tu it's because of lack of information. Because once you explain to somebody for 3 minutes of how bad the candidature of Arab Ruto is, hakuna mtu unawacha akini. It's only very die hard ambaye, you know, they are difficult people, but somebody with who reasons umwelezea a few things, they are changing their mind. So for us who are able to reach out to people in the village, people in the estates, please do, because it's necessary. You know, let's tell them this is not just that competition. For me, it's not a competition. It is a serious salvaging of this economy, this country. Yeah, it's not siasa kama ile ya kawaida. 2017 tungesema ni mchezo tu pale. Yeah, but this one is critical because we've had 10 years of very, very serious downtrend, very serious of economic devastation. So everyone should know that things can get worse. Let's not take it for granted. Thank you, Themba.
Wow, thank you. I think and that's a very good place to end our show today. We are glad as Mutembe TV to have you all on board. Stone PK, Sarah, Princess Diana, Harun, Duke Mariba, and Alex. We really appreciate that you took your time to stay in here. I can always say that if you're looking for concise, exact, interactive, incisive, and insightful discourse around politics in Kenya, Motembe TV is your choice. We have quite a number of thinkers who come on here, and we share what we think is appropriate and helpful to our the political body politic of Kenya. And you don't have to be on any one side to come here. You can be coming from Aziomio, you can be coming from Hoka, you can be coming from Kenya Kwanza, you can be coming from, what is Wajakoya's party, by the way, Stone PK?
In fact, you have surprised me. I've been saying I'll find out. I've not. I'm sorry. I don't know. I have some interest as well.
And what is Ruben Kigame's party?
Hata hiyo bado sijajua. Actually,
Okay.
we've been lost Baba and Ruto so much.
The independent
But we'll find out.
Okay, they are independent candidates. Okay, they don't have parties. I know Third Way Alliance has Dr. Ekuru Aukot. He said the other day that he wants to vie again. He was being asked, how do you vie? And you have never seen you on the ground. So bring them here so that we can have a discussion. If you have any views that you want to share, I like the way Simon said.
Wajakoya is Roots Party bwana. Ndom, Roots Party Ndom.
Where Alex, where?
No, it's true. It is true. His party is called Roots Party.
Okay.
Yani hub.
Yeah, Ndom.
Okay, so if you have that Roots Party, if they want to come and sell their views, they can always come here. One thing we do here is we interrogate the issues that you bring on. And you always say that you have 4 things that you need to come and join. You need a working gadget, that is a computer or a phone. You need a connection. So if you're connected well, it's so frustrating when we try getting you on and you can't join in because your network isn't working. So make sure you have good and clear connectivity. And third, something to share. If you have something to share with us, if you have any information, come on. And of course, fourth and not the least is a willingness to learn. We hope that you have that willingness to learn. By the way, we've come to notice from the feedback that there are so many people who learn from what we share here. So be ready to come and let other people learn and also you learn. We said yesterday, for those who come Ali, you need to come in and drop off so that you allow other people also to come on, because there are some people who wanakuja najenga kibanda kwa studio. So it becomes hard for other people to log on. So just come, make your point, make your case. If you are here within 20, 30 minutes, you get out so that other people, can also find time.
Remember,
People
that's
want
a
to.
lie. We do that, and then Bernard anabaki na watu watatu. I mean, we've done that several times.
No, that's okay, Alex. If you see watu yani studio imepungua, come on. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, just be there. Ukiona studio imejaa na ushashare, you get out. Ukiona imepungua, come back on. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Alex, I hope you understand what I mean. Finally, kindly subscribe to Motembei TV. We're on our way to 300,000. Ruben Kigame, we don't know. I mean, we have only been told Roots Party. I think he's independent. So we are hoping that there's also Isaac Kalua's party. He launched some, I think, Green Party or something. So I saw them saying that they want to take Ruben Kigame as their presidential candidate. So there are quite a number of people on the ground. So you have a wide. Nobody is being forced to follow any side. Let nobody start saying, "Oh, President, wacha kutulazimisha." Hakuna mtu anakulazimisha. Your choice. When you go to vote for the person that you want. Nobody is forcing you to vote for any. Vote yako bado uko nayo kwa mfuko. So just wake up that day, go vote for the person you have. Hii ingine ni propaganda ati they are forcing us to vote for, usitulazimishe. Hakuna mtu anakulazimisha. Watu wanatoa policies zao. Hiyo siku bado uko na vote yako. Ukienda pale kwa voting pool, you'll be alone. You can vote for the person that you want. Let me acknowledge some people kwa comment section. Kuna Mwana Waingo, kuna Not Nice, Stephen Mutumbu,
Federal Party.
Say, who's that? Nani ako na Federal Party?
Ruben Kagame.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Ziana, for that. George Gakure, asante. David Olo, wewe umeona Ziana hapa ananigonga tu mawe kila wakati, lakini ni sawa tu, nimeshazoea, najenga gorofa, tupa ingine. Alex akitupa najenga gorofa. Ziana akitupa naeka. Unajua anasema jiwe moja moja inaenda kujenga gorofa hivi karibuni. So tupeni tu mawe. Mimi niko sawa. Nikita Nyambane, asante sana. Yeah, Kenyans are watching. Nashukuru sana. Thank you so much. Juliana Kanyora Sema, I agree with Sarah Themba. Can you please invite these UDA people to explain what exactly it's bottom up? We called them, they went under. Walitutupa under the bus. That day tulikuwa tumeset ya kwamba we are going to have a Sunday to discuss bottom up. When it was hot like this, they disappeared. They said they'll be here, 4 of them, and then we bring our people. They disappeared. So we were left wondering what. Actually, we ended up discussing by ourselves. So we said we are not trying that again with you.
And Pato has never come back from then.
Exactly, Alex. Pato has never come back from that day when he promised he was going to come back. And
hata Waria yule Waria.
Exactly. It was Pato and Waria. They were going to look for 2 other people. Even Deto disappeared.
Deto also promised. It wasn't there.
Yeah. So we can't gamble again. We are not gambling again with these people. They only come when they want to come and disorganize us. But it's okay.
Invite waambie niko sasa.
Leta sura yako kesho, labda uenda wakaona wacha turudi pale tuingie Azimio.
But you know, Themba, that is what made that day we really grilled Jared until Jared defected. You know that?
Yes.
Jared defected.
Yes. And I don't know what you did I don't know what David Olo did to the other David. The other David disappeared. He said he'll not be coming back. Thomas Lelmbengita Sante, your lady, you're talking sense. None, what's that? Shida ya watu saa zingine mnakuja kwa platform kama hii, you wake up, you take your own time and then unaeka matusi. Why? Si ulale basi. Ama you go weke nyimbo za yani reggae, ama weke nyimbo ingine, badala ya kukuja hapo unaeka matusi. Sisi we are happy people. Hii dunia haitaki makasiriko. If you wewe ni mtu wa makasiriko, I pity you. Hii dunia haitaki makasiriko kabisa. Baby's Content, asante, and na wale wengine wote, I cannot mention all of you. Dominic Lysa, thank you so much. Join us yet again tomorrow for another session just like this and panel like this. And you cannot find this anywhere else but at Motembei TV. Stone PK, Sarah, Princess Yana, Haron, Duke, and Alex. You cannot find these brains anywhere else apart from here at Motembei TV. And they are sharp, bright, and good. And they give you as it is. They share it as it is. You cannot find it anywhere else apart from Motembei TV. Thank you so much.
Maombi.
Tunaenda sasa straight kwa maombi. Lakini kabla mjaomba bwana, simu ni subscribe bwana hapa bwana, kuna show yangu hapo na my daughter. Subscribe to my nini. Mbona mnaninyima hizi subscription bwana?
Inaitwa aje?
Inaitwa hii ni yangu na my daughter. Kwa YouTube ukienda hapo utapata Themba and Lulu show. Sara, tafadhali enda hapo tu saizi tu unichape hiyo subscribe.
I'm on my way.
Yeah. Now, kama kawaida kabla hatujafunga, tunaomba ombi ya kufunga, na ombi letu ya kufunga ni ombi wimbo wa taifa, the first stanza of our national anthem. Ni maombi. Huwa tunaisema, so naona Sara atakuwa pia anakujanga hapa, tunafunga show na yeye. Inakaa watu wengi sasa wamebaki wa kufunga show. Nimeona sasa tumeongezeka, tuko Harun, tuko Ziana, tuko Sara, tuko Stone PK, tuko Alex. Hawa ni watu wa kufunga show. Tafadhalini kila siku mnakuja hapa tunafunga show. Sasa naomba Duke,
Wacha niwapatie maombi.
Natupa maombi haya. Sawa basi.
Yeah. Yes, maombi yetu ni national anthem. First sasa kwa Kiswahili inasema namna hii: Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana. Tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Tuonane tena majaliwa masaa 3 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki ya Kati na global time. You'll check that out and post log in. Make sure
hujaeleza maana ya huyu kusema hiyo anthem, national anthem. Ungetuelezea?
Ndio Ziana. Nimesahau. Acha niwaeleze. The reason tunasema national anthem kwa Duke especially. Duke nataka usikie hii. Duke nataka usikie hii. Duke nataka usikie hii. Tunasema Mungu nguvu yetu, ulete baraka kwetu, haki. Kila mmoja awe na haki katika Kenya, hata kama uko unafuata Azimio ama unafuata Kenya Kwanza, uko na haki. Kama ule msichana ambaye alifanyiwa kinyama leo hakufanyiwa haki. So haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Na tukae na undugu. Yaani hata kama tunatofautiana kimawazo, lakini sisi wote ni mandugu. Tukishaona kwamba tumekaa na undugu, amani na uhuru wa kufanya mambo ambayo yanapewa wewe kikatiba, tutakuwa na raha na tutastawi. Na hivyo ndio hata baba kila wakati akimaliza anasema kwamba raha tupate na ustawi. Ukiangalia sana baba amekuwa akisema sana. Sijasikia hata siku moja deputy president akiimba wimbo wa taifa. Sijasikia hata siku moja, even the first time sijasikia. Lakini baba anatumia hiyo. So that is our focus. Tukae pamoja kama Wakenya, na kile ambacho kinatuleta hapa ni ile concern ambayo tuko nayo ya Kenya. So asanteni sana, tuonane tena majaliwa inshallah. Kwaherini. Karibu tena kesho Sara.